Dare to Love Again. A Love on Palmar Island Romance. Written by Susanne. Chapter 1. I can't believe we pulled this off, Sophie Johnson, the owner of the Book Nook, said. I thought someone would let the cat out of the bag early. No one did, Maddie Collins sighed. Her heart had come to a shuddering stop when she'd walked into the dark bookstore only to be greeted by a chorus of surprise from her friends. She shook her head. I'm glad. Birthdays should be special, especially your 30th. After tossing every remnant of food from the little late-night get-together into a large black trash bag, Sophie carefully wrapped the last piece of double-layer chocolate cake in foil. Maddie raised an eyebrow. I promised Willow I'd save her a piece, Sophie explained. She knew? Maddie couldn't keep the disbelief out of her voice. Her 7-year-old daughter excelled in a lot of areas, but keeping a secret definitely wasn't one of them. She helped Miss Doris bake the cake yesterday. Sophie put the wrapped cake on the counter and tied up the trash bag. That explained the dark stain on Willow's favorite dress. She didn't say a word. She didn't know it was for you. As far as Willow was concerned, they were making a cake for my mom. Smart move. Maddie put a hand on her aching back. It had been a long day. Let me take this out, then we'll sit down and have a glass of wine. Sophie hoisted the bag over her shoulder, Santa-style, and headed for the back door. Maddie carried yet another tray of cups and plates to the small kitchen and stacked them in the sink, running hot water over them before getting to work on the last round of dishes. Miss Doris, the town's best baker and notorious matchmaker, and Jane, Sophie's mother-in-law, had taken care of the bulk of it before Sophie had sent them home. Maddie was grateful. She could use a little downtime before heading back upstairs to the apartment she shared with her daughter. Are you sure Simon won't mind babysitting a little longer? She asked when Sophie returned, worried that her friend's husband would be bored sitting in the small upstairs apartment watching a 7-year-old sleep. Not at all, she said, glancing at her phone. He's still watching the ball game. I don't know what it is with this man and baseball. Sophie shook her head and dried the dishes, stacking everything into the old wooden cabinet. She grabbed 2 clean wine glasses and half a bottle of Shiraz leftover from the party before heading into the main room of the bookstore. They fell onto the comfortable couch that served as both the focal point of the room and as one of the reading nooks they'd arranged throughout the store. I appreciate the party, though I have to admit, my heart stopped when I turned on the light and everyone yelled surprise. She'd come close to screaming, it had scared her so much. When Sophie had called and asked her to scan and email a purchase order, the last thing she'd expected was to find their entire book club, along with a few other close friends, gathered in the dark store. I'm sorry about the deception. Everyone wanted to surprise you. Turning 30 is a big deal. Sophie raised her glass in silent salute. It is. It was also another milestone birthday without Andrew. You miss him. I wasn't thinking, Sophie put a hand on Maddie's arm. That's not it. Not really. Maddie scooted deeper into her corner of the couch. She pulled her legs up under herself and took another sip of wine. I'm not buying it. You've been off all week. I thought the party would help. Sophie sighed and set her own glass down on the coffee table in front of them. Do I miss Andrew? Yes, I do, but it's something I've lived with the past 6 years. Most days, it's a hum in the background, but every once in a while, something happens that reminds me how much Willow and I are missing out on. She barely remembers him. Maddie did her best to keep Andrew's memory alive. But for her daughter, he was a picture of a man in uniform and a box full of mementos. To Willow, Andrew was the stuff of stories and legends. Not for her though. And your birthday is one of those days that stirs up memories. I should have realized. You couldn't have. And if I'm honest with myself, the party helped distract me. Usually, it's not this big of a deal. She stopped and swallowed. Sophie sat patiently, giving her friend the space to decide how much she wanted to share. Maddie took a deep breath. Andrew missed my 20th birthday. We'd just gotten married, and he had to ship out a few weeks before for his first tour. He promised to make it up to me. When he came back and we became pregnant with Willow, he promised he'd be out by the time I turned 30. He'd talk about the house we'd get close to the beach and how he'd take me out to this restaurant in Charleston for a fancy dinner. We'd spend the night in a cute B&B while his parents took care of our children. He'd talk about it for hours. And I believed him. It wasn't Andrew's fault that he was killed in action on his last tour. She knew that. But a little part inside her heart resented the fact that their dream had never come true. Their plans had gone up in smoke the moment two uniformed Marines, with grave expressions on their faces, had shown up on her doorstep. "Oh, honey. This is a big deal. I wish you'd told me sooner." Her friend pulled her into a hug. "It is what it is," Maddie said, wiping the tears that had collected in the corners of her eyes. "No sense crying about spilled milk. It's a little more than that, and it's okay to be sad. And it's okay to tell the people close to you about it. You are not alone in this. We are family." Sophie squeezed her tight before letting her go, then took hold of both her hands. "I mean it." Maddie nodded and swallowed hard. "And there's this to look forward to." Sophie picked up the piece of folded paper that served as Maddie's main gift from her friends and held it out to her. Maddie reread the simple gift certificate. "One kayaking day trip. For Ms. Madison Collins. Happy birthday. Jake Hartwell." Kayaking. Of all the things her friends could have chosen, it had to be that. "You didn't look all that excited about your present," Sophie said, pouring the last of the wine into Maddie's glass. "I can talk to Jake. I'm sure he'll refund the trip, and we can get you something else. No, I'm sure it'll be a memorable adventure. The only thing worse than going on the trip would be asking her friend to get it refunded. It'll be a lot of fun. The marsh isn't nearly as boring as you think," Sophie promised. "That's not it." "What then?" Sophie set down her own glass and turned to face her friend. Her eyes met Maddie's, concern reflecting back at her. "It's embarrassing." When her friend didn't comment, she went on. "I never learned to swim. Thanks again for taking us out last minute." Todd held out his hand to offer the $20 tip. "It was my pleasure." Jake Hartwell tried to refuse, but the older man was insistent. He'd charged the trio extra for the last-minute fishing trip when Todd called 2 days ago, and none of them had so much as batted an eyelash at the $200 price tag. Maybe he should raise his rates. Either way, it gave him a decent shot at making rent on time this month. "Take it. You earned it." Todd handed him the bill and Jake shook hands with all three of the guys before watching them trot off to their overpriced SUVs. They'd be bragging for weeks about the redfish they bagged in the marsh. His kayak fishing tours had become a big hit with the over 50 corporate crowd. Jake dragged the last of the kayaks out of the water before hopping into the used Jeep he'd driven from Maine to South Carolina 2 years ago. The kayak trailer he towed was a cobbled-together contraption that did the job of holding up to 6 of the boats. It was a tight fit, but he made it work. It's what had allowed him to start this little venture without any initial capital to speak of. And so far, it had paid the bills and, most importantly, made him happy. He'd felt better these past 24 months than he had in all the years he'd been stuck in a job he hated. No amount of money or prestige was worth the pressure cooker his old life had become before he called it quits. The drive back to the old, small house didn't take long. Another perk of working for yourself and moving to a tiny barrier island. Parking the Jeep and trailer under the carport took even less time. He walked inside, kicked off his flip-flops and reheated a bowl of the gumbo Miss Doris had insisted on bringing by. The old woman had taken him under her wing the day he'd signed the paperwork to rent the house from her. It wasn't until months later that he learned the house was where she'd grown up. He stirred the stew, his stomach growling at the smell of sustenance while thinking about tomorrow's client. He hoped Maddie Collins wouldn't be a pain. He didn't usually take single women out on tours. They could get the wrong idea and mistake good customer service for interest. But Steve had insisted she was a fun person to be around, and unless Jake had misunderstood the man's beating around the bush, it sounded like she was in dire need of a bit of rest and relaxation. Working full-time and raising a child alone couldn't be easy. That's if what Steve had told him about the young woman was true. If it wasn't. He almost dropped the bowl carrying it to the small wooden kitchen table, it was so hot. Setting it down, he grabbed a seat and pulled his worn copy of Walden from the center of the table. An old grocery store receipt, too faded to make any of the letters out, served as his bookmark. He ate and read like he did almost every night, barely tasting the savory stew studded with sausage and local shrimp. He rinsed the bowl and grabbed a beer from the fridge before making his way to the oversized chair that served as his living room couch, book still in hand. The same as every night, he read until he could barely keep his eyes open. Yawning, he made his way to the futon bed in the next room. The only other room, unless you counted the small bath or the attic space. Not for the first time, he wondered how an entire family could fit into the small dwelling. Then, nothing else mattered but the soft breeze and the sound of small waves washing onto shore, coming in through the open window. Chapter 2. At least the weather was cooperating. Maddie got out of her car and grabbed her sun hat and the large tote she'd packed with anything she might need for the outing. Not that she was entirely sure what one might need on a kayaking trip. You must be Madison, a handsome man with long brown hair wearing a tight blue t-shirt that stretched across his chest and gray board shorts, called out to her as she cautiously made her way down the gravel path to the water. He wore flip-flops, and a pair of sunglasses was pushed up on his head. "Call me Maddie." She held out her hand and he shook it, his warm hand wrapping around hers. "Maddie. I'm Jake, your guide. I have us all set up over here." He pointed to two bright yellow kayaks sitting on the sandy shore. They looked different than what she'd expected. Wider and flatter, with no interior to store her things. Maddie adjusted her bag. "Where can I put this?" she asked. "Back in your car?" Jake suggested, a smile playing around his hazel eyes. "I might need some of this." Maddie pulled the bag in front of her and opened the zipper to glance at the towel, sunscreen, water bottle, first aid kit, and spare outfit she'd crammed into the bag. "Put some sunscreen on now. You shouldn't need anything else until we get back." "What about this?" She held out the large first aid kit she'd bought the day before. "I have us covered." Jake pointed to two small neoprene pouches that were strapped to one of the kayaks with some sort of bungee cord. Reluctantly, Maddie walked back to the dark blue 2013 Honda Fit her in-laws had insisted on buying for her after Andrew's death. She shoved the bag into her trunk after applying a liberal amount of sunscreen across her face, shoulders, and arms. Deciding to keep her hat on, Maddie pulled one of the water bottles from the bag before shutting the trunk and locking her car. "I can stick those in one of the bags if you'd like," Jake offered, pointing at her keys, when she joined him. "That's okay." She shoved them into the pocket of the denim shorts and headed for the second kayak. "I have a question though. How likely are we to encounter snakes or gators?" It was something that had kept her up since she'd received this gift a few days ago. "Not very likely. Alligators are pretty good about keeping their distance. We may see them, but they'll be far off. There are a few water snakes in the marsh, but none of them are venomous if that's what you're worried about." Good. She was still worried about spiders and other creepy crawlers, but decided to keep that bit of information to herself. As long as she didn't turn out to be lunch for a gator, she could deal with the rest of the local wildlife. "Have you paddled before?" It was Jake's turn to ask questions. She shook her head. "This will be my first time." "Let's do a quick dry run of how to paddle, then we'll get you out on the water," Jake suggested. He proceeded to walk her through the process of mounting the sit-on-top kayak and using her paddle. This is easier than I expected, Maddie said, smiling for the first time. It's a little harder in the water, but you'll get it. Jake smiled at her encouragingly. Speaking of which, let's get you out there. He pushed the kayak off the shore and held it in place for her, ankle deep in the brackish water, while Maddie managed to get on without landing in the water. Keeping a hold of the kayak with one hand, he handed her the paddle. Maddie wobbled slightly and almost let out a shriek when he pushed her off. Once settled, she started practicing the moves they'd gone over. I did it, she beamed when she managed to turn around to face him. You're doing great, he called from the shore before putting his own boat into the water. It didn't take him long to paddle over to her. Let's practice over here in this side arm for a bit before we head out on the actual tour of the marsh. Once she got into the right rhythm, paddling was surprisingly easy. The small vessel wasn't hard to maneuver, and Sophie had been right. The marsh had a lot more to offer than Maddie had realized. For one thing, the water was much clearer than it looked from the shore. She'd expected it to be muddy and smelly. Instead, there was nothing but a slight hint of salt in the breeze. The wildlife was abundant with plenty of fish swimming by and birds flying around. Maddie couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so relaxed and free. She was doing well. Jake found it hard to believe that this was Maddie's first time in a kayak. She kept up with the gentle pace he set and had yet to complain about sore arms. Aside from an encounter with a spider when they first left the calm side arm of the marsh where they'd launched, she'd been a champ. Ready for a break? He asked when they reached the sandbanks that marked the halfway point of their tour. Yes, please. The relief on her face was almost comical. A small tinge of guilt formed in the back of Jake's mind. Maybe he'd pushed their pace too hard. His worry melted away when she beamed at him as she pulled up next to him along the bank. This is a lot of fun and a great workout. She pushed the hat she'd worn back behind her neck, her grin widening as she rolled her shoulders, releasing some of the tension. That it is, he agreed, glad he hadn't pushed her past her limits. He grabbed one of the neoprene bags and dug around for the large beach towel that would serve as their picnic blanket. What's all this? Maddie asked when he pulled several containers from the bag. Miss Doris insisted on packing a picnic. She'd tried to force even more food and a pitcher of iced tea on him. After much back and forth, they'd compromised on cheese sandwiches, tomato and cucumber salad, fresh fruit, and a bag of sugar cookies. Everything had the advantage of not needing a cooler or ice, making it easier to transport on the water. Oh, good. Maddie's cheeks turned a lovely shade of pink when her stomach growled loudly at the sight of the food. I was too nervous to eat this morning, she explained. I'm starving too. There's something about being out on the water and in the fresh air. Let's dig in. He waited for her to sit down and handed her one of the sandwiches before digging in himself. I have a confession to make, Maddie said before grabbing the last cookie 20 minutes later. I wasn't so sure about this tour to begin with, but this is a lot of fun. I'm glad. Because we have almost as long of a trip to paddle back to the landing. Ready to get back in? Maddie nodded, and between the two of them, it didn't take long to pack up their small meal. Which way? Maddie asked when they made their way back to one of the main channels. To the left, Jake directed. He usually took the lead when guiding a group, but Maddie's enthusiasm made him throw caution to the wind. It was something he regretted half an hour later when he watched her bump into a submerged rock. He called out a warning, but it was too late. The kayak pitched to the side and Maddie landed in the water with a loud splash. Jake kept his eye on the spot where she disappeared while taking a few long strokes to catch up to where she'd vanished, but there was no sign of her. He let out a sigh of relief when she came up spitting and sputtering, hands waving frantically, farther downstream than he'd expected. The tide must be coming in strong. His heart beat fast and furious in his chest as he made his way over. Then he watched her head dip below the surface yet again. Something was wrong. Thankfully, he was able to get close enough to grab a hold of her, and in one swift motion, he pulled her up and across in front of him. Maddie's eyes flew open, and she coughed, spitting up water and fighting for her next breath of air. "Thank you," she stammered, shaking like a leaf. "See if you can sit up," he suggested while helping her into a seated position in front of him. It was a tight fit, but Maddie was petite. "I'm sorry. I should have told you I can't swim." Maddie sat up straight, doing her best to avoid contact with him, while gripping the side of the boat as hard as she could. Her admission made him realize how much danger she'd been in. How much danger he'd put her in by letting her take the lead and get so far away from him. This was her first kayak trip, he scolded himself. Her safety was his responsibility. "You should have," he replied, a little rougher than intended. "It's not something I'm proud of." Her voice was soft and a little shaky. "Well, we're going to have to fix that. First though, let's go get the kayak." He pulled her closer to himself and lifted the paddle across her. It was awkward paddling with a person between him and the center bar, and the feel of her wet shirt across his was distracting. At least the life jacket created a little distance between them. Somehow, he managed to make it over to the roots of the tree that had caught her kayak. "I can manage," Maddie said, starting to stir. It took him a second to realize what she was trying to do. "Stay put. You don't have a paddle. Hold this." He handed her the one in his hand and turned to rummage in the bag behind him. He found a piece of rope and used it to tie her kayak behind his. "I can't believe I fell in." Maddie was no longer shaking, and her voice sounded stronger. "It's not your fault. I never should have let you take the lead." It was something he'd regret for a while. She'd had fun. Heck, he'd been enjoying himself. Until he watched her capsize. If she'd drowned? "What about the paddle?" she asked, turning to look around for it. It took a good 10 minutes, but they finally managed to spot it in the reeds a little farther downstream. Jake tried to insist Maddie stay with him, but she was determined to make it back on her own power. Sighing, he steered them to a gravel bank that would make it easy for Maddie to switch kayaks. The rest of their trip back was uneventful. They were back at the landing in less than 30 minutes. "Thanks for a fun outing. My friends promised me an adventure and you certainly delivered." She held out her hand and Jake shook it. "I apologize." "No need. It was my own fault. I got overconfident, and you were right there. I should have told you I couldn't swim. All's well that ends well, and I had a lot more fun than I expected. At least let me offer you a do-over. Another tour." The words were out of Jake's mouth before he could stop himself. "I'll think about it. Let me get home and grab a shower before I make up my mind." Her smile did much to erase the blame he felt for her dip into the water. "Fair enough." He handed her a card with his phone number. "Have a safe drive home and call me when you're ready to get back out here." "My keys?" Maddie's face turned white as chalk as her hands felt along the sides of her wet shorts. Relief flooded her face when she pulled them out of her pocket. Jake doubted the key fob would work after Maddie's little misadventure, but fortunately her car was old enough to have an actual key to unlock and start the car. His guess was confirmed when Maddie walked up to the car and unlocked it with the key. She opened her bag and pulled a large beach towel from it. "Good thing you made me leave this. No telling where my bag would be otherwise." She wrapped the towel around herself and dug deep in the bag, producing a spare set of clothes and her phone before getting into the driver's seat. Jake was surprised by how much he disliked seeing her leave. "I'm meeting some friends out on the beach later tonight. Would you care to join us? It's nothing fancy, just a group of friends hanging out and talking around a bonfire. I'll let you know. I need to check in with Willow and see if there's someone who can watch her tonight." "Dog?" he guessed. "Daughter." He was too stunned to reply before Maddie shut the door and drove off. Chapter 3. "Thank you for opening the store," Sophie said when she rushed in, travel mug in hand and damp hair pulled up in a ponytail. Simon promised to rebuild the chicken coop over the weekend. I hope this is the last time I'm running late because of his grandmother's chickens escaping. I don't mind at all. I have to be up to walk Willow to the bus stop anyway. Might as well head straight to work from there. I made a pot of coffee if you need a refill. Maddie returned to unboxing the latest order of books and stationery. Despite it being the off-season, the store stayed busy. You're the best. Sophie put her purse behind the counter and sat down to boot up her laptop. How was the kayak tour yesterday? I kinda expected you to call me. Maddie turned to shelve a few new beach romances. And if she was honest, to hide the warmth creeping into her cheeks. It was fine. Better than expected. I mostly enjoyed myself. You were right. There's a lot more to the marsh than I realized. Mostly? Of course Sophie would pick up on that. I hit a rock and capsized. Thankfully, the water wasn't too cold yet. Did you wear your life jacket? Sophie's words came fast, her voice a little too loud. Of course. Jake insisted on it. It had still been beyond scary though. The instant her body hit the water, panic had set in. Good. They're lifesavers. Did I tell you that I fell out of my dad's boat when I was little? Sophie walked over to grab books from the box. You didn't. What happened? Happy about the change of subject, Maddie looked at her friend, wondering about the incident. How much scarier would it have been as a child? She didn't even want to think about something like that happening to Willow. We were out on the waterway. I was climbing the small rail on the back when we hit a wake or something. Next thing I knew I was in the water, hearing my mom scream at my dad. Sophie shook her head. How old were you? A little younger than Willow. It was right before he left. Maddie knew it was a sore subject for Sophie. That had to be scary. It was. I wasn't in there long though. My dad turned the boat around and jumped in. I wasn't in the water for more than a few minutes. My mom never let me set foot on that boat again though. I don't think she's been on one since. Sophie shrugged and went back to stacking books. You got over it though, didn't you? You went out on the boat with Simon when you guys started dating. Maddie remembered her friend returning from the trip that had them temporarily stranded on the boat when the motor stalled. I don't think it ever bothered me the way it did my mom. She made sure I learned to swim that summer though. Sophie turned and looked at Maddie. And I'll make sure you learn this fall and winter. I'm signing us up for the YMCA. Simon's grandmother loves their water aerobics classes. I'm not doing that. Maddie shot back. Standing in the water with a bunch of seniors wasn't her idea of a good time. Of course not. Though Grandma Wendy insists it's the best workout ever. I'm thinking about giving it a try. Count me out, Maddie said. Never mind that. But I am going to teach you to swim. We'll go before the store opens in the morning. Shouldn't be busy then. Sophie turned and walked back to her desk. Hold up a minute. I'm not so sure about this. Swimming didn't seem like the kind of thing you could pick up in a couple of mornings at the pool. And it involved getting into water that went above her knees. The thought gave her goosebumps. And not the good kind. Get with the program. We're doing this. I'm not going to watch my best friend drown the next time she's out on the water. You're learning to swim, and that's that. Sophie sat down and picked up the phone. Maddie shook her head and continued working while listening to her friend discuss family memberships and pool hours. We're all set. They even have kids' classes that will be perfect for Willow. It's about time for her to learn too. You can't live surrounded by the ocean and not know how to swim well. Maddie knew when she'd lost a battle. All right. When do you want to start? Tomorrow morning. We'll have you swimming before your next outing with Jake. Sophie's grin was unapologetic. What makes you think that I'm going back? Maddie flattened the box she'd finished unpacking. Because you blushed when I asked you about the trip. You had fun, and unless my intuition is failing me today, you have a bit of a crush on Jake. Steve mentioned Jake was a looker. Speaking of, Maddie said when the door opened. Steve and his husband walked into the store. Guess who we ran into at the Roasted Bean half an hour ago? Steve asked, the smirk on his face making small lines appear around his eyes. Who? Sophie asked, walking up to hug her friends. Jake. And he couldn't stop talking about Maddie. The grin on the handsome middle-aged man's face grew wider. He sounded smitten, Dave agreed, putting his arm around Steve's shoulders. And he was full of questions about Willow and if her dad was in the picture. What did you say? Maddie asked, trying to keep the tone of alarm out of her voice. Don't fret. He only shared the basics about Andrew being gone and you raising Willow on your own. Steve was surprisingly restrained. The look in Dave's eyes as his head turned from her to Steve made Maddie ache inside. It had been a long time since someone looked at her like that. Okay, was all she could get out. Honey, you have nothing to worry about. I adore you, and I only want the best for you and that little firecracker of yours. And if I didn't think Jake was a good guy, I'd throw a monkey wrench into this whole plan of his to win you over. Steve's hand flew to his mouth the moment the words came out. Jake has a plan? To win me over? The words rolled wildly through Maddie's mind, crashing around and into each other like billiard balls. The commotion made it hard to process, let alone form an opinion about this particular bit of news. Let's just say that when he calls and asks you to come hang out on the beach with his friends, you should say yes. Steve winked and walked over to the Regency romance section, leaving Maddie to ponder what to say if Jake actually called her. I wasn't sure you'd make it. Jake grinned, unable to contain his joy at seeing her walk down the beach. Neither was I. I don't usually go out at night. I consider it an honor, then. Jake made a small bow and held his arm out for her. Maddie took it, biting her lip to hold back a grin. Don't get too excited. I can't stay long. I promised Willow to take her to the park in the morning. Maddie's hand on his arm was warm as they strolled toward the soft glow of the fire that lit up the faces of the group gathered around the flames. I'll take what I can get, he said. Let me introduce you to my friends. Maddie? Lottie, a local yoga instructor who sold him the used futon that served as his bed, waved them over. Come sit, I want to ask you about those mail-order bride books she recommended. My mom loved them. I guess you know Lottie. Jake looked around the fire and pointed out the few close friends he'd made on the island. Most of them surfed or took tourists out on fishing charters, along with a local photographer who shot family pictures for a living. He doubted many of them had read a book, let alone set foot in the local bookstore. To his surprise, most of them knew the young woman by his side. I had no idea this was going on, Maddie said after Keith mentioned that they hung out on the beach most Friday nights. It's a well-kept secret, Lottie added. Don't want the tourists to find out about it. S'mores anyone? And you thought I'd tell them? Maybe hang up a flyer at the shop? Illuminated by the fire, the mirth in Maddie's eyes shone brightly. It was nice having her by his side. She fit right in, chatting with everyone and catching them up on some of the local gossip. No way. You think someone is making a move on Miss Doris? Keith leaned in closer, forgetting about the marshmallow he was roasting that went up in flames. Chloe didn't take the order, but she was pretty sure the flowers Mr. Griffin ordered went to her house. Of course you didn't hear this from me. Maddie took another bite of her s'more, a bit of melted chocolate clinging to her bottom lip. Of course not. What do we know about this guy? Lottie's head rose and turned to scan everyone in the group. He's at the landing quite a bit, Jake offered. Takes a small John boat out in the marsh to fish. He seems like a nice enough guy. Pretty quiet. He mentioned his wife died a few years back. 2 years and 5 months ago, if he remembered correctly. You're right. She used to come into the bookstore quite a bit. Toward the end, Mr. Griffin would buy books for her. He had a rough time after she passed. Maddie's eyes were full of compassion. Jake took her hand for a brief moment and squeezed it. After his conversation with Steve, he knew where it was coming from. "Would you like to go for a walk?" he asked when she finished her treat, washing the last bite down with a sip of cheerwine. "A walk would be nice." Maddie took the hand he offered, allowing him to pull her up. They fell into step as they moved away from the warmth of the bonfire, their eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness of the night. Only the smallest sliver of the moon was visible, obscured by a few clouds blowing through. Fall was in full swing. Back home, the trees would take on the colors of the flames they'd left. Yet here in South Carolina, this close to the ocean, not much changed. The pines kept their foliage year-round, as did most of the oak. Only a few landscape trees, gracing the yards of his fellow island dwellers, showed signs of yellow and orange hues. "What brought you to Palmar Island?" Maddie asked after a few moments spent in comfortable silence strolling along the shoreline. The sand was cold, a stark contrast to the warmth emanating from it during the hot summer months. Jake was tempted to answer with one of the usual platitudes he used when the question came up. Something about the beauty of the place or the small-town feel. "I was looking for a fresh start. Something completely different from my life up north," he heard himself say instead. "What did you do before?" Her head turned, genuine interest in her eyes. "I was a computer programmer. One of those geeks who stayed up coding for days, living on Fruit Loops and energy drinks." It was hard to believe that had been his life for years. "That's a big change from a kayak tour guide." She smiled, not judging him like so many others for giving up a lucrative career. But then, she didn't know anything about it. That would have to change. For the first time in a very long time, he wanted someone to see him for who he was. Not the geek. Not the nature-loving new guy in town. The real him. Jake, the guy who saw beauty in code and Thoreau. Who appreciated the allure of the sea and that of a well-designed motherboard. Who could remember every important date and number. The man who loved his family, even when he avoided them. You'd be surprised. It's not as big of a change as you'd think. How about you? Do you enjoy being a mom? He regretted the words the moment they were out of his mouth. What a cliché thing to ask. "I do. More than I thought I would." She grew quiet for a bit as they walked. The soft breeze brought with it the taste of salt, freedom, and limitlessness potential. "It wasn't always easy. I've mostly raised her by myself, which made for some long days and even longer nights," she said when he'd begun to think she wouldn't continue. "Steve told me a little something about your husband." "Willow's father?" Jake slowed, straining to read her expression in the low light of the fall night. "I'm surprised you remembered her name." Her tone was light, but there was an undercurrent he couldn't read. "Yes. Andrew was Willow's father. He was killed in action. She barely remembers him. That can't be easy. Keeping his memory alive for her. For both of you. How long ago did you lose him?" 6 years ago. Willow had just turned 2 when we got the news. He'd been gone for months before that. She really only knows him from pictures. And what you tell her about him? He'd grown up hearing tales of his crazy uncle, and that had brought a man he only knew from pictures to life. "Yes. But," he prompted. Maddie turned her face toward him, and he didn't need light to guess the questioning expression he was sure she wore. "There's more to it than yes. But you don't have to tell me." He turned, surprised by how far down the beach the glimmer of the bonfire was. "We should head back." Maddie nodded and turned, briskly walking back toward the source of light and warmth. He had to lengthen his stride to catch up with her. Andrew's parents are pretty involved in Willow's life. They live in North Carolina, a few hours from here. And they share their own stories of their son, Jake guessed. He felt her nod more than he saw it. They are proud of him and want to make sure Willow knows that he gave up his life for our country. For our freedom. They were always patriotic, but since Andrew's death, Maddie grew quiet. He could imagine where her thoughts went and walked by her side. His team leader came by for a while, telling stories and helping out where he could. It's all well and good, but not the whole story. She shrugged. You want Willow to know the real Andrew, not some hero soldier. Yes. He wasn't only a guy in a uniform with a bunch of medals pinned to his chest. He was real and annoying, and always left the toilet seat up, Maddie huffed. Jake grinned and made a mental note to start lowering his. Living alone lent itself to cultivating some bad habits. His mother would be delighted by the change. Even if she still thought his hair was too long and he was wasting his life away in a paddleboat. I get it. You should share the good, the bad, and the quirky. He had plenty of quirks. Andrew's idea of a perfect Saturday included being covered in grease, elbow deep in an old engine. Mechanic? Jake guessed, matching his pace to her slowing one. Medic. He was planning on going to med school after he got out. Tinkering with cars was a hobby. Something to relieve the stress of military life. He'd watch hours and hours of videos on YouTube, teaching himself how to do just about anything on his old Mustang. He sounds like a great guy. Jake got the feeling he would have liked the man. He was. Enough about that. Let's talk about you. Why kayaking? Maddie wrapped her arms around herself. Jake pulled his sweatshirt off and handed it to her. I like the solitude. And the meditativeness of it. He'd been drawn to the water for as long as he could remember. Maddie tried to refuse him, but he insisted. She shrugged and pulled the fabric over her head. Taking out tours doesn't sound all that peaceful. Jake laughed. Don't I know it? But at the end of the day, I have bills to pay and a man's gotta eat. I feel that, Maddie replied, snuggling deeper into the fleece he'd lent her. He guessed that she wasn't talking about groceries. Between her job and the military pension he assumed she received, he didn't think money was something for her to worry about. Chapter 4. Thanks for having us over again. Willow wouldn't stop talking about Miss Wendy's chickens. Maddie kept a close eye on her daughter, who was listening wide-eyed as the old woman, wearing a flower-print apron over a long-sleeved dress, pointed to each of the birds in turn and shared their names and escapades. Anytime. Grandma Wendy enjoys having her around. As do we. Sophie squeezed her husband's hand. The three of them sat on the new stone patio Simon built and furnished with a large cedar table and matching chairs. A tall trellis covered in vines and violet blossoms provided a break from the breeze blowing in off the ocean. I'm glad she gets a chance to play in a real yard. We go to the park, but it isn't quite the same. Maddie's gaze roamed wistfully across the oasis Miss Wendy had created over the course of a lifetime. You're welcome to bring her over anytime. Or drop her off. You know, in case you want to go out for another kayak tour. Or a date. Sophie grinned. Subtle, honey. Simon rose. That's my cue to clear out. I'm going to go find something to do in the kitchen. Spill, Sophie demanded, leaning in. There's nothing much to tell. We had a nice time on the beach. I liked his friends. Lottie from the yoga studio was there. Maddie leaned back and raised her arm to keep the sun out of her eyes. One ear was trained on Willow and Miss Wendy, ready to jump up if the girl became too much for Simon's grandmother. So far, the woman was holding her own, keeping up with Maddie's daughter. Just her, a bunch of people? I need details. Sophie tapped her fingers on the arm of the wooden chair. Lottie, Keith, a few others. 7 or 8 people total. I knew most of them or had at least seen them around town. I can't believe I'd never run into Jake before. Because she would have remembered that encounter. There was something about the man. So, not very romantic. Sophie lowered her voice, some of the excitement gone. There was a bonfire in the sand. And we roasted marshmallows. Maddie whispered the last part. The last thing she needed was for Willow to find out she'd made s'mores without her. That sounds better. Did the two of you get any alone time? You know, to talk. We took a walk, Maddie said. And? Don't make me pull every word out of your mouth. I shared everything when Simon and I started dating. Hardly, Maddie said, biting back a grin. She remembered her own frustration when her best friend had been reluctant to share juicy details about her budding relationship with Simon. Spill. We talked. He told me a little about why he moved down here. Maddie thought back on their conversation and how at ease she'd felt. That wasn't often the case when the subject of her late husband came up. He had a few questions about Andrew. That was it. I swear. We went back to the fire, and I left a little after that. Have you talked to him since? Sophie asked. No. It was yesterday. She couldn't very well call the guy the next morning. Or expect a call from him. Even if she had the sweatshirt he'd insisted she keep for the drive home. To her relief, Willow and Miss Wendy made their way back to the patio. Willow jumped up in the chair next to her, happily chatting about chickens, friends, and school. Mama stayed with her friends really late and was very tired this morning. I got to watch cartoons until we came here, Willow announced as the door to the kitchen opened and Simon stepped out, tray in hand. Maddie's cheeks felt like they were on fire, and it wasn't the warmth of the sun that caused it. I napped on the couch for a bit, she admitted. That's what Saturdays are for, and I'm pretty sure that's why they aired cartoons all morning back in the day. Simon strolled over and handed each of them a glass of ice-cold lemonade. Condensation already formed on the outside, almost causing Willow to drop hers. Careful there, little lady, Simon said, catching it before it completely slipped from the young girl's fingers. Speaking of naps, I think I'm ready for a little rest myself, Simon's grandmother said before making Maddie and Willow promise to come inside before heading home. She's not going to nap. There's a book she's been wanting to finish all day, Sophie said. Maddie dug around in her purse for a napkin before taking the glass from Simon. She wrapped the soft paper around it before giving it back to her daughter. Thanks, Willow said, then downed the contents of the glass in one go. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and handed the glass back to her mother. Can I go back to look at the chickens again? You can look and feed them some of the greens I showed you, but try not to scare them, Sophie said. And no sticks. Willow nodded and ran down the garden path to the coop at the back of the property. I'll go keep an eye on her, Simon said before strolling off in the same direction. He's a keeper, Sophie beamed, her eyes lingering on the form of her retreating husband. He's been good for you, Maddie added. Sophie nodded before taking a small drink of her own lemonade. You had fun at the beach last night. It wasn't a question. Her friend knew her too well. I did. Sorry I made you stay so late. No problem. Your couch is comfy, and I finally got a chance to rewatch some of my favorite Gilmore Girls episodes. Simon isn't a fan? Maddie gasped, trying hard to hold back the grin that started to spread across her face. Let's say it's not his favorite. And you stop trying to redirect the conversation. Tell me more about Jake and the beach. Was the walk romantic? It was nice. Kind of cold once we walked away from the bonfire. We talked, and he let me borrow his sweatshirt. Nothing else to tell. Oh. Nice. What kind of sweater? Sophie grinned, taking another sip of her lemonade. One of those dark blue hoodies from the hardware store with the Palmar Island logo on it. Willow owned one in a much smaller size than Jake. I love those. So you guys are hoodie official now. Maid shook her head. What are you? In high school? I was cold and he was kind. That's all there's to it. You gave it back? Both of Sophie's eyebrows shot up. Not yet. I was going to wash it before taking it back. That was the plan. The fact that the shirt gave her the perfect excuse to see Jake again was nothing more than a nice bonus. Good thinking. And maybe take him some of your homemade granola as a thank you. Oh, wait. Ask him over for dinner. I'm sure the guy could use a home-cooked meal. Simon and I will watch Willow over here. Sophie's voice rose with excitement. I get to stay here? Willow asked. Maddie hadn't noticed her and Simon returning. Not today, Peanut. Maddie glanced at her phone. It's time to go home and get you ready for church tomorrow. See you at the store Monday morning, Sophie called out as they pulled out of the drive 20 minutes later, since saying their goodbyes to Miss Wendy had taken longer than expected. Not that Maddie minded. It was good for Willow to have a grandmother figure close by. I wish we had a yard, Willow piped up wistfully from the back seat. Me too, Peanut. Maddie drove down the road that would lead them to the middle of the island and their apartment above the book nook. Maybe it was time to think about a move. Whatcha doin'? Willow jumped up on the couch, causing the coffee Maddie held to spill over her shirt. Thankfully, none of it hit the laptop precariously balanced on her knees. Looking at houses. Maddie used a crumpled napkin left on the side table to blot most of the milky brown mixture off her dark blue t-shirt. For us? Willow scooted closer, eyeing the images of the listings Maddie had pulled up from a local realtor's website. Maybe. If we can find something that's not too big. And not too small. Willow grinned, completing the title of one of her favorite picture books. You've got it. Something just right. And until we find it, we're comfortable right here. The apartment was plenty big for the two of them, and despite what Sophie seemed to think, Maddie didn't see that changing anytime soon. I like my room. And it's nice that we can go downstairs to look at books. Willow nestled in next to her, putting one of her small arms around Maddie's waist before resting her head on her mother's shoulder. That's an excellent point. And the park is close. And when I'm all grown up, I can live next door in Sophie's place, Willow said. The place had been empty since Sophie married Simon and moved in with him and his grandmother. Maddie made a mental note to ask her friend about their plans for the place. A noisy tenant could make buying a house an attractive option. And she wasn't getting any younger. Let's look at what's out there, just to get an idea of what we might want in a house. Maddie clicked on the next listing and the two of them spent the morning looking through images and making a long list of things their ideal house would have. I want a bunk bed with a slide and princess curtains, Willow exclaimed, insisting Maddie add the requirements to the list. And a playroom over the garage like that other house. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea, Maddie said under her breath as her laptop chimed. That's Grandma and Grandpa calling. How are my two favorite people in the world? Grandpa Joe's loud voice came out of the laptop speakers. We're looking at houses. I'm going to have a yard, and a bunk bed with princess curtains, and my very own desk, and a bookshelf. The words spilled out of Willow's mouth until she ran out of breath. We're only looking at a few listings. Nothing serious. I haven't talked to the bank to see if buying property is even in the cards for us, Maddie explained. I think it's a wonderful idea. Andrew always wanted a house for his girls. With a pretty yard and a big swing set for Willow. Granny Jenny's smile popped up on the screen, and her bright purple readers were precariously perched on the tip of her nose. I want a trampoline. Swings are for babies. Willow took the laptop from Maddie and scooted deeper into the couch. Do you think Daddy would want me to have a trampoline? Of course, baby girl. Your daddy wants you to have all the pretty things. Grandpa and I will make sure you get one for that new backyard of yours. Maddie rolled her eyes and put a hand out to protect the laptop that was about to fall. When Willow started bouncing on the couch, Maddie said, Let's put this on the table so Granny and Grandpa Joe can see both of us. When you go to the bank, make sure they know you qualify for a VA loan, Grandpa Joe said. It gives you a better rate, and you won't need much of a down payment. Jenny and I set aside a little something for you and Andrew when you got married. That'll help with the expense of moving and furnishing the new house. That's very sweet of you, but I'm only daydreaming here. I don't even know if there's anything in my price range. Or what that might be. Between the money from the military and what she made at the Book Nook, they'd gotten by fairly comfortably. But this was Palmar Island, and homes weren't cheap. Go to the bank this week. You won't know until you ask. And look for a good realtor. Grandpa Joe pointed his finger at her through the screen. Maddie wondered if he expected her to take notes. It wouldn't surprise her. The retired middle school history teacher was big on note-taking. Look for something in town with a large garage. Andrew always wanted a house with a detached garage to work on those cars of his, Granny Jenny added. Maddie wasn't about to point out that there wasn't much use for that large garage her husband had always dreamed of. He was no longer here with them to work on the cars that had long been sold. Chapter 5. Jake was crossing Main Street when his phone buzzed in his back pocket. It wasn't hard to guess who was calling. Only a handful of people had this number, and only one of them used it to make an actual phone call. Hi, Mom. I'm running errands, but I have a couple of minutes. He walked down the sidewalk, past the flower shop, and turned to head toward the roasted bean. I'm glad you're getting out of the house. Anything fun? His mother ran the fancy espresso machine that graced the marble counter of her kitchen. The noise made conversation impossible until it finished running. Getting coffee, he said, aware of the grin that appeared at the coincidence. The smile widened when he saw a small sign for the local bookstore pointing down an alley. Unless the small island had two such stores, it was the place where Maddie worked. I should get you one of these. You wouldn't have to leave the house for a proper latte. The hiss of the milk frother accompanied her words. I'm pretty sure I don't have room on my counter. He had to hold back a laugh. The large stainless steel appliance would look ridiculous in the tiny old kitchen of the house he rented, and there was no way it would fit. He utilized every square inch of that counter. Suit yourself. You don't know what you're missing. She sighed after her first sip. His mother and her morning coffee. He'd forgotten how big of a deal she made of it. He was happy with anything strong and hot. The coffee shop down here makes a pretty good cup. And unless he was mistaken, they had quite a few espresso drinks on the menu as well. I'm sure they do, but it's nothing like this new machine your father got me. Why don't you come up for a visit and let me fix you a cup? She made it sound like they were up the road instead of well over 1,000 miles away. I can't, Mom. I have tours booked through the end of the year. 2 of them, but she didn't need to know the details. I see. I was hoping you were done with that kayaking thing by now. It's how I'm earning a living. Jake bit back a sigh. You know as well as I do that's ridiculous. But I'm not going to argue about this again. Why don't I come down for a visit, then? You can take me on one of your tours. She sounded serious. Jake couldn't picture his mother in a kayak with her perfectly blown-out hair and manicured fingers. And he could only imagine what she'd say about his place. It's much nicer in late spring down here. And you never know, there could be a late hurricane. Fine. But I expect you home for the holidays. I have to run, darling. I'm meeting friends at the country club for lunch. The line went silent, and Jake breathed a sigh of relief. Disaster averted. Or at the very least, postponed. The scent of freshly roasted coffee beans greeted him when he opened the door to the shop. Hold the door, a familiar voice called out. Jake turned and watched as Miss Doris walked up behind him. After you, he said, stepping to the side to let her enter first. Thank you. Miss Doris glanced around the crowded shop. I'm waiting for a friend, she explained, motioning for Jake to step up to the counter. What can I get you? The young girl with spiky green hair asked. 2 large coffees to go, Jake said on a whim when he realized that the book nook was just a short stroll away. He'd practically passed the alley leading to it on the way back to his car. Which roast? The girl turned, pointing to the chalk sign of the brews for the day. Let's do the Bold House roast, Jake said. Who's the second cup for? Miss Doris asked, patting her hair while keeping an eye on the door to the shop. Maddie from the bookstore. The door opened and an older gentleman in a 3-piece suit walked in. Good luck with that. Tell her I said hello. Miss Doris excused herself and walked over to the man, a big smile on her face. Jake watched the gentleman remove his hat and pull a chair out for her. The two were deep in conversation when Jake's order was up. The coffee cups warmed his hands as he walked the short distance to the book nook. Balancing one paper cup on top of the other, he opened the door and managed to enter without spilling any of the dark liquid. Welcome to the book nook. How can I help you? The young woman behind the counter looked familiar, but Jake couldn't place her. More importantly, she wasn't why he was here. I'm looking for Maddie, he said, grabbing the top cup with his free hand. He glanced around the room and what he could see of the adjoining ones since it wasn't your typical store layout. It looked more like a residence that had been stuffed with books and stationery. It had a cozy, casual vibe. He could see himself spending many winter afternoons here, browsing, reading, and watching Maddie work. That's if this was the right place. You must be Jake. The woman stepped out from behind the counter and held out her hand. Jake set the coffees on the counter to reciprocate. And you are? Goodness. Where are my manners? I'm Sophie. Sophie Johnson. I own the store. Maddie will only be a minute or two. She's getting a few books from the back to stock. She motioned for him to sit in one of the oversized chairs scattered around the room. How long have you had the shop? He asked. A few years. My grandparents started it. I took over when running it became too much for my grandmother. Sophie's smile was full of pride. There aren't too many bookstores like this left. Jake wished he'd discovered his love of old books before most of them had closed their doors for good. He scanned the shelves. A section of collectibles and first editions caught his attention. There aren't. I'm glad Maddie and I have been able to keep this one afloat. Do you read much? Sophie asked. I do. I've become a bit of a bibliophile in the past few years. I'm finishing Walden. Again. It had become his favorite since he'd rediscovered his love of stories. I'm more of a gothic novel girl myself. Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, Frankenstein this time of year. They both turned when Maddie entered the main part of the store, a large cardboard box obstructing her view. Jake jumped up. Let me get that for you. Thanks. Recognition sparked in her blue eyes as he took the box. Where would you like this? Jake asked, then followed her direction and placed it on the floor in front of a low shelf full of beach reads. What brings you to the store? Maddie asked, wiping a bit of dust from the dark gray sweater she wore. It was form-fitting and tucked into her blue jeans. The color brought out green undertones in her eyes he hadn't noticed before. I brought coffee. He returned to the counter and handed one to Maddie, then offered the second to Sophie, glad he hadn't taken a sip on the way over. That's very sweet of you, but no thanks. I've reached my caffeine limit for the day, Sophie said before excusing herself to go work on restocking the sci-fi and fantasy section 2 rooms over. It's a ruse. I restocked it this morning. Maddie took a sip and grimaced. Jake reached into his pocket and offered her the creamer and sugar packets he'd grabbed since he didn't know how she took her coffee. Not a fan of black coffee? Definitely not. I'm more of a white chocolate mocha or even a PSL girl. She added 2 creamers and 3 packets of sugar to the dark brew. PSL? Pumpkin spice latte, she explained, swirling the liquid gently to dissolve the condiments. Jake nodded and made a mental note of her favorite caffeinated drinks for the next time he got them coffee. Because there would definitely be a next time. The chime of an old-fashioned bell accompanied a rush of cold air when the door to the shop swung wide open. Jake was surprised he'd missed the sound the first time. Maybe he'd been too gentle or too occupied trying to balance the cups. A young girl with the same deep brown hair as Maddie came running into the store and then to an abrupt stop in front of him. "Who are you?" she asked, blue eyes he didn't recognize looking up at him. "I'm Jake, and I'm guessing you're Willow." He held out his hand. Her small one briefly disappeared in his as they shook. "You're the kayak man." It wasn't a question. "I am. I took your mom out on a tour of the marsh." He was pleasantly surprised that the girl knew about him. That had to be a good sign. "Willow, why don't you head into the kitchen and get some milk and cookies?" Maddie said. "I'll take her," Sophie offered, walking out of one of the adjacent rooms. She picked up the book bag the little girl had unceremoniously tossed on the floor and grabbed Willow's hand. "She's a sweet kid," he said. "She is. And smart." Maddie smiled, her gaze drawn into the direction of the doorway where Willow and Sophie had disappeared. Jake heard chatter and the clinking of glasses. "Like her mother." Jake smiled. There was something special about the woman in front of him. They hadn't spent much time together, but it didn't take a genius to notice that she was well-read, well-educated, and someone who could take care of herself and her loved ones. "I don't know about that. All I do is work in a bookstore and read romance novels." She drank more of her coffee, her cheeks turning the slightest bit rosy. "You read a lot more than that." They'd had an interesting discussion about Thomas Paine during the kayak trip, which gave him an idea. "Listen, why don't I take the two of you out to the marsh in kayaks this weekend? The water isn't too cold yet and Willow might enjoy seeing the fish. There's a dolphin that's been hanging around the past few days." "I don't think that's a good idea." Maddie rose and pulled books from the box. She went back to stacking them on the shelf. His mind flashed back to the moment Maddie fell off the kayak and went underwater. He could understand her reluctance. "Did I tell you about the canoe?" "You have a canoe? Like Lewis and Clark?" Maddie looked up, her eyes narrowed, but there was a spark of interest there. "I do. I found it under the house where I live. It's pretty old and handmade. I've been restoring it. You and Willow should come take a look. It's not quite done yet, though. But we can take it out when I'm done fixing it up. There's plenty of room for all three of us, and it's a lot more stable than a kayak." Maddie took a seat in the chair across from him. "Listen, don't take this the wrong way, but I think it's much too early for you to be spending time with my daughter. We barely know each other. Let's see where this goes." Jake nodded, swallowing his disappointment with a big gulp of hot coffee. "I get it. Stay away from your daughter." That had come out harsher than he'd meant it. He rose and started to make his way to the door. "I would love to see it sometime," Maddie said softly. Jake turned and nodded. "I'll call you." Chapter 6. Good luck at the bank, Sophie called after her when Maddie left the store around lunchtime the next day. She'd stopped by for a chat with her best friend for moral support before the nerve-wracking errand. "Thanks. I'll need it." Maddie let the door to the book nook fall close behind her. The sun was out, and on a whim, she decided to walk to the bank less than half a mile away. If she stepped it up, she'd be right on time for her appointment with Mr. Kelly to get an idea of what kind of loan she'd qualify for. She hoped it would be enough for a starter home. Willow had her heart set on a large backyard with plenty of space for a trampoline and maybe even a puppy. Maddie chuckled under her breath. She remembered begging for a dog when she was Willow's age and eventually came home to find a tiny poodle waiting for her on her bed. It had been the best day of her life, and Coco had been a constant companion until college. Wasn't that something she'd want for her own daughter? Maddie was tempted until she saw a neighbor walking her Great Dane, who'd been busy doing his business. Maybe they could wait a few more years when Willow was old enough to take on most of the responsibilities of dog ownership on her own. Lost in thought about the properties she'd looked at over the weekend, Maddie made it to the local branch quickly and was promptly escorted to Mr. Kelly's office. "Miss Collins, how can I help you today?" he asked, pulling one of the chairs across from his desk out for her. "It's Mrs. Collins. I was hoping you could tell me how much of a loan I can qualify for. I'm thinking of buying a house." She watched the portly middle-aged man in a suit and tie sit back behind the desk. "Of course. Here on the island?" he asked while typing away on his computer. From her current vantage point, she couldn't see the screen. "Yes. I'm employed at the Book Nook, and Willow is enrolled in Palmar Island Elementary." His question surprised her. Mr. Kelly was a frequent customer at the shop. "Of course, I thought I recognized you. I've been meaning to stop by to pick up the latest." "Never mind. Let's see what we can pre-qualify you for. We have most of your information on file. You don't happen to have your last 4 pay stubs on you?" Maddie dug around in her purse and handed him a stack of papers. "Pay stubs and last year's tax return. I also receive a monthly surviving spouse benefit payment from the military." That $500 payment had gotten her out of a bind more than once. "My condolences on the loss of your husband, Mrs. Collins. I had no idea." His eyes flew over the statements, his expression softening as he entered number after number on his computer. Maddie's anxiety grew as the minutes ticked by. Finally, Mr. Kelly looked at her, a smile on his face. "I think we can pre-approve you for a loan that will buy a nice little starter home for the two of you. Let me print this out, and we'll go over the numbers." By the time she left the bank, she had a pretty good idea of what they could afford. Mr. Kelly had walked through each line item with her, explaining the closing costs and the benefit of a small down payment. For the first time since that day in Miss Wendy's garden, Maddie let herself believe that home ownership was a real possibility. She couldn't wait to tell Willow and Sophie the good news. And go to her first open house. "Maddie." The familiar deep voice calling her name from behind her made her slow and turn around. Jake jogged toward her with one hand up in the air, waving to get her attention. "No tours today?" she asked when he'd caught up to her. The man was in great shape. His breath was slow and steady, and there wasn't a bead of sweat anywhere on him. She'd be huffing and puffing, a red-faced mess, if she'd sprinted down the sidewalk like that. "Not during the week. But if the weather holds, I might pick up a few clients for the weekend." "What brings you out on a pretty day like today?" His smile gave her that butterfly feeling, reminding her of teenage crushes and first kisses. Maddie hoped she didn't blush. "Errands. It's my day off. Today is too nice to waste on errands. We won't have many of these before the rain starts. Why don't you let me take you out to lunch?" The hopeful expression on his face made him look young, despite his ruggedly handsome features. "I wish I could, but I have to pick up Willow from school in half an hour." Maddie was surprised by the truth of those words. "How about you let me buy you a cup of coffee?" Jake asked. "It's starting to become our thing." Maddie smiled, remembering the awful cup of plain coffee he'd brought her. "Is that a yes?" he asked, his eyes guarded. "Under one condition," she said. "What's that?" "My turn to buy." He held the door open for her before stepping up to the counter to place their order. 1 large white chocolate mocha and 1 large dark roast. "You remembered." Maddie looked surprised, then pleased that he'd remembered her coffee preference. "Of course. I never forget anything important. It's one of my quirks." Jake accepted the large cup of coffee the barista handed him. The espresso machine hissed, forcing thick, black espresso into a large mug. "I noticed that you're good with numbers," Maddie said while the barista steamed milk and continued to assemble her drink. "They've always made sense to me." Jake scanned the room, looking for a way to steer the conversation in a different direction. Looking for someone? Maddie asked. I'm surprised Miss Doris isn't here, he said. Maddie raised an eyebrow. I've run into her every time I've been here lately. And always having coffee with the same man. Thank you. Maddie accepted her drink from the barista, and they sat down at the table by the window he usually occupied. I heard someone in the store mention she'd been seen having coffee with Mr. Griffin. She took a sip of her drink, and a bit of whipped cream stuck to her lip. Good for her. When he'd toured the lease, and later when Miss Doris had come over during his move-in, he'd learned quite a bit about her. Stories of her childhood growing up in the house that was now his temporary home. Raising 2 boys on the island. Losing her husband several years back. Opening her own home to tourists and anyone else who needed a place to stay. I'm a little surprised. Mr. Griffin lost his wife a few years ago. He was heartbroken. I didn't think he'd ever date again. Maddie looked thoughtful and a tad worried. You think she might be his rebound girl? Jake asked. Miss Doris had insisted on stocking his kitchen, and he'd been over to her place for dinner on several occasions. Along the way, they'd struck up a friendship that left him feeling surprisingly protective of her. Mr. Griffin sounded like a good man, but maybe it couldn't hurt to ask around about him a little more. Kenny at the hardware store seemed to know him pretty well. I don't know. I'd just hate to see either one of them get hurt. There was an undercurrent in her voice that made his ears perk up. Was she talking about more than the couple at the coffee shop? I'll look into Mr. Griffin and see what I can find out. Jake leaned back and drank more of his coffee. And I'll have a chat with Miss Doris the next time she comes into the shop. Maddie stirred her drink, making the whipped cream melt. Did you always want to work in a bookstore? Jake asked. He knew she was an avid reader but was curious if she'd had other interests and ambitions. Not at all. I was getting my nursing degree when I met Andrew. I worked a few years but quit when Willow was born. Being a military wife makes it hard to keep a steady job with all the moves and him being gone months at a time. And after? You didn't want to go back to your old profession? He was curious, ready to learn as much as he could about her. I thought about it after Willow started school. But I'd been out of the field for a few years and the hours never quite worked. The bookstore has been perfect. Sophie has always been flexible with my hours, and when push comes to shove, Willow can stay at the store. And there's something to be said about living close to work. Jake had enjoyed trading an hour-long commute each way for a walk from his bedroom to the kitchen counter, or down the road to the boat landing. Yes. And it's been interesting. I get to meet most people on the island, chat with them, and then there's being able to get my hands on just about any book I want. Maddie's eyes blazed with excitement. It's important to do something that you enjoy, something that you can lose yourself in. It's what coding used to be like for him. And he'd found that same joy in paddling down the river, pointing out interesting features to his clients. They both grew quiet for a little while, sitting and drinking coffee while watching the other patrons. It's nice to have a conversation without being interrupted by a 7-year-old. Maddie smiled, and Jake noticed how relaxed she looked. He couldn't imagine how hard it was to be a single parent. In that case, we should do this again. Maybe dinner next time? I'll think about it. Her smile made his heart stop before it took off beating like a rush song. You'll have to see me again sometime soon, he started. Maddie looked at him wide-eyed. You still have my favorite sweater, he said, thankful that his voice sounded more confident than he felt. Chapter 7. How's my favorite tenant this morning? Miss Doris pulled out the second chair of the small corner table in the roasted bean. Jake folded the local newspaper and closed the ballpoint pen he'd borrowed from Mitch, the owner of the shop. Doing well. I'll bring the rent check by this evening if that's okay. It was due today, but by waiting to deliver it after the banks closed, Jake was hoping to buy himself a few extra days to come up with the money and not get hit with an overdraft fee. I told you, there's no rush. I'm happy the place doesn't sit empty, and you've done a great job caring for it. Pay me when you can, but don't you dare skip on anything else, like a hearty breakfast." She motioned for Vanessa, the barista with the spiky green hair, to come over. "What can I get you, Miss Doris?" the young woman asked. "2 fried eggs, toast, and a double order of bacon for my young friend, here," she said. "You don't have to order me breakfast." "I'm not that hungry," Jake said. His growling stomach belied his words, making Miss Doris laugh. "I know I don't have to, but I want to. How long have we known each other now? I figured you would have picked up on the fact that I like feeding people. It's my love language." Jake had noticed. He'd never met anyone who cooked and baked as much as Miss Doris did, and everything he'd tasted had been delicious. Not even his mother's housekeeper spent as much time in the kitchen. "In that case, I'll accept, but you'll have to let me pay you back for the kindness." "Is there something I can help you with around the house?" he asked. "Nothing I can think of off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's something that needs fixing. Why don't you come by tomorrow? I'll make us a pot of potato soup for lunch." "I can't. Maddie is coming over. I promised to show her your dad's canoe." Jake hated to disappoint Miss Doris after her kind gesture. "That's wonderful. I'm glad you are spending time together." "I had a feeling that kayak trip was just the thing for Maddie," Miss Doris said distractedly. She glanced first at the door, then at the small gold wristwatch she always wore. "Waiting for someone?" he asked, wondering what Miss Doris had to do with Maddie ending up on his kayak tour. As far as he knew, the idea had been Steve and Dave's. "As a matter of fact, I am. I'm supposed to meet my friend, Mr. Griffin. We were going to get coffee and ride into Myrtle Beach to look at furniture." "I guess that means the two of you are getting serious," Jake teased. "Mr. Griffin needs a new living room set. The current one is quite worn. His wife did all the furnishing and decorating. The poor man was quite lost and asked for my help. How could I say no?" Miss Doris looked distressed, her eyes flying back to the door and the watch. "That is very kind of you. How late is Mr. Griffin?" 15 minutes. It's very unlike him." It didn't seem like much of a delay to Jake, but then he really didn't know the man. He hated seeing Miss Doris upset though. "Why don't we give him another 10 minutes, and if he's not here, I'll ride up to his house and see what the holdup is. Maybe he's having car trouble?" Jake reached over and patted the woman's hand. It was cold as ice. Miss Doris nodded thankfully. "Here's your breakfast, Jake." Mitch set a plate loaded with eggs, bacon, and toast in front of him. "Would you bring Miss Doris a cup of coffee?" Jake asked. Mitch nodded and was back with 2 cups moments later. He set them, along with cream and sugar, on the small table before pulling up a chair. "On the house. Waiting for Mr. Griffin?" "Yes, thank you." Her hands wrapped around the large white cup. Jake noticed how thin the skin looked. Her hands, more than anything, showed the woman's age. From the yearbooks he'd found in a box in the attic, he knew she was in her early 70s. It had surprised him. Even with the gray hair, she didn't look a day over 60, and didn't act like it either. The woman usually had more energy than he did. Today, it was mostly the nervous kind he felt coming off her in waves. "Do you have a cell phone?" "Maybe he tried to call," Jake said, his gaze moving to the door with hers every time it opened and closed. "I don't. My sons keep telling me I should get one." She looked at her watch again. "I'm sure Mr. Griffin would call the store if anything serious was keeping him away. He's probably just running late. You know how us guys are." Mitch smiled reassuringly. He rose when the phone behind the counter rang and shook his head at Doris before turning around to speak to the person on the other end. "Go ahead and eat. Your food is getting cold." Miss Doris added sugar and cream to her coffee and raised her cup to take a sip. He took her advice and dug in. The eggs were fluffy and the bacon crispy. "Was that the classified section you were looking through when I came in?" Miss Doris asked. It was. Business has slowed down. I'm looking for something to help pay the bills over the winter. I'll make sure you get your rent no matter what. Another strip of bacon found its way into his mouth. I'm not worried. You're a handy guy. Something will come up, and if I hear of anyone hiring, I'll let you know. I'd appreciate that. If all else fails, I'll move out. He'd rather live out of his Jeep than admit defeat and fall back on his old life. It'll just sit empty if you leave. I'd rather see it put to good use. And people love your tours. I've been telling Mr. Griffin we should go out next spring when the water warms back up. The door opened and the expression on Miss Doris's face changed. A big smile spread across her face, bringing out the laugh lines around her eyes. I'd be happy to take the two of you out anytime. Have fun furniture shopping, Jake said when she rose and excused herself. He finished his meal and dug back into the classifieds. It was time to step up his efforts to find something to do for the next few months. Mama, we have to go. I'm going to be late. Willow pulled on the sleeve of Maddie's favorite wool cardigan. It was finally chilly enough to bring her favorite cold weather clothes out. Are you sure you're going to be okay here, by yourself? Maddie asked Jane for the third time. I'll be fine. I can call Sophie if I have any questions, and I promise I'll call you if it gets too busy. This late in the year, I doubt we'll have more than a couple of people in the store at a time though. It'll be fine. Go have fun. And Willow, I want to hear all about art class when you get back. Jane smiled at her encouragingly from behind the counter. Maybe Simon's mom, who'd started working at the Book Nook after he and Sophie started dating, had a point. The store was empty, and it had been quiet for most of the morning. The cold weather kept the tourists away, and most locals were enjoying the last few sunny days outside. Let's go. We're gonna be late. Nora and Maggie are gonna be there. It's going to be so much fun. Willow took her hand and started pulling Maddie toward the door. Signing her daughter up for art classes at the community center had seemed like a great idea. Something to get Willow out of the house and give Maddie a few precious hours to herself on the weekend. Call me. I can be back in 10 minutes, tops. Maddie walked to her car and was making sure Willow was buckled when she realized she'd left Jake's sweatshirt sitting on the dryer. She'd promised to stop by while Willow was in class and take a look at the canoe he'd told her about. We have to go back upstairs? Willow wasn't happy but followed her to the apartment and back down to the car. 10 minutes later, Maddie pulled up to the community center. A sheet of paper was taped to the door. Class canceled today. Family emergency. Oh man, I was excited to do art. Now what are we going to do? Willow's bottom lip stuck out, her arms crossed in front of her. We could stop by Jake's house for a minute and give him his sweater back. That does not sound like fun. That sounds like an errand. Willow kicked a rock in the parking lot. He's been telling me about this old canoe he found under the house. He's fixing it up. Could be kind of cool to look at. Maddie opened the back door of the car. Okay. But only if we don't have to stay long. Willow climbed in and was buckled up by the time Maddie made it to the driver's seat. She pulled out her phone and messaged Jake about the change of plan. She hoped he didn't mind. They pulled up to an old house that looked like it had been built in the 40s. It was in the center of the island, not far from the boat landing where she'd met Jake for her tour. I promise we'll make this short and get back to the store to help Jane, Maddie said to reassure herself as much as her daughter. Jake came walking around the side of the house as he wiped his hands on a piece of cloth that had seen better days. His wide smile made her heart beat a little faster. You made it. I was in the back, applying another coat of paint to the canoe. It's nice to see you again, Willow. Can I see? Can I help? Willow took off in the direction Jake had come from, not looking anything like the little grump Maddie had left the community center with. Willow Marie Collins. Where are your manners? Maddie called after her. Thankfully, the stern tone did the job, and her daughter stopped. The last thing Maddie needed was for the energetic girl to knock the boat over or mess up wet paint. Sorry, Willow said ruefully, waiting by the side of the house for the two of them to catch up. Jake took the lead and pulled open the large gate that led to the backyard. There she is. A wood and canvas canoe sat propped up on several sawhorses. Cans of red paint were scattered across a worn picnic table. The yard was overgrown, but Maddie thought she could make out what remained of an old kitchen garden and several shrubs. Rose bushes in dire need of pruning lined the steps leading up to the back door. It's an old wood and canvas canoe from the 20s. It belonged to Miss Doris's father. I wouldn't be surprised if he built it himself, Jake explained. Where did you find it? Willow asked, walking around the vessel, hands behind her back when Maddie reminded her not to touch. Under the house. It was in pretty rough shape, but I think with another coat of paint, she'll be ready to get back in the water. Jake picked up one of the brushes and went back to painting. Can I help? Willow asked. Why don't you watch Jake instead? Maddie walked up to her daughter and put an arm on her shoulder. The canoe looked beautiful. She didn't think Jake would want anyone else messing with his pet project. I would love some help. Let me grab you an old shirt, so you don't get paint on your clothes. Jake grinned and jogged up the steps and into the house. He returned a moment later, two large paint-stained flannel shirts in hand. You don't have to do this. She'll be fine watching, Maddie assured him. It would be fun. Are you up for painting? I have an extra shirt. He held one out to her. Willow was already pulling the second one over her head, not bothering to undo the buttons. Her face emerged with a big grin that stretched from ear to ear. Maddie shrugged and accepted the shirt. She hoped Jake didn't regret this. Where do you want me to start? She asked, picking up a brush. Jake pointed to one of the canvas areas before walking over to teach Willow how to apply the paint evenly. You're good at this. Have you been around kids a lot? She asked. Not really. I have a couple of little cousins up north, but we've never been close. He picked up his own brush and started applying the paint. He was much more efficient than she was. Oops, I touched the wood part, Willow said, taking a step back and dropping the hand holding the brush. Oh no. Maddie rushed to her side, picking up a rag on her way to the other side of the canoe. She tried her best to dab the bright paint off the hardwood. She got some of it off, but it wouldn't be perfect. Don't worry about it. I get paint splashes on there all the time. I'll sand it off when it dries. Jake's features were relaxed, he truly didn't mind the mess up and, overall, Willow was doing a respectable job. Maybe she underestimated what her daughter could do. Anybody else getting hungry? Jake dropped the last of the brushes into a jar of paint thinner. Maddie pulled her hair up into a ponytail. Between the extra shirt and the bright rays of sunshine, she'd gotten hot despite the cool temperature. Willow had small beads of sweat on the bridge of her nose, along with a small smear of red paint on her cheek. Lunch sounds great. Is there somewhere we can clean up? Maddie asked, all thoughts of making this a short visit gone. Bathroom is down the hall. First door on the left. Jake led the way into the small house and opened the door for them before stepping down the hall into what looked like a tiny kitchen. What can I do to help? Maddie asked when she walked back into the kitchen. The room was small and the counter space non-existent, but the place had a cozy feel to it with its mismatched furniture. Each chair was unique, and the table looked custom-made for the house. Maddie wondered if Miss Doris's father had crafted it himself. I think I have everything under control. Ham and cheese sandwiches with lettuce and tomato sound good? He asked. Perfect, Maddie said. I don't like ham. Or tomatoes. They're gross. Willow came skipping down the hallway and skidded to a halt in front of Jake and the open fridge. Do you like grilled cheese? Jake asked. Willow shook her head. Grilled cheese is fine, Maddie said as warmth crept onto her cheeks. I don't want grilled cheese or any sandwich. I want Dino nuggets. Willow flopped down on one of the chairs, causing it to creak dangerously. Let me see what I can come up with. Jake dug around his fridge and freezer. He pulled out a bag of frozen chicken tenders and pulled 4 of them out. That's just chicken. Willow eyed the frozen meat suspiciously. Have you ever made chicken nuggets? Instead of buying them at the store? Jake asked, pulling his phone from his pocket after he submerged the tenders in warm water. Have we? Willow asked, looking confused. We haven't. Maddie looked over Jake's shoulder at the recipe for baked chicken nuggets he'd pulled up. It didn't look terribly complicated. He dug through the 2 small cabinets in his kitchen and came back with breadcrumbs, seasonings, and 2 small bowls. A trip to the fridge resulted in an egg and some half and half. She guessed it was to replace the milk the recipe called for. By the time the breading station was set up, the chicken had thawed, and they all got to work assembling homemade chicken nuggets. Great job, everyone. Now, all we have to do is bake them. Anyone up for a quick game of Go Fish while we wait for those nuggets? Jake shoved the baking sheet into the preheated oven. They managed to play 2 rounds before the oven timer went off. It was surprisingly fun, despite Willow's confusion about spades and clubs. She couldn't remember their names, so she called them leaves and clovers. I forgot about the sandwiches. Jake jumped up, bustling around the kitchen like a madman, so Maddie put away the cards and set the table. Maddie was impressed by the toasted sourdough bread, smoked Gouda, and spring greens that accompanied the thick slices of ham. She'd be happy to eat this for lunch or even dinner anytime. This is so good. But not as good as Jake's nuggets. Willow dipped the last one in ketchup and popped it in her mouth. Maddie grinned at the pleased expression on Jake's face. He'd done good, and she was secretly impressed by the effort he'd gone through to serve them lunch. Maddie made a mental note to return the favor soon by cooking him dinner. Chapter 8. We could play Go Fish like we did at Jake's house, Maddie offered. Anything to get Willow out of this mood and keep her from running all over their small apartment. I don't want to play another stupid game. I want to go somewhere. Willow climbed on the couch, ran across it, and jumped to the oversized chair. The weather had turned for the worse in the week since they'd had lunch at Jake's place. The 2 of them had spent most of their time either at the store or at home. The park was out of the question in pouring rain, and at this point, taking Willow down to the book nook would end in disaster. It's raining too much to go anywhere, plus it's starting to get dark outside. Why don't you go read a book? She bumped into the ottoman Sophie had given her when she'd moved out. Days like today made her realize how much she missed having her friend live next door. Being able to share a meal and have someone to talk to at the drop of a hat was something she hadn't realized she'd miss until it was gone. Now, the 1-bedroom apartment next door stood empty and would likely stay that way over the winter. I don't want to read. I want to do something fun. Willow plopped down on the couch and pulled one of the throws over her head. Sighing, Maddie pulled out her trump card. Do you want to watch a movie? The Emperor's New Groove? Willow threw off the blanket and bounced on the couch. Maddie wasn't sure why her daughter loved the old movie so much, but if it would buy her an hour and a half of relative calm and quiet, she'd take it. The film had barely started, the Emperor was not yet turned into a llama, when the phone rang. Maddie glanced at the display and groaned. Her mother. So much for peace and quiet. Hi, Mom. I'm glad I finally caught you. I left a message a couple of days ago. I hope you and Willow are doing okay. Her mother sounded annoyed, which was about par for the course and the reason Maddie had texted her instead of returning the call. We're fine. It's been a busy couple of days. Between the time difference and her mother's late work hours, texting was easier than figuring out a good time to call. I'm glad. I take it that means you still have your job? I do. And I have a bit of news. I'm thinking of buying a house down here. Put down some permanent roots. Something with enough extra space that you could come for a visit. Maddie poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down at the kitchen table. Is that something you can afford by yourself? Her mother sounded surprised. I've run some numbers and met with someone at the bank. So far, it's looking good. It actually won't cost us much more than rent. And it would be nice to have a yard for Willow to play in. That would be great. You loved that swing set at our old house. Her mother sighed. We'll see how it goes. Nothing's set in stone yet. I barely started looking, but I'll keep you in the loop. With a little luck, she hoped they'd be in a house before Christmas, but it was much too soon to share that with her mother. I'll say one thing. Make sure you have extra money set aside, and don't overextend yourself. There's a lot more to affording a house than the mortgage. There's tax and insurance, and... Mom, I've done my homework. I've gone over everything and have a pretty good idea of what I can afford. Mr. Kelly at the bank had been helpful there as well, running numbers for her. What about repairs? Things always break at the worst possible moment. You've got to be ready for that. When the furnace broke, it was the last straw for your dad and me. The older woman sounded defeated. The loss of Maddie's childhood home still haunted her. Not that Maddie could blame her. The stress of it all had meant an end to her marriage, as well. While her father had recovered, found a new wife, and was living in a beautiful craftsman-style home in Florida these days, her mother was stuck in her small Kansas City apartment. I promise I'll be responsible. I have some savings. Much of it would cover the down payment Mr. Kelly had recommended she'd pay. I hope you do. Don't go into this lightly. I'm happy for the two of you, her mother added after a short pause. By the time Maddie got off the phone and joined Willow on the couch, the movie was more than halfway done. She snuggled her daughter, half watching the movie, half thinking about ways to cut their spending. Maybe building up a little extra cushion for a rainy day wasn't such a bad idea. She could spend less on takeout and maybe even talk to Sophie about extra hours around the holidays if business picked back up again. I'll be right back, she murmured, before heading to the kitchen to grab a pen and notebook. Hurry, Mom. You're missing the best part, Willow called. Maddie grabbed a box of cookies before joining her daughter on the couch. They both munched on the vanilla wafers while Maddie came up with a household budget and Willow watched the rest of the movie. If they cut back, she should be able to put aside an extra $200 per month. Combined with what she had saved, and assuming she could pick up a few extra hours per week from now until Christmas, it should be enough to cover moving expenses and any unexpected repairs. Plus, there was insurance for anything big like a tree falling on the roof, Maddie reminded herself. The ending credits of the movie were running when her phone buzzed yet again. Who's that? Willow asked. Jake. Why don't you go pack your book bag and get into your pajamas, Maddie said, trying to buy a few more minutes of quiet. Do you have to talk to him? Willow asked, looking disappointed. Where had that come from? She thought her daughter liked him. Can we watch another movie? Yes, and maybe, but not until you're ready for bed. And that includes brushing your teeth, she called after her daughter who was running toward her room. Roof falling on your head yet? Jake asked when she accepted the call. It is. Willow has been climbing the walls. How'd you guess? Maddie's mood lifted instantly, her smile seeping into her voice. It's been driving me bonkers, and she seems to like it outside as much as I do, Jake said. The door creaked open and the sound of rain hitting the metal roof came through loud and clear. He must have stepped out on the small covered porch in the front of the house. That she does. Maddie curled up on the couch. Any luck with the house hunt? Not really. I haven't had a chance to meet with a realtor, Maddie said. If you're not too busy house shopping Thursday, I was wondering if you'd like to go to a photography exhibition with me. Do you remember Joshua from the beach? I do. He'd carried a camera with him, but by the time she'd joined their group it had been too dark for pictures. He spent all summer taking shots of the surfers. I saw a few of the pictures the other day. Should be a pretty good show. If you're into that kind of thing. Jake laughed nervously. That sounds like fun. It had been ages since she'd done anything cultural that didn't involve a children's museum. It's down in Charleston. We'd be gone for a couple of hours. Jake went quiet, an unspoken question hanging in the air. Let me see if Sophie and Simon can watch Willow for me, Maddie said. Maybe we could grab dinner after? The show opens at 5. Maybe something quick? I don't want to leave Willow all night, Maddie said. You're leaving me? Willow walked back into the living room, hair brushed and dressed in her light blue pajamas with hedgehogs dotted all across the fabric. They were her favorite and getting a little too small. Her ankles and wrists were sticking out. Of course I'm not leaving you. I'm thinking of asking Sophie and Simon to watch you for a couple of hours while Jake and I go to an art exhibit. Do you have to? Willow asked. It's no big deal if you can't make it. We can do something next weekend instead, Jake said. It's a grown-up thing. And you get to spend all afternoon and evening with Simon and Sophie. At their house? Maybe even a sleepover? Willow grinned from ear to ear. We'll see, Maddie said, suddenly looking forward to the coming week, despite the gloomy fall weather. Do I have to go to school today? I don't feel so good. Willow walked into the kitchen, holding her stomach. Maddie put her hand on her daughter's forehead. No fever. That was a relief. Let's get some breakfast in you and see if that makes you feel better. Willow ate a bowl of cereal and kept it down. Another good sign. Her eyes weren't glassy, and aside from not being her usual chipper self, her daughter seemed fine. What's going on at school today? Maddie asked. Stupid stuff. Willow slurped the last of the milk in her bowl. What kind of stupid stuff? Just stupid stuff, okay? If you let me stay with you, I'll help in the store and I'll read lots of books. Willow got up, rinsed her bowl and put it in the dishwasher. Without Maddie having to remind her. That was a first. Is someone at school being mean to you? Not really. Willow sat back down at the table. What happened yesterday? Maddie sat down across from her daughter, coffee cup in hand. There's this stupid thing where dads are coming in and telling us about their jobs. Jimmy said I would get an F because I didn't have a daddy. I told him I did too. It's just that my daddy is in heaven. Tears pooled in the corners of Willow's eyes. He is. And he had a very important job. The most important one. Keeping us all safe. Maddie reached over and took the little girl's hand. Her heart broke that Willow had to deal with stuff like this. What did Mrs. Smith say? She wasn't there. We were at lunch. Do you really think Mrs. Smith is going to give you an F? Maddie said. She wondered why the teacher hadn't contacted her about this bring your father to school thing. No. She said I was going to sit this one out. Willow's shoulders slumped. And that didn't make you feel good either, did it? Why didn't you say something? They could have found someone to stand in for Andrew. This wasn't the first time this had come up. For the first few years they'd had William. Andrew's team leader had been around to help in any way he could. And Grandpa Joe had been more than happy to come down whenever they needed him. I don't know. Willow curled up into a little ball on the chair. Did you think it was going to hurt my feelings? Maddie asked. Maybe. But really, it's stupid. Please, can I stay with you today? Willow's lip quivered. Maddie wasn't sure what the right call was. On the one hand, she didn't want her daughter to miss any more school than necessary. On the other hand, she doubted they'd learn much from a parade of dads talking about their professions. You can stay if you promise to read at least 3 chapters. And we'll have to work at the store for most of the day. You're good with that? Willow instantly transformed back into the confident and happy child Maddie knew, reassuring her that she'd make the right call. School was important, but so was the mental health and well-being of her daughter. Chapter 9. We got here pretty early. Would you like to walk down to the water? Jake asked, opening the Jeep door and holding a hand out to Maddie. They'd gotten lucky and found parking less than a block away from the gallery. It was located on the south end of the peninsula that made up much of downtown Charleston. Sure. A walk sounds nice. She stepped out of the vehicle and onto the cobblestone road. The sun was low in the sky, bathing the colonial-style houses and palmetto trees in a golden light. They walked past wrought iron gates that gave them a glimpse into luscious private courtyards. A horse-drawn carriage clattered past them. The couple in the back looked cozy under warm blankets, and Jake made a mental note to take Maddie on a ride after dinner. Do you come down here much? Jake asked as they walked past lit shop windows. He noticed how her gaze wandered the display of white china with delicate blue flowers painted around the rim of the cups and plates. This is my first time. I went to Fort Sumter with Willow for a field trip, but never made it down here. I had no idea this town was so quaint or had so many cute shops. Her eyes were bright, her cheeks rosy from the walk in the brisk air. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. Jake took off his jacket and draped it around her shoulders. The cardigan she wore over her black wrap dress that hugged her curves couldn't do much against the breeze coming off the ocean. Thank you. That's the second time you've saved me from hypothermia, Maddie said, a smile playing around her lips. I know. I'm going to have to start carrying an extra sweater around. He put his hands in his pockets as they continued their walk. By the time they made it to the Battery, he wished he'd worn a sweater under his sports jacket instead of the black shirt and tie he'd chosen. At the time, it had seemed like appropriate apparel for an evening at an art gallery. We should head over there, Jake said, glancing at his watch. We lost track of time. Maddie looked stunned. It had taken him by surprise too. Time flew when you were having fun. They strolled next door and entered a crowded gallery. You came. Joshua walked over the moment he spotted them. This is a nice turnout. Jake looked around. Huge prints of Joshua's pictures hung on the walls at the perimeter of the room. A few of the largest were suspended from the ceiling in the center of the space, including Jake's favorite. The shot captured the color of the ocean perfectly. A lone surfer rode one of the larger waves that crashed onto the shore. The wall of water was high and lit from behind by the sun. If you looked closely enough, you could make out a school of fish off to the side. It is better than expected. Mostly media and collectors. It's nice to see a couple of friendly faces, Joshua said softly. White wine, a waiter in tails and a black bow tie asked, holding up a tray filled with glasses. Jake declined. I'm driving. Joshua picked up 2 glasses and handed one to Maddie before she could do the same. I need someone to toast with me. Let's hope this won't be a total disaster. Oh darling, there's no need to worry about that. A tall blonde wearing entirely too much makeup and perfume, she was practically ensconced in a cloud of fragrance thick enough to make Jake choke, walked up and put her arm in Joshua's. This is Trish Melrose, the gallery owner. Joshua introduced them before drinking half of his wine. Looks like a great turnout, Jake said. It earned him a large smile from Trish's brightly colored lips and a flutter of fake eyelashes. Everything about the woman was fake, from her smile to her cleavage. As fake as the woman he thought he'd marry. Jake shook his head, clearing it of all thoughts of Amber. Everyone loves Joshua's art. It's so raw and powerful. Your friends won't mind if I steal you for a minute. There's someone I want you to meet. Trish waved at them and pulled Joshua with her in the direction of an older couple dressed to the nines. Jake recognized the look. They had more money than they knew what to do with. Good for Josh, he said under his breath. What did you say? Maddie took a small sip of the wine. From the look on her face, it was far from her favorite. Here. Let me get rid of that for you. He took the glass and set it on the tray of yet another waiter walking past them before taking her hand and heading for the centerpiece. Do you know where this was taken? Maddie asked. She seemed as captivated by the image as he was. South of the island, in the private community down there, I think. He couldn't be sure of it, but it was a spot the surfers in town mentioned frequently. As far as Jake could tell, it was the only local spot capable of waves like the one depicted. And then, only when a storm pushed the water up toward the shore, often days ahead of any bad weather felt on the coast. You can feel the raw power. It's hard to put into words. Maddie stood in front of the image, ignoring the crowd gathering around them, losing herself in the picture. And Jake watched her, fascinated by the changing expressions on her face. What looks good? Jake asked when they were seated in the corner booth of Maison de Jacques. Maddie took an instant liking to the French restaurant. It was small, intimate, and decorated with hand-colored tiles and old china, giving it a country look so different from what she'd expected. Honestly, almost everything. I'm not a fan of escargot, but the coco vin sounds amazing. And look. There's a cheese plate on the dessert menu. And macarons. I'm partial to beef bourguignon, Jake said. It was what he requested when the server approached their table to take their order. I will take the coco vin, please. We're in a bit of a rush to get back, Maddie added after a glance at her phone. No messages from Sophie, but it was getting late, and Willow had school in the morning. The sun had started to set before they made it to the restaurant. I'll get it out to you as quickly as possible. Can I interest you in a glass of French wine? The server held the smaller wine card back out to them. They both declined, opting for water with their meal instead. The man was back with a basket of warm bread and herb butter a few minutes later. Do you mind? Maddie asked. Her stomach growled when the scent of the freshly baked bread hit her. Of course, all the amazing smells from the food that surrounded them didn't help either. Please, go ahead. It's been a while since I've had something other than Wonder Bread, Maddie admitted. It was Willow's favorite. Jake grinned. You had sourdough at my place. He slathered a generous amount of butter on a piece of bread and took a bite. True. But this is something on an entirely different level. You can't get this on the island. She was thinking maybe they should have skipped the entree and stuck with bread, butter, and that cheese platter. This isn't the first time you've had good French bread? Jake looked at her, his butter knife poised midair. No. There was this little neighborhood bakery back where I grew up. The owners were from France. I don't know what they did, but it was at least this good. Everyone around said their bread was as good as anything you could get in Paris. Maddie hadn't thought of Jean and Claudette's shop in years, but this brought back memories. Where was that? He asked. The knife hadn't moved, and his eyes didn't leave hers. Kansas City. Not the most glamorous place to grow up, but it had been home. Kansas or Missouri? Missouri. Not too many people bothered to ask, assuming she was from Kansas. Their food arrived and Maddie had to hold back a moan. Never mind being full from the bread. The chicken and root vegetables, simmered in a rich broth enhanced with red wine, were tender and full of flavor. How's your food? Jake asked, popping another bite of beef into his mouth. He looked like a happy camper. As much as someone could look that way in a French restaurant in the middle of the Low Country. It's the most amazing chicken I've ever tasted. You have to try this. Without thinking, she offered him the bite on her fork. He took the utensil, slid the chicken and carrot onto his plate, then speared a chunk of his beef with the tines before returning her piece of cutlery. Try this, he said before tasting the chicken. Both dishes were equally delicious, and they spent the next few minutes in silence, giving all their attention to the food in front of them. The rest of the meal went by in a flash of good food and even better conversation. Spending time with Jake was easy. Natural. like they'd known each other forever. At the same time, she continued to be surprised by him. His affinity for numbers and literature, nature and logic. He was a complex man whom you couldn't stuff into a box. In other words, he was interesting, and she enjoyed getting to know him better each time they met. "Can I get you something for dessert?" "Some coffee, perhaps?" the server asked when he came to clear their plates. "Coffee sounds lovely." Maddie looked up at Jake to gauge his interest. "Café au lait?" Jake asked. When Maddie nodded, he ordered the coffee along with both the cheese plate and an assortment of macarons. "You didn't have to do that," Maddie said when the server left, secretly pleased even though she was more than full from the delicious main course. Before Jake could respond, her phone buzzed. Maddie glanced at the display. "It's Sophie," she explained before excusing herself. "I am so sorry to disrupt your date," Sophie said, an urgent tone to her voice. "Don't worry about it." "What's wrong? Did something happen to Willow?" Maddie held her breath, fearing the worst. "She's fine. It's Simon's grandmother. She fell stepping out of the shower. The ambulance just left. They think she broke her hip." Sophie's words came fast. "Is Simon with her?" "Yes. I'm sure everything will be fine, and it'll probably take a while before we'll hear anything. But you want to be with Simon?" "We'll be there as soon as we can." "Are you still at your house?" Maddie calculated how long it would take them to get out of this place and drive back up to Palmar Island. Close to 2 hours was her best guess. "We're at my house, but I can take Willow over to your place and get her ready for bed. She's a little freaked out by everything." Sophie's tone was back to being apologetic. "She'll be fine," Maddie assured her friend. "Let me talk to her for a minute." "Hi, Mama. How was the art thing?" Willow asked, sounding surprisingly calm. "It was nice. We're heading back right now, and I should be home in 2 hours. Are you doing okay?" "I'm fine. Poor Miss Wendy though. She's hurting a lot. The ambulance guy said they would give her some medicine to make it stop. Do you think we can go see her at the hospital tomorrow? I could draw her a Get Better card. I'm sure Miss Wendy would love that. For now, I need you to be good and listen to Sophie. This is pretty hard for her. She loves Miss Wendy even more than we do. Give her a big hug from me and then get ready for bed when you get home. Can you do that for me?" "Of course. I'm 7. I can get ready by myself. Maybe even stay home alone until you get here." There was a small quiver in Willow's voice at the last statement. Her daughter was trying to put on a brave face. "Sophie doesn't mind staying with you, and Jake will get us back as fast as he can. Tell Sophie I'll text her from the road and give her a big hug from me." By the time Maddie made it back to their table, the server was busy packing everything, including half a loaf of the French bread, into to-go containers. "I'm guessing that wasn't good news." "We can leave as soon as I pay the bill." Jake didn't ask questions, instead he handed his credit card to the server. "Miss Wendy fell. She's on her way to the hospital. I'm meeting Sophie at my place. I'm so sorry to cut this lovely evening short." "Don't worry about it. I'm glad Willow is okay." He smiled at her, echoing her relief that her daughter was fine. "I'm sorry, sir, but this card was declined. Would you like me to try a different one?" The server held the dark leather envelope that held Jake's card out to him. "This is a mistake. I checked my balance this morning, and it worked fine earlier. I should have close to $3,000 to work with. Do you mind running it again?" The smile was gone from his face, and the skin around the collar of his shirt turned red. Jake adjusted his tie. "I did. It was declined both times." The server's expression was blank, but he avoided eye contact with either of them. His hand still held the card out to Jake. Jake took it and pulled his wallet from his jacket. He dug around in it. Aside from a $20 bill and a stack of receipts, the only other items it held were his driver's license and a library card. Here, use this. Maddie pulled her debit card out of her phone case. It would eat into the money she was getting ready to transfer to savings, but it was worth it to get them out the door faster. I'll pay you back, Jake said when the server left. The embarrassment was obvious on his face. Don't worry about it. She shrugged into her cardigan and was ready to leave the moment her card came back. Getting back home to Willow was her priority. She'd worry about savings and houses and what was going on with Jake later. Chapter 10. Could I get some help over here? A young mother with a toddler was standing in front of the large print selection of historical romances, trying hard to keep her daughter from pulling every single book off the shelves. I'll be right with you, Maddie called before returning her attention to the customer in front of her. Could you wrap it? It's a birthday gift for my mother-in-law. The young man in front of her smiled and ignored the line forming behind him. Why did business have to pick up today of all days? Maddie nodded and quickly wrapped the leather-bound notebook before adding a bow and tucking a blank flower print card under it before handing it back to the customer. Thankfully, things started to calm down slightly by the time her phone rang. Mrs. Collins? This is the school nurse. Willow isn't feeling well and is running a bit of a temperature. I think it would be best if you'd come get her. The door opened and two customers walked in. Maddie recognized both women and watched them turn down the hall to the romance section. She couldn't ask them to leave. The delivery of their best-selling beach romances could be here any minute. If she was gone when the driver showed up, they'd get sent back and she had customers anxiously awaiting those books. Who could she call? I'm at work. Let me see what I can do. Maddie frantically flipped through her phone, trying to think of who to call. She couldn't close the store, and calling in backup was out of the question. Sophie and Jane were both at the hospital with Miss Wendy. Miss Doris might be willing to pick up Willow and bring her here. Maybe even watch her until Maddie could close. She dialed the number for Miss Doris's house, hoping the woman would be home. After several rings, the answering machine picked up. Maddie left a brief message and continued to scroll through her phone. Her fingers stopped when she saw Jake's number pop up. She hesitated. Was it too soon to call in a favor? Asking the guy you liked to pick up your sick child was a big ask. But then again, he owed her from dinner last night. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the button to make the call. Jake? If you're not busy right now, I have a favor to ask. Willow is sick and needs a ride home from school. I'm stuck at the shop. Palmar Elementary? I can be there in 10 minutes. Jake shuffled around, his voice muffled for a moment. Was he getting dressed? Are you sure you don't mind? She's running a fever and it could be contagious. As far as Maddie knew, the flu wasn't going around yet, but she had heard of several nasty stomach bugs making the rounds. Of course I don't mind. I'm healthy as a horse. A door slammed and shortly after, an engine roared to life. If you're sure you can bring her to the store, that would be great. Maddie breathed a sigh of relief before calling the school and arranging for the nurse to release Willow into Jake's custody. By the time Jake walked through the Book Nook's door, a white-faced Willow in tow, the store was empty. How are you, baby? Maddie rushed up to greet them, engulfing her daughter in a tight hug. She pressed her lips to the girl's forehead. Willow was burning up. I don't feel so good, Mama. Willow snuggled closer when Maddie tried to step back. She was pretty quiet on the ride over. Maddie finally looked up to thank the man who dropped everything to help her out. Jake wore a dress shirt and tie with his jeans, and his hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail, his face clean-shaven. Thank you for getting her. I can take it from here, she said, since he obviously had somewhere to be. Everyone else still at the hospital? Jake turned when the door opened. Mr. Griffin walked into the store, waved, and strolled over to the cookbook section. Yes, Jane and Sophie are there. They'll call as soon as Miss Wendy is out of surgery. The older woman had been in Maddie's thoughts all morning. I wish I could stay and take care of Willow, but there's somewhere I've got to be. Jake pulled his keys from his pocket and left after she assured him they'd be fine. Let's get you settled on the couch in the back for a bit. I'll run upstairs and get you something to make you feel better, Maddie said before assuring Mr. Griffin she would be with him in a moment. Jake smelled nice, Willow said as they made their way to the back room that served as their storage and shipping area. He did. It was the first time she'd smelled cologne on him. He had a folder on the dash. He put it away when I tried to look at it. I think it had his name on it. Willow didn't protest lying down on the couch or when Maddie tucked her in. Neither were good signs. Don't worry about Jake. I'm sure he'll tell us what his errand was about when he's ready. She handed her daughter her phone so she could watch cartoons and told her to call out if she needed anything. How can I help you, Mr. Griffin? Maddie approached the man, who looked a little lost, as he thumbed through an Instant Pot cookbook. Mrs. Williams, mentioned that she published a cookbook. I was hoping to find a copy. Do you carry it? The hopeful look in the man's eyes made Maddie smile. We do, but I think there's a misunderstanding. As far as I'm aware, Miss Doris hasn't published an entire cookbook of her own. She has a recipe in this book. Maddie pulled a copy of the National Apple Growers Association book off the shelf. I'm sure that's what she said, and I heard wrong. My hearing isn't as good as it used to be. The sweetest smile went across the old man's face when he took the book from her, flipping through the pages. It's the apple muffin one on page 35, Maddie said. The recipe was amazing, but no matter how hard she tried, it never came out as well as the ones Miss Doris had brought to the bookstore. Thank you. I think I'll have her sign this. She walked Mr. Griffin to the register and checked him out before returning to look in on Willow. Feeling any better? Maddie asked, handing her daughter a glass of water. My head hurts. And my tummy. Willow went green around her nose after the first gulp of water. Maddie grabbed a plastic trash can just in time to shove it under her daughter. Willow heaved and coughed until nothing was left but bile. Sorry, she said weakly. It's okay. We caught it all in here. I'm going to get rid of this and bring you a washcloth and some fresh water to rinse your mouth. Maddie rushed off and was back within moments. Willow was getting some of her color back and opened her eyes when Maddie wiped her face with the cool cloth. How about juice, crackers, and some medicine, she asked. Willow nodded weakly. I'll be right back. Maddie locked the store and rushed upstairs to grab a few things to make Willow more comfortable. Thankfully, no one was waiting at the door by the time she got back. Did you bring Rufus? Willow asked. Of course. And apple juice, crackers, and this. Maddie held out the bottle of liquid Tylenol. Willow made a face. Maddie opened the bottle to pour the correct dose when she realized it was all but empty. I guess I'll have to do without, Willow said, hugging her bear tight. You'll take what's in here, and I'll try to run out and get some more. You're running a fever. The bell rang as soon as Willow swallowed the teaspoon of pink liquid, and Maddie rushed to the front of the store. I got your message and thought I'd check in on you too. I'm so sorry I wasn't around. Maybe I should get one of those cell phones, Miss Doris said. That's okay. Jake picked her up for me. Oh, good. Is there anything you need? I can at least stay and keep Willow company until you close the store. Miss Doris put her purse on the counter and looked around. Willow's in the back. Actually, if you wouldn't mind running to the drugstore for me, we could use some children's Tylenol. What flavor? Miss Doris asked. When Maddie raised her eyebrows, she laughed. I keep some in the house for Sarah's little ones. Miss Doris's grandniece lived on the island and had lived with her before getting married. Bubblegum. I'll be back in a jiffy, Miss Doris promised, grabbing her purse and rushing out the door. You didn't have to stay and cook us dinner, Maddie said when she walked into the apartment 3 hours later. Of course I did. Willow is much more comfortable up here, and there was plenty of time to put on a pot of chicken noodle soup. I hope you don't mind, but I dug around the pantry and made some biscuits to go with the soup. And muffins. Willow walked into the kitchen, wearing pajamas and her bathrobe. Plain vanilla ones. Nothing that would upset her tummy, Miss Doris assured Maddie. And I could only have one. Miss Doris said maybe I can have another one after dinner if my tummy feels better. Willow sat down at the kitchen table, looking more like herself. She took a nice long nap on the couch while I cooked. If I had to guess, I'd say it's one of those 12-hour viruses. Charlie had it, and from what I hear, it's making the rounds at all the schools on the island. Miss Doris stirred the pot. You're probably right. What can I do to help? Maddie asked. Not a thing. Go wash up, and I'll have dinner on the table by the time you get back. Miss Doris shooed her out the door. The chicken noodle soup Miss Doris made from scratch was delicious. Maddie had noticed the woman carried a couple of bags of groceries when she returned to the shop and volunteered to take Willow to the apartment upstairs, but she'd figured it was Gatorade and crackers, maybe a little something for lunch. Not a whole chicken, root vegetables, and a bag of egg noodles from the look of it. You really didn't have to do this, Maddie said around a spoonful of the flavorful soup. It was no trouble, and chicken noodle soup is the best thing when you're under the weather. And we can't have you coming down with whatever this is. Miss Doris ladled herself a bowl and joined Maddie and Willow at the small kitchen table. Can I be excused? Willow asked the moment she swallowed the last bite of her soup, eager to get back to her cartoons. You may, if you thank Miss Doris for a lovely dinner and rinse your bowl in the sink. Willow did as asked and was gone. You are doing a wonderful job with her, Miss Doris said. It can't be easy all by yourself. When I was raising my boys, I had family close by. Jake mentioned he lives in the house you grew up in. Your parents were around when your children were little? Maddie asked. They were. And my mother would watch them if I had to run an errand. For a while there, it was impossible to go into a store with those two. You wouldn't think it when you see them today, but they were pretty rambunctious. I remember bringing them into the book nook to pick out a birthday gift. Poor Martha almost had a heart attack when they started pulling books from the shelves. I put a stop to it, but after that, I'd try to come in when I was by myself. Which didn't happen often, unless my dad took the boys fishing in the creek, because my husband was on the road a lot for business. Jake showed me the canoe he found under the house. Did he take them out in that? Maddie asked. He did. I am so glad Jake is bringing it back to life. My daddy would be so tickled to know someone else will take that old boat out fishing. Did you go out in it? Maddie still wasn't so sure about taking Jake up on the offer for a ride. Of course. Any chance I got. And as soon as it warms up, I'll be asking Jake for a ride. Miss Doris didn't have any objections to being on the water with nothing more than a bit of wood, stretched canvas, and several layers of paint between her and whatever awaited her in the marsh. You think it will be safe? Maddie asked. Of course. These types of canoes have been around for ages. And I'm sure Jake will test it before he takes anyone out in it. I'm not worried, and neither is Mr. Griffin. Miss Doris set her spoon into the empty bowl. So, you and Mr. Griffin. Maddie ate another spoonful of the delicious soup. We have been seeing quite a bit of each other. Warren and I went to school together. He was sweet on me, but when I met my Harry, that was it for me. Is it strange dating again? Maddie asked. You don't have to answer that. It is. Part of each of us is still married to our spouse. It's not easy opening our hearts to someone else. Maddie nodded. Jake was the first person she'd enjoyed spending time with. But making the leap to actually dating again was daunting. It feels like I'm unfaithful to Andrew's memory. And then there's Willow. Would Andrew want you to stay alone for the rest of your life? Miss Doris asked softly. He wouldn't. Maddie remembered a conversation the two of them had when he'd left on his first tour. Andrew had made her promise to find someone else and be happy if he didn't make it back. This was before they'd been married. Before Willow. But it didn't change the sentiment. Her husband had loved her and always had her and Willow's best interest at heart. Neither did my Harry. It took me a long time to realize that. Don't make the mistake I did. Jake is a good man. I hope he lands on his feet. Miss Doris got and washed her bowl. I won't, Maddie promised. It's time for me to head home. Call me if you need me to watch Willow tomorrow. Miss Doris picked up her purse and let herself out, leaving Maddie to think about the man who'd been popping up in her dreams. It wasn't until she got ready for bed that Maddie realized she'd left her phone down in the store. She was tempted to crawl into bed and call it a day, but what if there was news about Miss Wendy? Last she'd heard, the older woman had made it through surgery with flying colors and was resting as comfortably as could be expected. But that could change with someone her age. Maddie looked in on Willow and then rushed down to the store. Her cell phone was where she'd left it, plugged into the charger, behind the counter. Within minutes, she was back inside her warm apartment, Willow still sound asleep. Getting under the covers for warmth, Maddie turned on the display and scanned through the messages she'd missed. A brief one from Sophie that they were heading home for the night and several from Jake, the last one 2 hours ago. It didn't sound urgent, and chances were good he was already asleep, so Maddie decided whatever he had to tell her could wait and went to sleep, feeling as exhausted as Willow had looked this afternoon. Chapter 11. Jake breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Maddie's number pop up on his phone. I'm so sorry, I left my phone at the store yesterday, she explained when he picked up. Her voice sounded rough, like she'd just woken up. What's the big news you wanted to share? I had an interview at the hardware store. That's why I had to rush off. I've been looking for something since the touring business dies down over the winter. I didn't want to say anything before, but I got the job. I start today. That's great news. And you wanted to celebrate. Maddie sighed. It's no big deal. It's part-time and only until business picks back up in the spring. Something to do. And pay the bills. He'd also gone to the bank to replace his credit card after some jerk stole the number and charged tickets to Disneyland. It had happened the night he'd taken Maddie out to dinner, causing the account to get flagged for identity theft. Which meant Maddie had to foot the bill for their meal and he still owed her $112.47. Probably a good thing you didn't come over. I'm pretty sure I'm catching whatever Willow has. Hang on. A kettle whistled and then stopped. Maddie must be making tea. Is there anything I can get you? I can stop by on my lunch break and drop something off. Jake felt bad for thinking she'd blown him off purposefully. I'm fine. Miss Doris made a huge pot of chicken soup last night. It's probably going to last us for the week. Can I call you when we're better? Her voice got softer, raspier. Like it hurt to talk. Of course. Get some rest and text me if you need anything. Jake glanced at the clock. He'd have to get a move on or he'd be late for his first day on the job. Not the way to make a good impression. Working at Palmar's Hardware and Feed was about what he'd expected. Business was slow this time of year, and Jake learned that he was responsible for a little bit of everything. Within 30 minutes, Jake had the layout of the store memorized and was able to point customers in the right direction. How are you holding up? Getting a feel for the place? Kenny asked. I'm finding my way around. You've got everything pretty well organized. The store had a surprisingly large inventory and was kept spotless. 2 hours later, he had some ideas for improving the layout. If Kenny could get him numbers on the profitability of each item, Jake was pretty sure he could bump up profits to cover what the guy was paying him. Considering he'd been hired to sweep the store and restock the shelves, this probably wasn't something Jake should bring up on his first day. He was working the register when his phone rang. "Why don't you take your break, Jake?" Kenny said, walking behind the counter. Jake nodded and stepped out of the store to take the call. "Hi, Mom, this isn't a good time. I'm working." She didn't need to know he had taken a job at the local hardware store. Both his parents would be appalled at the idea of their son, the MIT graduate, doing something as demeaning as cutting lumber and selling roofing nails. "I was hoping to catch you at home. We haven't had a chance to have a long chat in a while." His mother sat down in the creaking rocking chair on the front porch of their New England lake house. "Isn't it a little cold for the porch this early in the morning?" Jake asked. This late in the fall, the temperatures barely reached the 40s. There was only one reason for her to brave the cold. She didn't want his father to overhear their conversation. "It's not bad, and the fresh air is nice. I read an article that recommended getting 10 minutes of sunlight in the morning. It helps reset your circadian rhythm." Her voice quivered slightly, and Jake could have sworn he heard her teeth chattering. "Mom, you need to go inside. Or at least grab a jacket. Even a blanket would do." He sat down at the picnic table out back and zipped up his sweater. "I'm fine. It's lovely up here. Why don't you come up for a visit? You missed the leaves turning, but there's a dark beauty about this place so late in the year. Very appropriate for the season." "I'm sure it is, but I have a business to run. I can't just pack up and leave." "Not even for a few days?" "I can send you a plane ticket. It would be nice to see you. Everyone misses you." "Mom, we talked about this. You know I can't, and I don't want you to pay for my ticket." "Jake, I'm serious this time. You need to come home. Even if it's only for a day or two." The tone of her voice changed. She sounded serious, the words coming faster. "Your grandfather isn't doing well. This might be your last chance to see him." "That bad?" The news took him by surprise. The old man was in his 90s, but tough as nails. Jake had been convinced he'd outlive them all. The doctor wanted him to go to the hospital for observation, but you know how big Jack is. Too stubborn to listen to medical advice. "His heart?" "They don't think so. He has a hard time catching his breath. He caught a cold back in September and never quite got over it." Jake bit out a laugh. There was no way his grandfather would let himself get hospitalized over a cold. "Son, this is no laughing matter. Promise me you'll at least think about it." "I'll see what I can do." He'd have to figure out a way to make it up there without dipping into the funds he'd sworn not to use. But plane tickets were expensive. For a brief second, he wondered if Maddie and Willow would be interested in a road trip up north. Willow had mentioned she'd never seen snow. "I thought you could use some company and ice cream," Jake said when Maddie opened the door. She looked tired but, thankfully, not as sick as he'd feared. "That's sweet of you. I'm starting to feel better. Come on in if you want to risk it." She closed the door and led the way to the small kitchen. Jake set the 2 containers of ice cream on the counter, rubbing his hands to warm them. "I rented a movie if you're up for watching something." Pride and Prejudice. He remembered she liked Jane Austen, and it had seemed the appropriate choice out of the meager collection of DVDs available at Palmar Island's grocery store. "Which version?" Maddie's eyes lit up with excitement, all signs of tiredness gone from her face. "I'm not sure." He pulled the DVD from his pocket, looking for a hint on the cover. Maddie pulled the case from his hand and walked into the adjacent living room, Jake trailing behind. "Good choice. The Keira Knightley and Matthew McFadden adaptation. It's my second favorite." "Which one is your favorite?" Jake asked. He didn't realize there were multiple versions of the movie. Not that it was much of a surprise. Redoing movies seemed to be what Hollywood did best these days. "Colin Firth will always be my Mr. Darcy." Maddie keeled in front of the TV, inserting the disc into the DVD player, leaving Jake confused. Who was Colin and who was Mr. Darcy? Are we watching a movie? Willow ran into the living room, coming to a sudden stop at the sight of Jake standing by the couch. We are. And guess what? Jake brought ice cream. Let's go fix some bowls and then we'll watch the movie. Jake brought Pride and Prejudice with Keira Knightley. Maddie's voice was full of excitement, washing the doubt about showing up on her doorstep away. We watched that last week, Willow pouted as she walked into the kitchen with them. Maddie pulled 3 bowls from one of her cabinets and dipped an ice cream scoop in a cup of hot water. Chocolate, vanilla, or both? Both. Jake watched her fill his bowl before pulling a bottle of whipped cream from the fridge and adding a large swirl to the top. Is this store brand? Willow said, eyeing the cartoon suspiciously. It is. Jake had picked the 2 least expensive cartons. It would be a while before his first paycheck from the hardware store would come in. I don't like those. She walked out of the kitchen. Willow, get back here. Maddie's tone was stern, the joy in it from a few minutes ago gone. I don't feel like ice cream. Can I be excused? The way Willow's eyes danced from her mother to the bowl in Jake's hand told a different story. Not even with whipped cream and chocolate syrup on top? Maddie held up a bottle of Hershey's and at his nod, drizzled a generous helping over his ice cream. Willow swallowed hard and shook her head. Suit yourself. Are you watching the movie? Maddie scooped herself mostly chocolate ice cream with a little vanilla on top, before topping everything with plenty of whipped cream and chocolate. We can watch something else, Jake offered when Willow shook her head. We're watching Pride and Prejudice. Willow, you're welcome to join us. Otherwise, you can go read in your room. After you get ready for bed. Maddie's voice was firm. I'd rather read. Turning her back on them, Willow strolled down the hallway and into her room. I'll be right back. You can start the movie. I've seen it a few times. Maddie set down her bowl and went after her daughter. I'll wait. Jake walked into the living room, eating ice cream and scanning the walls. Several pictures of a handsome young man in uniform were displayed on the side table and bookshelves. Maddie's husband, Sergeant Andrew Collins. Jake had dug up a little info on the man who'd died in action overseas 6 years ago. He'd seemed like a good guy. What's going on? Maddie asked softly, her voice barely carrying into the living room. I don't like him here, Willow said. Besides, we were supposed to. Her voice became softer, and Jake could no longer make out any of the conversation. He got comfortable on the couch and ate his ice cream. Everything okay? He asked when Maddie returned a few minutes later, closing the door to Willow's room behind her. She's fine. Let me get my ice cream before it melts, she said before joining him on the couch and starting the movie. Jake didn't want to pry, and it was obvious that Willow wasn't happy about his presence. At least Maddie seemed to enjoy the company and the movie he'd picked. He still didn't understand the Colin Firth reference. What did you think? Maddie asked when the end credits started rolling. Sometime during the film, she'd curled into his side, and he'd wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Her head now rested on his. It was good. I'll have to pick up a copy of the book. If he was honest, his favorite part had been watching Maddie's reactions. Her face had been unguarded, so unlike her normal state, it had given him a glimpse into her emotions. Here, you can borrow this one. She jumped up, leaving his side feeling cold and empty. Maddie pulled a paperback from one of her bookshelves and handed it to him. It was a well-worn copy of the famous Austen novel, with several stains and bent corners. Thank you. I'll get this back to you. He glanced at his phone. You're leaving? Her tone was soft and neutral, her expression guarded again. Jake wasn't sure if her question meant she wanted him to stay longer. I better. I have work in the morning, he said reluctantly. I do too. Maddie wrapped her arms around herself. He wondered if she felt the chill and lack of contact as much as he had. "I'll walk you out." He glanced down the hallway. The door to Willow's room was still closed, a line of light shining through below the door. "Tell Willow I said goodbye and sorry about the ice cream. Don't worry about it. She usually eats anything frozen like that. I don't know what's up with her tonight." Maddie rolled her eyes and opened the door of the apartment, then pulled it behind her until it was barely cracked after they both stepped out onto the landing. "This was nice," he said, his eyes connecting with hers. It was. Her breath came fast as she took a step to close the small distance between them. Jake pulled her close, his hand cupping the back of her head. All he could see were her lush lips. Her warm scent engulfed him, shutting out the rest of the world. It was him and her, and he was finally going to kiss her. "Mom, where are you?" The door swung open, bathing the landing in bright light. Maddie stepped out of his embrace, shaking her head. "I'm right here." Seeing Jake out. "I'd better go." Jake heard his voice break and cleared his throat. He raised his hand in farewell before dashing down the stairs. The cold fall air helped clear his head but did little to cool his blood or reduce the impact of the kiss that almost was. He wasn't mad at Willow, but man, did she have bad timing. If the girl had stayed in her room another minute, or 5, he finally would have tasted those lips he'd been thinking about nonstop for days. The way to Maddie's heart was through her daughter, Jake realized. And he'd have to find a way to win the young girl's affection. Chapter 12. "Mama, wake up, I'm hungry." Maddie's head felt like it was going to split open when her daughter came bouncing into her bed. "Easy there, Buttercup. I'm not feeling all that great. How are you?" Her hand went to Willow's forehead. It was warm from sleep, but she didn't feel feverish. "I'm starving. Can we have some cereal?" Willow jumped off the bed and ran out of the room. "Sure, give me a minute." Taking a quick inventory of her symptoms, headache, sore throat, stuffy nose, Maddie decided she was well enough to make coffee and get Willow to school. "I want frosted flakes." Willow got her own bowl and waited for Maddie to hand her the box with the cartoon tiger and pour the milk. "Are you feeling better than yesterday?" Maddie asked. Willow looked fine and had slept well through the night. Maddie, on the other hand, had been restless, tossing and turning, unable to get comfortable until the early morning hours. "Lots. Can we leave early? I want to tell Emily about the book I read yesterday when you were watching that movie. It had mermaids and fairies." Willow put a large spoon of the sugary flakes into her mouth. She really was hungry this morning. That and her excitement about going back to school had to be a good sign. "We can. But I think we should talk about last night. You weren't very polite to Jake." "What was really going on?" Maddie poured a cup of coffee and sat down across from her daughter. "I don't like having him here. It feels wrong." Willow's gaze went to one of the framed pictures of Andrew, her spoon held in midair. "How does it feel wrong?" Maddie asked. "I don't know. I guess I don't like that you spend all this time with him. We were supposed to make cookies last night, and you promised you'd read another chapter of Narnia to me." Willow looked sad. "I promise we'll read after school. And make those sugar cookies." Maddie felt guilty that she'd forgotten about their plans the moment Jake knocked on the door. And it wasn't fair to Willow to change plans at the last minute. "Okay." Willow crammed the last of the cereal into her mouth and slurped the milk from her bowl. All worry and concern were gone from the little girl's face by the time they walked out the door and down to the bus stop. The fresh air and the aspirin she had taken before heading downstairs to the book nook helped. Maddie was feeling slightly less fuzzy and ready for a day at the shop. "You look awful," Sophie said the moment Maddie walked in the door. "I didn't sleep much," Maddie admitted. "I think it's a little more than that. You're pale. Do you feel like you're coming down with something?" Sophie's eyes were full of concern. Sit down, and I'll bring you some tea. I'm fine, Maddie insisted, taking her jacket off and hanging it in the coat closet behind the counter. Sit. Sophie called over her shoulder as she walked into the kitchen and filled a kettle with water. I'm sitting. Maddie looked up and faced her friend's stern look. She was sitting behind the counter, updating inventory and checking on their shipments for the week. The historical romance section was looking a little thin, and there were several new holiday novels customers had been asking for repeatedly. Work can wait. It's Monday. It'll be slow. Come over here and relax for a minute. Sophie set 2 cups of tea on the coffee table in the main reading nook. Maddie made her way over and curled up in one of the oversized chairs. The herbal tea with honey smelled amazing and felt even better on her sore throat. Thanks, I didn't realize I needed this. Good. I'm guessing Willow is doing better? Sophie had been almost as concerned as her when Willow had insisted on staying home from school. She is as fit as a fiddle, and I felt fine last night. Not great, but not sick either. Jake stopped by with ice cream. That helped. Oh, did he, now? I'm guessing he stayed to have some of it. Sophie smiled over her own cup of tea. He did. We had ice cream and watched Pride and Prejudice. Maddie didn't try to hide her own smile at the memory of the evening. Being curled up next to Jake had been nice. Colin Firth? Keira Knightley. Oh, I bet Willow loved that. I don't get why that's her favorite version though. Sophie had watched plenty of movies with the two of them before she married Simon. Movie night at Maddie's house with popcorn and Dino nuggets had been a regular occurrence while they'd been neighbors. She didn't want to watch it. Or eat ice cream, Maddie admitted. That doesn't sound good. I thought she liked Jake. She told me about the canoe and the chicken nuggets he made. She seemed pretty impressed. I think she's jealous. We'd made plans, and when Jake showed up, I kind of forgot all about that. I'm sure it's not easy for her. Seeing you with a guy and all that. Sophie leaned back and took another sip of her tea. It isn't. Maybe it's too soon. Deep in her heart, she still loved Andrew, and no matter what Miss Doris said and what she might convince herself her husband would want for her, dating Jake was strange. It's been 6 years. Maybe Willow just needs to warm up to the idea. Sophie finished her cup and got up to work on restocking their pen notebook section. Maybe. Or maybe dating wasn't such a good idea right now. She was ready to buy a house and create a home for herself and Willow. A man would complicate things. Especially someone like Jake, who seemed perpetually broke. Maddie didn't realize she'd dozed off until Sophie woke her and insisted she go home to get some rest. It took every ounce of willpower to make it up the stairs. She crawled into bed and was asleep before her head hit the pillow. Jake Hartwell? The voice on the other end of the line sounded anxious. This is he. Jake had been surprised to see Willow's school's number displayed on his screen. We have you listed as one of the emergency contacts for Willow Collins. She is unable to ride the bus home today and will need to be picked up. Dismissal starts in 15 minutes. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. Jake was too surprised to question the secretary. Of course. I'll be there as soon as possible. Thankfully, he wasn't scheduled to work at the hardware store this afternoon. Where's my mom? Willow asked when he pulled up to the school and slowly made his way to the front of the long car line. I'm not sure. I tried to call her. She didn't answer. The school called me. I guess they had my name from when I picked you up before. I'll give you a ride home. The bus is broken down, Willow said, climbing into the front of his Jeep. She didn't look happy to see him. Jake rang the doorbell and knocked on the door to Maddie's apartment several times before walking down to the book nook with Willow. A sign on the door read, "We'll be right back. I guess you'll get to hang out with me for a little while." Jake glanced at his phone 10 minutes later. No reply from Maddie, and he wasn't going to hang out in front of the store until someone came back. "Can we make those chicken nuggets again?" Willow asked, following him back to his Jeep. "What if we pick something up at the roasted bean and go crabbing?" He'd planned to head out to the creek to set a few pots before the call came in. "I don't know how to crab." Willow's eyebrows were crunched together. "It's not hard. I'll show you." He opened the door and helped her up. 20 minutes later, they were setting up at his favorite spot on the creek. "Can we eat?" Willow asked, watching him unload the baskets and the chicken necks he'd brought to use as bait. "Let's set these, and we can eat while we wait for the crabs to crawl inside." Jake explained how the baskets worked, and Willow paid attention, helping him lower each of the baskets into the water. He tied each of the lines to the trunk of a small tree on the shore before handing Willow a few antibacterial wipes to clean her hands. "We can sit over here." Willow pointed to a tree that had fallen a few feet away. The thick log would make a nice bench and provided a good view of their crab traps. "Great idea." He handed her the hot chocolate she'd ordered at the roasted bean, along with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It wasn't on the menu, but Mitch had been happy to fix it for her upon request. "I think I see a crab." Willow jumped up from the log and tossed her sandwich in his lap. Jake put hers along with his ham and cheese back in the paper bag and walked over to the shoreline, where Willow was watching two of the small crustaceans make their way into one of the baskets. "What do we do?" Willow asked excitedly, her eyes never leaving the water. "We wait quietly until they are all the way in the basket. Then we'll pull it up." "Can I do it?" Willow asked. "Sure. Let me untie the knot and you can hold the line." "Don't pull on it yet," he cautioned. Willow followed his directions to the T, and with a little help, they pulled in two decent-sized blue crabs. "How do we get them out?" Willow stared at the basket. The crabs moved around, trying to find their way out of the trap of wire and string. "We pull them out and put them into a bucket of water until we're ready to leave." He pulled the leather glove he used for crabbing from his back pocket and carefully extracted first one crab, then the other. Willow watched them move around in the bucket while Jake reset the trap and lowered it back into the creek. He checked his phone. Still nothing from Maddie. He sent her another text message and stuck his phone in his jacket pocket. "Do you think this one is a daddy crab?" Willow pointed to the larger of the two. "I think this one is." The smaller of the two had the narrow apron pattern on its underside, indicative of a male of its species. "Do you think he has kids?" Willow looked thoughtfully from the bucket out to the creek. "He probably has quite a few of them." The crab looked mature enough to mate. "I bet they don't have to go to stupid dances at school." She crouched down to get a better look at the two crabs in the bucket. "You have a dance coming up?" He hadn't realized this was something they did in elementary school. "Prom, sure. Maybe even a middle school dance, but kids Willow's age?" He didn't get it. He didn't remember liking girls, let alone wanting to dance with them at 7 years old. Forcing them into it seemed cruel. "Yeah. It's a father-daughter dance." Willow's voice was soft. She went very quiet after that, looking at the crabs, but no longer talking to them. "And you don't have anyone to take you?" That had to be tough. "Jimmy at school said I'd just have to show up with my grandpa again. Or worse, have mom take me." She shook her head, shoulders slumped. He couldn't see her face, but he wouldn't be surprised if she were tearing up. It broke his heart. "I probably won't go." "That would be a shame." "Does it have to be someone you're related to?" "I don't know. Mrs. Smith said we could bring an uncle or a family friend." Willow walked over and sat next to him on the log. Jake took her hand in his. It was small and cold from the creek water. He waited for Willow to look at him. "Would you like me to take you to the dance?" "You would do that?" Willow looked surprised, hope sparkling in her pretty blue eyes. Her hand was still in his. I know it won't be the same as going with your real dad, but it would be better than missing out on a dance. He held his breath and hoped he read her expression right. Definitely. And Jimmy couldn't make fun of me anymore. She pulled her hand free and gave him a quick hug before running back to the creek to check for more crabs. 40 minutes later, they had 5 keepers. This should be enough for dinner. Jake was pleased with their catch. You're going to eat them? Willow was visibly upset. That was the plan. What did you think we were doing with them? Put them back. They have mommies and daddies and maybe even little kids who would miss them. Do you want to be responsible for that kind of thing? Willow stood in front of him, hands on her hips. Jake had to bite back a laugh. All right, short stuff. Let's put the crabs back and go check on your mom. We'll pick some pizza up on the way. Maddie had to be either at home or at the store. She was home and not pleased to see him. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. Maddie grabbed Willow in a tight hug and ignored the pizza Jake set on the kitchen counter. I called and left messages. We stopped by here and at the store. I couldn't get a hold of you, he said. That's ridiculous. I had my phone next to me the whole time. How did you get her from school in the first place? Maddie's face was red with anger. She looked like a mess with matted hair and dark circles around her eyes. He wasn't sure if it was a lack of sleep or some sort of makeup thing gone wrong. Her shirt was wrinkled like she'd slept in it, but somehow, she still looked beautiful. They called me. Jake knew better than to add they did because they couldn't get a hold of her. I don't even know what to say. Neither did he. Figuring it would be best to let her cool off, he took his leave and headed home. Without crabs, without pizza, and without a word of thanks from Maddie. At least Willow'd had a good time. And no matter what happened with him and her mother, he'd move heaven and earth to be there for her at that school dance. Chapter 13. I'm glad you're feeling better, Sophie said when Maddie walked into the book nook the next morning. The shower and makeup must be doing their job. I think I'm over the worst of it. She was feeling better physically after spending most of the day sleeping and then crawling back into bed after Willow had drifted off. Waking up clear-headed for the first time in 24 hours this morning, she felt horrible about what happened with Willow and Jake. Let me know when you're ready to talk about whatever is bothering you. Sophie handed her a cup of coffee and went back to checking their inventory of local history books. I think I messed up with Jake yesterday. Maddie booted up the shop computer and pulled up their book ordering system. I didn't realize you two saw each other. Sophie turned to look at her before calling out a book that needed to be restocked. We didn't. Not really. I was pretty out of it when you sent me upstairs. I must have passed out or something. The school called, and I didn't answer. She still wasn't sure how she'd slept through multiple calls and text messages, first from the school, then from Jake. Willow didn't take the bus? She could have just come over here. Sophie's voice trailed off. There was a problem with the bus. That's why they were calling in the first place. They couldn't get a replacement quick enough. Jake got her and came by. Let me guess. The back in 15 minutes sign was up at the shop. Sophie's shoulders dropped. I ran out to pick up Miss Wendy's prescription in the afternoon. I wasn't even thinking about Willow coming back from school. I'm the one who slept through the entire afternoon. And most of the morning. I'm glad Jake came through, Sophie said. Me too, except, Maddie took another sip of coffee, trying to think of a way to put her feelings and yesterday's events into words. Everything was a little fuzzy. I kind of freaked when I woke up with no idea where Willow was. I wasn't thinking clearly and kind of took it out on Jake. Oof, that's rough. Poor guy. Sophie didn't look half as upset as Maddie felt about the whole thing. I know. Here he drops everything to pick Willow up and make sure she has a good time, and what do? Yell at the guy instead of thanking him. He even brought pizza. Maddie shook her head. Give him a call. It's never too late to say thank you. I'm sure you two will work this out. He's one of the good ones. Sophie smiled at her encouragingly before getting back to calling out books to order. Maddie didn't get a chance to make that phone call. For the next few hours, a steady stream of customers came in and out of the door, and Sophie had to leave for a few hours to help catch escaped chickens. Simon's repair job on the coop hadn't lasted long. That, or Miss Wendy had Houdini chickens. Maddie pulled out her phone when she was able to spare a few minutes after lunch. No missed calls this time. But there was a text message from Jake. Leaving town for a few days to check on my grandfather. I'll call you from the road. That couldn't be good. Maddie's fingers hovered over the keyboard, trying to come up with an appropriate reply. There wasn't one. She needed to apologize in person, or at least with a phone call. She put her phone down, deciding to wait until he called and they could talk. The door to the shop swung open, the little bell announcing a visitor. Willow ran in, cheeks red from the cold air outside. How was school? Maddie took the piece of paper Willow held out for her. What is this? It's for a dance at school. I wasn't gonna go, but Jake said he'd take me. Maddie's eyes flew over the sheet in her hand, a permission slip for the father-daughter dance at school on Friday afternoon. You talked to Jake about this? We were talking about the daddy crab we caught. He was gonna cook it for dinner, but we put it back. You know, in case the crab had a little girl, like me. Can I have a snack? Of course. Go wash your hands and meet me in the kitchen. Maddie was deep in thought as she fixed a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and poured a glass of milk for her daughter. Willow talked excitedly about the dance and what dress she was going to wear while munching on her sandwich. It was nice to see her so happy and excited. Especially about an event like this. After the way she'd behaved last night, Maddie hoped she hadn't ruined it for her daughter. Or for herself. I'm glad you came up for a visit. Your grandfather will be happy to see you. Phaedra pulled her son into a tight hug. The scent of Chanel No. 5 wrapped around him like a static sheet and lingered long after his mother had let go. I won't be able to stay long. There's something I have to get back for on Friday. Jake rolled his shoulders, exhausted from the 19-hour drive. He'd only stopped for gas. At least that gives us a couple days. There are some things we need to talk about, son. Jake nodded tiredly. Where's Dad? Where do you think? At one of the stores. Jack Hartwell ran the family's small chain of grocery stores throughout New England and could often be found at one of the stores or the small warehouse not far from the family home in Bar Harbor, Maine. I'm going to grab a shower before I head to the hospital. Jake glanced at his watch. It was 3 in the afternoon. Plenty of time before the hospital's visiting hours were over. His father was still gone when Jake left for the hospital. What are you doing here, Jake? Big Jack was sitting up in bed, eating a cup of green jello, when Jake walked in. I heard you were under the weather and thought I'd come cheer you up. Jake was shocked by how much his grandfather had aged since the last time he'd seen him. How long had it been? A year? 2? Guilt rose like bile in his throat. They'd talked on the phone from time to time, but since hitting the road and finally settling on Palmar Island, Jake had avoided coming home as much as possible. It's gravely exaggerated. I went out to play a round of golf with the guys, and next thing I know, I'm here dressed in this ridiculous gown eating nothing but slop and goop. Big Jack held out the jello cup as proof. I heard there was a little more to it than that. Mom said something about double pneumonia and needing oxygen. Jake looked around the room. While his grandfather was hooked up to an 4 and wore an oximeter on his left index finger to measure his blood oxygen level, there was no sign of a mask or tubes running to the old man's nose. I was a little under the weather, but believe me, these doctors today make too big a deal out of everything. Let's break out of this joint. Go see if you can find me some clothes. Big Jack tossed his empty cup into the trash can halfway across the room. It landed with a satisfying thud. You still got it. Jake grinned. Basketball was his grandfather's passion. It had earned him his college education, and Jake couldn't remember a day with his grandfather when they hadn't shot hoops. You betcha. Now find me some pants, boy. Big Jack gestured toward a small wardrobe pushed against the back wall. Jake pulled it open and breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing in here but pillows and blankets. It's those nurses. They are in cahoots with your mother. She's determined to keep me in here as long as possible. Says I've been making enough trouble at home. Trouble. That's what you call it when I take my own son to task for running the company, the family legacy, your legacy into the ground? What am I supposed to do? Stand by and watch. His grandfather's voice rose, the words flying out faster and faster. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Last Jake spoke to his father, everything had been fine. The stores were posting profits right and left. It's that freight contract. It's going to cost him everything. Big Jack looked tired, and when a nurse came in to take his vitals, Jake left. But not before promising to be back tomorrow. Bring me some decent clothes, will you? Big Jack called after him. Over dinner, Jake brought the topic of the freight contract up with his father. Nothing's set in stone yet. Tom and I are negotiating. Things are a little different since you and Amber. His father didn't have to finish the sentence. Tom Boone was the owner of one of the largest transport companies in the Northeast and had given Jack a very generous contract while Jake and his only daughter had been engaged. Do you want me to talk to him? Seeing Tom was one of the last things he wanted to do. Right up there with running into Amber, but if it would help his old man out, he'd do it. No need. We have a meeting on Wednesday. I'm sure we'll work something out. Jack cut another slice of filet mignon and washed it down with the expensive red wine Phaedra insisted on serving with dinner each night. Jake, do you think you could be around tomorrow for lunch? I'll have Harriet make some of those pinwheel sandwiches you like, his mother said after his father excused himself to work in his study. Jake grinned. I was 10 when I liked those. Oh, fiddlesticks. You still love them. Last time you were home for your birthday, you ate half a tray. I thought it would be nice to spend some time together, just you and me. Phaedra sipped the last of her wine. I'll be there, Jake promised before heading upstairs. It had been a long day and an even longer drive. But there was one more thing he needed to do before his head hit the pillow. Hey. How's your trip? Maddie's voice was soft. She sounded as tired as he felt. I made it up here and saw my grandfather. I think he's going to be okay. That's a relief. How's the rest of your family? They are fine. Listen, I wanted to apologize for picking up Willow. I didn't mean to worry you. I'm the one who needs to apologize for the way I reacted last night. You tried to call me. The school tried to call me. I honestly don't know how I slept through everything. You needed the rest. A feeling he understood all too well. Maybe, but it doesn't excuse the way I acted after you brought her home. She took a deep breath. Thank you for stepping in. I guess I'm not used to that. Jake suppressed a yawn. You're welcome. How long was the drive? Maddie asked. Almost 20 hours. He'd made good time. You must be exhausted. Get some sleep, and we'll talk more tomorrow. Or when you get back. Her voice was hesitant. Tomorrow sounds great. Jake crawled into bed and was asleep in minutes, dreaming of the woman who was waiting for him back on Palmar Island. Jake didn't wake until 11 o'clock the next morning. By the time he was showered and dressed, his mother was waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. Oh good, you look decent. I made you a flat white. She handed him a tall ceramic mug filled to the top with milky coffee. At least it wasn't sweet, he'd noticed after a first cautious sip. "Where do you want to have lunch?" he asked, curious about the ambush. "I thought we'd eat out in the conservatory, but there's no rush. Why don't we go for a stroll through the garden?" Phaedra pulled their coats from the coat closet, then put her arm in his, guiding the way to the large terrace out back that led out to the sprawling acreage of the Hartwell estate. "What did you want to talk about?" Jake asked. His mother didn't volunteer to traipse around wet grounds on a rainy day like today without an agenda. "I thought you'd want to see the place. It's been a while since you've been home. The gardeners did such a wonderful job with the rose garden. You should have seen it this summer." His mother walked him through the small, walled garden that held a multitude of dormant rose bushes. "Very nice," he said, sipping his coffee and walking beside his mother. It wasn't until they were on their way back to the house that she let the cat out of the bag. "I invited Amber over for lunch." "Why'd you do that?" "Because I need the two of you to make nice and convince that stubborn father of hers to extend the old contract. Otherwise, I don't see how Hartwell Groceries will stay in business." Chapter 14. "What do you think about this one?" Maddie asked. They were standing in the backyard of yet another Palmar Island home that was for sale. "It's kinda small." Willow spun around in the small patch of green surrounded by a tall wooden fence. It was small, as was the house. Yet, it was the only one out of everything they'd seen on the island this afternoon that was even close to what Maddie had envisioned. A 3-bedroom home with a large yard for her daughter to play in was quite a bit more expensive than she'd hoped. "I have quite a few more places I can show you if we can increase your budget to $250,000, Bridget Dove, the real estate agent who'd been driving them all over the island, said. I barely qualified for a $180,000 loan. Looking at homes in the $200,000 range had been a stretch, but Maddie thought they could manage it. Adding another $50,000 would be difficult. "Why don't we go look at a property close by in that range and then you can decide." The house Bridget took them to was on Baker Street. Less than 5 minutes from where they'd been and only 15 minutes from Main Street and the bookstore. The moment they pulled into the drive, Maddie felt like she'd come home. The house was about the size and age of Miss Wendy's. A white picket fence surrounded the cottage garden in the front. Everything's been remodeled recently, and the roof is brand new. Bridget opened the door and led the way into the light, open-concept living area. The kitchen was spacious with a bar that would be perfect for breakfast or homework. It opened into a large living room with an old brick fireplace as the centerpiece. "Is this the original hardwood floor?" Maddie asked. "It is. And wait until you see the backyard." Bridget strode to the back door, Willow following closely behind. The moment they stepped outside, Maddie knew why Bridget had chosen to show them this place. The yard was spacious, but not overly large. It wouldn't be too much to keep up. And over to the side stood a trampoline. "Can I get in?" Willow asked. Maddie looked at Bridget for guidance. "Go ahead," the woman said, before turning to Maddie. "We can ask the seller to leave the trampoline for Willow." They finished touring the rest of the house. "What did you think?" Bridget asked as they walked back to their cars. "It ticks all the boxes. Except the most important one." Without a substantial down payment, Maddie and Willow's dream house was out of reach. Willow was in bed later that evening when Sophie called. "How did the house hunt go?" Her friend sounded excited. "I think we found the house. It's perfect for us, aside from the price." "How bad?" "50,000 over budget." Maddie tried not to let the disappointment seep into her voice. "Do you think they'll take less?" Sophie asked. "I doubt it. Bridget thinks we can negotiate down a couple of thousand, but there isn't a lot of wiggle room. The place is priced to sell. Which meant it wouldn't stay on the market very long either. So we've got to figure out a way to get you that extra money. I think I can eke out a raise for you. Maybe get you some overtime. The holidays are coming up." The store is finally making a profit. I'm not going to let you overpay me again. Maddie was well aware that until business picked up, Sophie had been paying her more than she'd been taking out for herself. You could get back into nursing. Maybe pick up a couple of weekend shifts. Simon and I are always happy to babysit, and we'll work around your hours. Sophie's voice was upbeat and optimistic, and Maddie was grateful for the support. I thought about it, but it would take too long for me to get my license reinstated. I'd have to take a refresher course, and the next one doesn't start until the first of the year. And it was expensive. Between the course and the license fees, she'd have to spend over $2,000. It would take a while to make that back, even if she found a position close by right away. Yes, there was a national nurse shortage, but that didn't mean they were looking for someone like her here on Palmar Island. I'm sure we can figure something out. I have a couple of other ideas. Let me talk to Simon first though. Sophie poured herself a drink. Maddie guessed it was chamomile tea this late in the evening. That's very sweet of you, but I've got this. I'll figure something out. Or maybe Willow didn't need that large of a yard. 3 bedrooms would be nice, but they'd managed fine with 2. How are things going with Jake? Sophie asked, pulling Maddie out of her thoughts. Honestly, I don't know. He called when he got to Maine, but I haven't heard anything from him since. And she wasn't sure what to make of that. Who are you calling? Willow asked the next day. They'd come in from the bus stop and her daughter now sat at the kitchen table eating Dino nuggets within ketchup. Grandpa and Granny. I'll let you talk to them in a bit. Maddie set a glass of apple juice next to the plate before pouring herself a cup of coffee. Everything okay with you and Willow? Grandpa Joe's voice came through loud and strong. A little too loud. Maybe she should mention something about that hearing test again. We're fine. I have a favor to ask, though. Do you have any plans for tomorrow, late afternoon? I was wondering if you and Jenny would like to come down for the day. Maddie held her breath. Every other option for finding Willow a replacement date had fallen through. Not that there were many to begin with. She'd even called William, but hadn't been able to get a hold of Andrew's old team leader. I wish I could. I have an MRI scheduled for my back. I could reschedule. Grandpa Joe sounded reluctant. Of course not. I know your back has been giving you trouble. She was not going to be the one causing him more pain or putting off a diagnosis. Why did you need us? Joe asked with concern. It's nothing important. Just a little something at the school I thought you might enjoy. I'll take plenty of pictures and send them to you though. That would be great, honey. How's the house hunt going? Grandpa Joe asked. We looked at a few this week. Maddie tried to keep her tone casual. And how did that go? Did you see anything you both liked? Something with a big yard for Willow. Actually, we did, but there's a bit of a problem. Maddie wasn't sure about sharing the money issue with her father-in-law, but he might have some advice for her. If it's a structural problem, walk away. It's never as easy a fix as they make it sound. His voice was friendly, but firm. That's not it. The house we both loved is unfortunately out of my price range. By about $50,000. Just saying it made Maddie's stomach clench into a knot. I guess this is a good time to tell you about the money we set aside for you and Andrew to buy your first home. It's not quite $50,000, but it's grown in the past few years, and Jenny and I should be able to add a little something extra to it. Let me run some numbers with my finance guy and I'll get back to you. Joe, you don't have to. I know I don't have to. But I want to. We both do. Andrew would want his wife and daughter taken care of. Maddie didn't know what to say other than to thank the man. I'm sorry about tomorrow. Tell Willow we miss her and good luck at her school thing, Grandpa Joe said. By the time she hung up, Willow was full of questions. Is Jake not coming? Was the big one. I don't know, honey. I haven't heard from him in a couple of days. She'd been tempted to call him, but the way they'd left things, before he took off, made her gun-shy. He promised he'd take me. Willow's bottom lip quivered and tears pooled in her eyes. It'll be okay. We'll find someone. And if all else fails, I'll take you. I promise you'll get to go to the dance. Maddie pulled Willow into a tight hug. That right there was the reason she didn't date. Dating brought disappointment to the most precious person in her life. The one she was tasked to protect. And here she was, making a mess of it. The next day went by in a flash and, to her dismay, she wasn't able to find anyone to take Willow to the dance. Simon had really been the only other option, and he had to fly up to New York City to meet with clients. At least Willow had a fancy new dress. It was pink and purple and put too big a dent in Maddie's budget. Even with her in-laws' generous offer to help with the down payment, she needed to tighten her belt and stash away as much as possible into savings. Maddie was braiding Willow's hair when the doorbell rang. Jake. Willow sprinted to the door, pulling it wide open. To Maddie's surprise, it was Jake standing in her doorway, holding 2 small bouquets of flowers. I didn't think you were going to make it. Maddie was happy to see him, grateful he was there for Willow, but she was also confused by the radio silence all week. I wasn't sure I'd make it either. I left in the middle of the night and drove straight through. I got in just in time to grab a shower and get dressed. Jake smiled weakly. You've got to be exhausted. Are you sure you're up for this? I wouldn't miss it for the world. Let's go dance the night away, and tomorrow we're taking out the canoe. Jake's voice was happy, his eyes alight. The weariness washed from his face along with Maddie's doubts. He held his arm out to escort them to Palmar Elementary School's father-daughter dance. Chapter 15. I have a confession to make, Maddie said. Jake thought she looked beautiful basking in the sunlight of the late fall afternoon. What's that? He asked as he sat down next to her on the old wool blanket that served as their picnic cloth. I was a little worried that the canoe wouldn't hold all 3 of us or that it would spring a leak or something. It is over 50 years old. She looked at the shiny vessel that had carried them through marsh and creeks until they stopped for a late lunch on this remote beach. Unless her sense of direction led her astray, they were at the northern tip of the island. She could hear the waves of the Atlantic Ocean crashing on the shore. You doubted my restoration skills? Jake grinned, not the least bit taken aback by her words. If he was honest, he hadn't been confident in his abilities until the project was well underway. Maybe a little, she teased. I hate to cut this short, but we should leave if we want to make it back before the light fades. It was hard to be responsible when they were all enjoying themselves. It had been the perfect day, and if ever he'd needed confirmation that this was the woman he wanted to spend his life with, this was it. Maddie packed what remained of their picnic while he got the canoe ready, and in no time at all, the 3 of them were back on the water, Jake in the back, Maddie in the front, and Willow in the middle, trailing her fingers in the water and pointing out sights along the way. Is it me, or is this taking longer? Maddie asked. Jake couldn't see her face, but her shoulders were up high, and her strokes with the paddle had gotten choppier. It's the wind and the current. I didn't count on either being this strong. Jake doubled his own efforts to move them along. Maddie was right. They were going much slower than he'd anticipated, and the sun was setting. At the current rate, it would be dark before they reached the landing. Thankfully, he'd packed lanterns and jackets for them all. They were safely tucked away in one of his neoprene bags. Look, there's the dolphin you told me about. Willow jumped up excitedly before Jake could stop her. The canoe rocked and Willow panicked, grabbing for the rail of the canoe. Losing her footing, the splash her little body made in the water lit by the setting sun caused Jake's heart to stop. Maddie's scream sent it racing at record speed. Without a second thought, he jumped into the water, her bright orange life vest bobbing a few feet ahead of him. In less than 3 strokes, he was beside Willow, who grabbed at him, climbing into his arms despite the bulk of their life jackets. Do you have her? What do I do? Maddie's frantic voice carried over the water, ringing in his ears. Use your paddle to stay in place as best you can. Jake turned, judging the distance between them and the canoe. His heart raced, more from worry than the quick swim. The water was cold, but not dangerously so. Catching up shouldn't be a problem if Maddie could slow down even a little. Did you see the dolphin? Do you think it will come and save us? Willow asked. Jake scanned the water. He wasn't as confident in the marine mammal's intentions as the girl in his arms. I think that big splash she made scared him off. Oh. Can we get out of the water? I'm cold. Willow clung tighter to his neck, cutting off his air supply. Yes, he croaked, before moving her arms. We're going to have to swim to catch up with your mom. We'll do it together, and the jackets will help us float. Willow's eyes were wide as he extracted her from his arms and pulled her next to him. With one hand firmly on her life jacket, he told her to kick while he took long strokes with his free arm, kicking for all he was worth. Good job, honey. Keep kicking. You're almost here. Maddie was doing better than expected. She'd made her way close to the shore and stuck her paddle in a few exposed roots to keep the boat in place. Here. Jake lifted Willow up and handed her to Maddie. He scanned the bank and found an area a few yards away that would allow them to tie up and get out. Between him pulling the canoe from the water and Maddie using the paddle to steer, they made it there safely in a matter of minutes. I am FRFRE freezing, Willow stuttered. Jake was cold himself, and the sunlight was fading quickly. Here, let's get you dry. Maddie wrapped the wool blanket around her daughter the moment they set foot on land. Jake tied off the canoe and pulled his shirt over his head, raking as much water as he could off his body. When Maddie handed him the blanket, he refused, but she insisted. Using it to quickly towel off, he watched her wrap Willow in one of the jackets she'd pulled from his bag. We need to get dry before we head back to the landing. Jake scanned the surrounding ground, noticing plenty of fallen branches and logs. A sandy area on the bank of the creek would make a perfect spot for a fire. Within minutes, he and Maddie had accumulated enough wood, and he used the matches from his emergency kit to light it. Before long, he was able to warm his fingers over the flames. This should do the trick, Maddie said, settling Willow close enough to the fire to warm her. Hand me her clothes. I'll rig something up to dry them. Jake propped a few of the longer sticks up before hanging his shirt across one of them. He did the same with Willow's clothes since the little girl was comfortably wrapped in her mother's jacket, curled up in Maddie's lap. He wrapped the picnic blanket around his waist kilt style and wriggled out of his pants. They were thin and synthetic and should dry quickly. Come and sit. You've got to be exhausted. Maddie patted the ground beside her. Willow looked sleepy, like she could nod off while munching on the granola bar Maddie had handed her. It's nice to warm back up. The water had been chilly, but the bone-deep cold hadn't set in until he'd gotten out of the water. His stomach growled, and Maddie handed him the last of the bars and a bottle of water. He took the bar and broke it in half, holding one of the pieces out to her. Maddie shook her head. I'll finish whatever Willow doesn't eat. They sat quietly, staring into the fire. The snack and warmth from the flames helped Jake feel more like himself. His mind raced, making plans to get them home safely. Once their clothes were dry, it shouldn't be too hard to paddle to the landing. He guessed they were less than half a mile from it, tucked away in one of the few uninhabited corners of Palmar Island. We could walk out to the road if you don't want to get back in the canoe, he said. You don't think it's safe in the dark? Maddie sounded surprised. No, we'd be fine. I have a lantern stashed in the bag. I wasn't sure if you'd want to go back in. Between this and your first trip out with me. Neither one was your fault, and you saved both of us. Maddie shifted sound asleep Willow and put a hand on his leg. Thank you. For jumping in and getting to her so quickly. I froze. I didn't know what to do. All those swimming lessons with Sophie, and I just sat there. It's only been a few weeks. Even experienced swimmers freeze. It takes training to know how to react in a situation like this. And it made him glad they'd all worn life vests. But still. I'm her mother. And you did the best by staying calm and being there to pick her up. Not to mention keeping the canoe steady. She had made his rescue of Willow much easier. Thanks, but I don't feel like such a great mom right now. I put both of you in danger. Maddie's shoulders slumped. She looked exhausted. Jake put his arm around her. I'm the one who rebuilt the canoe and asked you out. If there's someone you want to blame, it's me. He waited for Maddie to pull away from him, but she didn't. Instead, she put her head on his shoulder, leaning into the embrace. It was answer enough for him. How was your trip to see your family? She asked softly a few minutes later. Her eyes didn't leave what few flames were left of the fire. Busy. I spent a lot of time in the hospital with my grandfather. He kept trying to get me to break him out of there. Jake chuckled at the memory. He's doing better, then? He's back at home, where he can't terrorize the nurses. Jake told her about his special bond with the old man who had started the family business. And you'd rather give kayak tours than run a small empire of grocery stores? Maddie turned and looked only a little surprised that there was another side to him. A different life. That was never the plan. There are things about it I liked, but my interests were always more theoretical. In college, I started working on this piece of software that would make just-in-time deliveries for stores more efficient and resilient. It got a lot of attention, and eventually, it was bought out by one of the largest transport and warehouse companies in the Northeast. That's huge. Maddie's eyes were wide, surprised and impressed if he read her expression correctly. The owner was an acquaintance. He took me under his wing while I was at MIT. Jake left out the part about being engaged to the man's daughter. I'm surprised you left. So was he. Part of the deal was that I would stick around and work for him. Jake swallowed hard. Of course, my parents loved the idea. I'd live in town, and my dad got a sweet deal on his deliveries. Everyone was happy. Except for you. Except for me. Jake wasn't sure how much he should share, but after taking off like that, he felt like he owed her an honest explanation. Turns out, the only reason he bought my software was to bury the code. It would have shaken up and modernized the entire industry, killing his profits. And there wasn't anything you could do about it once the sale was final. She understood, and it meant the world to him. Jake leaned forward and brushed Maddie's cheek with the tips of her fingers. Can I kiss you? He asked softly. Maddie swallowed hard, her eyes fluttering down to Willow, who breathed deep and steady, wrapped in her mother's arms. He could barely make out her quick nod in the soft light of the dying flames. They'd have to leave soon. He moved slowly, keeping his eyes locked with hers until he was too close. But not close enough. His eyes drifted closed and nothing mattered but the feeling of her soft lips as he brushed his over them. His hand cradled the back of her neck, pulling her to him. A fraction of an inch. Enough to deepen the kiss and lose himself in the taste and feel of her, and it was better than what he'd dreamed every night since that first kiss that didn't happen. I'll carry her up, Jake whispered before lifting Willow from the jeep. Maddie nodded, grateful for his help. Willow had regained her energy and spirit when it was time to get back on the water but had dozed off as soon as they hit the road. I don't remember leaving the light on, Maddie said as she walked up the stairs to her apartment, Jake following close behind with Willow's head on his shoulder. There you are. We've been here for hours. Grandpa Joe's booming voice greeted her. He and Granny Jenny sat on the couch watching reruns of one of those crime shows they were both fond of. Shoo. Willow's asleep. Maddie stepped farther into the living room, giving Jake space to walk in with her daughter. Even her grandfather's boisterous greeting hadn't woken the exhausted child. What's wrong with her? Y'all look awful, and who is? Granny Jenny was up on her feet and rushing forward to take Willow. She's fine, just tired. Jake, her room is down the hall. Maddie cut off her mother-in-law and led the way, folding back Willow's My Little Pony comforter. I didn't scare Arthur away, Jake, did I? Willow mumbled in her sleep. Of course not. Arthur is fine. Go back to sleep. Jake's voice was soft, his fingers gently brushing a strand of Willow's hair from her face, before tucking her blanket firmly around her. She's out, Maddie said softly, taking Jake's hand and walking back into the living room to face the inquisition she knew was coming. When it came to her and their granddaughter, Jo and Jenny could be a bit overprotective. Care to introduce us to your friend? Jo asked. The television now off as her in-laws stood in the living room awaiting their return. Maddie didn't care for the way Jo said friend. This is Jake. He is a good friend, and if you must know, he saved your granddaughter's life tonight. Oh my goodness. What happened? Granny Jenny looked more upset than before. She's fine. We were out on the water and Willow fell in. Jake jumped in after her. She squeezed his hand. It wasn't that big of a deal. She got a little excited about a dolphin. We call him Arthur. I'm just glad she didn't capsize us. Jake Hartwell. It's nice to meet both of you. Jake held out his hand, looking friendly and confident. Maddie was pretty sure he had no idea who these people were. Joe Collins. And this is my wife, Jenny. I appreciate what you did for my granddaughter tonight. Joe shook Jake's hand, a myriad of emotions playing across his face. What in the world made you go out in the ocean this late in the year? Jenny was visibly shaken and upset. We weren't in the ocean. We took Jake's canoe out in the marsh and down a few creeks. Maddie hated to see the couple this upset. What's the talk about dolphins, then? Joe demanded. All four of them were still standing in the middle of the living room. They come into the creeks to feed. I see them on most of my tours. Jake slipped his hand from hers and took a step back, leaning against the door jamb of her tiny kitchen. Why don't I make us some tea? Maddie stepped past him and pulled the kettle from the stove. I'd better get going, Jake said, stepping into the kitchen and brushing a quick kiss on her cheek. Call me later, he said, too softly for anyone else to hear. Maddie fixed 3 cups of chamomile tea while Jake let himself out. The place felt strangely empty without his presence. How long have you and this Jake person been seeing each other? Joe asked. And what does he do for a living? Jenny added before Maddie had time to respond. Handing each of them a cup of tea, Maddie invited them to sit down before curling up in the chair in the corner. I met Jake a few days after my birthday. My book club friends gifted me a kayak tour, and Jake was my guide. He owns the company. Kayak guide? Joe didn't look impressed. Yes, he does very well for himself, taking people out on sightseeing and fishing tours. It was a bit of an exaggeration, especially this time of a year, but Maddie didn't care for the couple's accusatory tone. Does he have family down here? Jenny asked, taking a cautious sip of the tea. He's from Maine. His family is still there. No roots and no steady job. I don't like the sound of that, Joe mumbled under his breath. How serious is this thing between the two of you? Jenny leaned forward, her eyes locked on Maddie. Maddie pulled her cardigan closer around her. It's still early days. What about this house you want to buy? You're not thinking about letting him move in? Joe didn't bother keeping his voice down, his emotions getting the better of the man. I haven't really thought about that. It wasn't the complete truth, but it was true that she had no idea how things would work out if she and Jake became something more serious. They'd kissed. Once. It was hardly the time to talk about moving in together or getting married. Well, it's time you did. Take a good look at what situation you're putting yourself in, here. What you're pulling Willow into. It's not just your life on the line here. What if this guy? Maddie felt the anger rising inside her. That's out of line. I can't believe you'd think I'd do anything to put Willow in danger. You almost let her drown. Because of some guy. What kind of example does that set? And what about the memory of my son? Did you already forget Andrew? Joe rose, pacing back and forth across the living room, his eyes darting to one of pictures of Andrew in full dress uniform. That's a low blow, Joe. I loved Andrew, and he will always be a part of Willow's and my life. Maddie rose and picked up their barely touched teacups, carrying them into the kitchen. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to pay for that guy to have a free place to stay. If you want our help with the down payment, I need a firm commitment that there is nothing going on between the two of you. It's up to you. This Jake guy or your house. Maddie was too stunned to find the words to respond. How dare he insinuate Jake was a freeloader or that she was disgracing Andrew's memory? Scorching heat crept into her cheeks. Maddie took a few steadying breaths before returning to the living room. If that's how you feel, I think you'd better leave. Willow and I will be fine without your money. She held open the door and watched the older couple leave, looking as surprised as she felt at her words. Closing and locking the front door, the full impact of her actions hit her. She may have just thrown away any chance she had to get the house on Baker Street. Chapter 16. Did everyone decide to get some early Christmas shopping done today? Sophie fell onto the couch and put her feet up on the coffee table. Her sensible shoes had been kicked off, discarded beneath it, and bright socks dotted with pumpkins covered her feet. How are you holding up? Maddie flopped down beside her friend. The store was a mess, but after a sleepless night and the rush of a steady stream of customers all morning, she felt as exhausted as Sophie looked. I think I'll survive, but it might require lunch and white chocolate mochas from the roasted bean. What sounds good? Maddie was tempted. A grilled chicken salad or roasted bell pepper and Havarti cheese sandwich would be perfect right about now. Her stomach growled at the thought. I'm good. I packed a sandwich. Peanut butter and jelly and plain coffee would have to do. You have way more restraint than I do. Sophie made no move to get up or pull out her phone to place her order. Trust me, I don't. But if I want any shot at buying a house sometime in the next decade, I have to start watching how much I spend. Maddie sighed. The night spent tossing and turning had not resulted in any brilliant ideas for coming up with an extra $50,000. And she'd thought about them all, even the off-the-wall stuff like becoming a surrogate, and dismissed them just as quickly. I thought Andrew's parents were helping you out with that. Not as of last night. Maddie explained all of it, walking in to find them in her apartment, introducing them to Jake, and Grandpa Joe's ultimatum. Wow. That's something else. I get being protective of their granddaughter, but that's way out of line. Either offer to help or don't, but don't try to manipulate someone into what you want them to do. That's messed up. Sophie raised up enough to pull her phone from her pocket. It is what it is. And who knows, maybe they have a point. What do I really know about Jake? Maddie pulled her legs under herself, curling up into the corner of the couch. Hold that thought. I'm ordering us lunch. Before you say anything, it's on me. What do you want? Sophie called in their sandwich order and talked Mitch into delivering it, something the roasted bean didn't usually do, while Maddie took care of the couple that walked in, looking for financial planning books. I'm going to put up the sign and we're taking a break for lunch. Sophie locked the door and stuck the "We'll be right back" sign in the window. Settled with their coffees and sandwiches in the cozy kitchen of the book nook, Maddie was feeling a little less hopeless than she had earlier in the day. It was amazing what good food could do for the spirit. You're right, they were out of line. But without their help, Willow and I might never get into a house, and we'll definitely lose the one on Baker Street. It would break Willow's heart to see the place go to someone else. And you're willing to give up on the chance of having something great with Jake to get that house? Sophie wasn't pulling punches, no matter how innocent she looked sipping her pumpkin spice latte. When you put it that way, it made her look materialist. There's no judgment here. I don't know how you feel about Jake, and I totally understand how important that house is to you and Willow. All I'm asking is that you look at it from all sides. Sophie took a bite of her sandwich. Logically, it makes sense to take Joe and Jenny up on their offer. It's a lot of money, and it's what would be best for Willow. Her daughter needed stability in her life and room to roam around. That's true. But is a big yard more important than a happy mom? Or a father figure in her life? If he sticks around. And that's a big if. Maddie swallowed and stared at her sandwich. What makes you say that? Sophie asked. Something Jenny said. Jake doesn't have any roots down here. He rents his house, and his business is mobile. At the end of the day, there isn't a good reason for him to stick around. The thought of Jake leaving made her throat feel dry and tight. She took a sip of the warm, sugary coffee in front of her. You don't think he would stay for you? Sophie reached across the table and squeezed her hand. I think it's much too early for either of us to know. And by the time they found out, the opportunity to get the house would be gone. Was it worth risking that and potentially end up with nothing? She'd been there when she lost Andrew. Starting over with nothing but the daughter in your arms was no piece of cake. What does your heart tell you? That's what I think you should listen to. But that's me. You need to do what's best for you. Sophie gave her hand one last squeeze and went back to eating her lunch. Maddie sat there, staring at her sandwich. Her heart told her she'd regret it if she didn't give Jake a chance. Her mind, on the other hand, told her that it was a bad idea to set herself up to get hurt again. And this time, Willow would be old enough to feel the full brunt of the blow of losing someone. Come on in. Miss Doris stepped aside and motioned for Jake to enter before leading the way into her cozy kitchen. I brought my tools. And the rent check. He held the small piece of paper out to her. Miss Doris took it and tucked it into the pocket of her apron. I'm making an apple pie for Mr. Griffin. Come sit and keep me company while I get this in the oven. I'll show you what's wrong with the sink in the guest cottage while it bakes. She poured him a cup of strong coffee and set a slice of crumb cake with apples in front of him. Thank you. He cut into the cake with his fork. It was moist and crumbly, the scent of cinnamon, cloves, and something floral he couldn't quite make out wafted up his nose. Let me know how you like the cake. I'm trying out a new recipe for the bake sale at church. Reverend Peters needs a good turnout this year. There are some big repair bills coming up over winter. I don't think you or the good Reverend have anything to worry about. He'd pay decent money for another slice of this. I'm glad to hear it. How are things with you and Maddie? Miss Doris pulled a large rolling pin from a drawer and got to work on the small disk of dough sitting on the counter. We had a fun day out on the water. Your dad's old canoe did well, Jake said. He watched, fascinated as flour went everywhere, and the crust took shape. Oh, good. One of these days, I'll get you to take me out in it. After it warms back up. She expertly lifted the thin round of dough and placed it into the waiting pie dish. I heard she's looking for a house. Any luck with that? I'm not sure. Maddie had mentioned finding someplace she liked, but hadn't brought the topic back up. Not that they'd spent a lot of time together this week. Miss Doris pulled a bowl of sliced apples from the fridge and turned to look at him. I'm here to listen if you want to share what's bothering you. Jake had a hard time putting the feeling he had into words. It was nothing concrete. Saying that nothing had happened between them wasn't exactly true. But something was changing. He hoped it was nothing more than some miscommunication they could clear up, but who knew? All he knew for sure was that everything wasn't as well as it could be between them. He watched Miss Doris pile the apples into the dish before getting to work on another disk of dough. It feels like she's pulling away. How so? Miss Doris asked. I can't explain it. It's more of a gut feeling. I know I messed up when I didn't stay in touch much while I visited my folks. I got busy, and I'm not used to keeping tabs on other people in my life. His mother complained on a monthly basis about his lack of phone calls. I thought you two had worked on that. She cut the thin pastry into long strips about half an inch wide. So did I. Maddie and I talk, but it feels like she's holding back. Give her a little time. It's not easy to let someone new into your life, especially if you have a child to think of. She picked up the strips of pie dough and arranged them across the top of the pie in a crisscross pattern. Willow and I are good. She's a lot of fun and sharp as a whip. I don't think that's it. Jake didn't realize how much he enjoyed watching the young girl explore her surroundings. Since their day crabbing, he'd developed a soft spot for her that had grown into more the more time they spent together. What do you think it is? Miss Doris asked. Maybe she's not as into me as I am into her. Miss Doris laughed. I'm sorry. But I'm pretty sure that's not it. I've seen the two of you together, and I saw how upset Maddie was when you went up north. She is definitely interested. But, she cleaned her hands on the apron before getting busy beating an egg. But? He watched impatiently as Miss Doris brushed the top of the pie with the egg wash and put it into the oven before taking a seat across from him. Maddie is a widow, and she loved her husband very much. It's hard to explain to someone who hasn't been in that situation, but I will do my best. Part of us will always love the spouse we lost. But we are here, very much alive. And we meet new people. Like you. Or we reconnect with old friends like Mr. Griffin. She rose and poured herself a cup of coffee before returning to her seat. She doesn't talk about him much. Andrew. He knew the man's name and a little of his service record. It could be strange for her to talk to you about Andrew. While her mind knows that her husband loved her and would want her to find someone new, it feels like, she took a sip of coffee, her gaze unfocused. Jake sat quietly, waiting for her to continue. It feels almost like we're cheating on the memory of what could have been. Jake tried to put himself in Maddie's shoes. Maybe he would feel the same way if he'd loved someone as deeply as he found himself in love with her. Right now, the idea of spending time with anyone else, building a life with someone who wasn't Maddie, felt absurd. She'd felt that way about Andrew. And he doubted that feeling was going anywhere. His shadow is always going to be there, isn't it? It might. But it doesn't have to be a bad thing. If you can accept the fact that she had a life and a love before you, and if you give her the chance to work through those feelings of being torn between the two of you, you might both get what you want in the end. I guess I need to give her some space. Time to figure this all out. It was the last thing he wanted to do. Every fiber of his being longed to spend as much time as possible with her and Willow. Oh no. That's the last thing you want to be doing right now. If you do that, she'll pull further away. Miss Doris leaned back and sipped her coffee. She looked deep in thought. What should I do then? He asked, feeling more confused than ever. Spend time with her. Get her used to having you around. Be useful. Show her how much fun it is to have you there. Miss Doris looked off into the distance and smiled. You really think that will work? It's working on me. Her smile grew bigger, and Jake had a pretty good idea of who was spending a lot of time with his landlady. I can do that. It's what he wanted to do. And now that he understood Maddie's hesitation, or what Miss Doris guessed her motivation was about, he could be patient. I know you can. But before you do, I need to ask you something. The smile was gone, her tone serious. What's that? Jake asked. How serious are you about Maddie and Willow? Don't answer lightly. Take a minute to think about it. If you pursue her and then change your mind and leave, it will break her heart. And Willow's. He did as she asked and took his time to answer. I can't see myself with anyone other than Maddie. I can't guarantee I'll always feel like that or that she'll have me. But I have no intentions of leaving her or the island. Palmar Island is a special place. It feels like home. It does, doesn't it? I felt the same way when I first moved here. It captures your heart and keeps it. Miss Doris looked out the kitchen window. It does. And Maddie has done the same. He loved her. What about Willow? Can you love her? Miss Doris took his hands in hers and looked him straight in the eye. That little girl has been hurt too much in her short little life. Promise me you won't be one of them. If you can't do that, walk away now. I won't. I love her as much as her mother. It was the truth. And how could he not love the spunky little girl who was so much like her mother? Good. Now let's talk about how you're going to win Maddie over. Miss Doris got up and poured them each another cup of strong coffee. She was a woman on a mission, and somehow Jake got the feeling he was going to be in trouble. Chapter 17. Ready to do this? Jake asked. Maddie stared at the pile of bags, coolers, and chairs that littered the gravel patch by a small stream. Tell me what you want me to do. Let's start with the tent, then we'll go from there. Jake pulled more bags from one of the larger bags along with a set of dark tubes. You say that like I have any idea how to put this up. Maddie looked across the pile in front of her. Sure, she knew how tents worked in general, but without a detailed manual or a YouTube video, she was useless. Let's spread this out, and I'll get the center pole in. From there, it's a piece of cake. Jake pulled a large, two-colored tarp-like object from yet another bag. The whole setup reminded Maddie of Russian nesting dolls she had as a little girl. Maddie watched, fascinated, as he climbed in and out of the pile of stuff and turned it into a surprisingly spacious tent with a cute little overhang at the door. Willow? Jake asked when Maddie's phone rang. She nodded her head and pushed the button to answer. Hey, honey, everything okay? Yes. I'm having so much fun. Sophie said I should call you and tell you not to worry. We're gonna go to the aquarium in a little bit. Willow sounded excited. Maddie heard the smile in her daughter's voice. I'm glad you're having a good time. Miss you already. Go have fun, and let me talk to Sophie for a minute. Maddie sat down in the camping chair Jake set up for her off to the side. Did you make it up there okay? Sophie asked. We did. The drive out was beautiful. We're tucked away in the woods. Jake's busy setting up the campsite. How about you? Did Willow give you a hard time after we left? Her daughter had been more clingy than usual, trying her best to talk the two of them into taking her with them on this impromptu midweek excursion. Not at all. Stop worrying about her. She'll be fine. We'll keep her entertained. Go have fun. Call me if anything happens, Maddie said, feeling strange about being this far away from her daughter. I will. I promise. Now go. You need this. You and Jake both do. Sophie hung up the phone before Maddie could say goodbye. She sighed. Everything okay at home? Jake asked. Everything's fine. I'm just being a worrywart. As usual. What's the plan for today? She asked. First of all, you're not a worrywart. You're a good mom, that's all. Jake walked over, brushed her hair out of her face, and kissed her. I like your plan, she said breathlessly, perfectly content to spend the next 48 hours kissing the man in front of her. Until that kiss by the fire while Jake and Willow were drying out, she hadn't realized how much she missed this. The physical contact and the feeling of belonging. Don't tempt me. I do have something planned. Are you up for a hike? Jake stepped back and pulled his hair into a ponytail. How much of a hike? Maddie asked. The weather was perfect, and after the 2-hour drive, it would be nice to stretch her legs, but she wasn't exactly a hiker. It's not far, Jake promised. He grabbed his backpack and held out his hand for her. The trail wound through the woods along a stream. It was beautiful, the light shining through the leaves, making them glow like shards of orange, gold, and deep red glass. Jake set a brisk pace, but it was easy enough for her to keep up. He hopped over the trunk of a tree that had fallen across the path, holding out his hand to help her across. "Thanks. This place is stunning," she said. "Wait until you see where we're going." Jake grinned, and Maddie wasn't sure if the butterflies were for the man or the excitement about where he was taking her. 20 minutes of brisk walking later, they passed an outcropping of rocks, and Maddie saw why he'd brought her here. It was breathtaking. She'd heard the soft roar of water slowly intensifying as they'd gotten closer. What she hadn't expected was the majestic wide waterfall sparkling in the sunlight that filtered through the thick canopy of trees. "This place is magical." Maddie leaned into Jake, who'd stepped behind her, putting his arms around her waist. "I was hoping you'd like it. I found it when I came through this part of the state on my way down to Palmar Island. I always wanted to come back." His chin rested on her shoulder, and they stood there, soaking in the sight of nature in all its glory spread out in front of them. "I don't want to leave," Maddie admitted after they'd spent a good half-hour exploring the space and hiking alongside the shallow falls. "We don't have to. At least not yet." Jake pulled off his backpack and took a seat on top of a large boulder that water had pushed down the stream from who knew where. He pulled a small propane bottle, a kettle, and a few other items Maddie didn't recognize from his bag. The last things he grabbed were a bottle of water and 2 cups. "Would you like some coffee?" "Here? It won't be one of Mitch's mochas, but I think the view more than makes up for it." He poured water in the small kettle and set up what turned out to be a tiny propane stove. "This is delicious." It surprised her how good instant coffee tasted while sitting on a rock in the crisp fall air. "I'm glad you like it. I don't think I told you yet, but this was such a good idea. I didn't realize how much I needed this." She took a deep breath, sucking in as much of the fresh air as she could. There were no customers to take care of, no child to worry about. No one wanted anything from her. It was bliss. "I wasn't sure if you'd enjoy it." Jake's voice was thick with emotion. Maddie looked up and saw the raw vulnerability in his eyes. She hadn't realized it meant so much to him to bring her here. "I love it. It is such a special place." She looked around, taking it all in and burning it into her memory. "It is, which is why I wanted to do this here." Jake rose and pulled something small from the very bottom of the backpack. He got down on one knee in front of her. "No." Maddie's hand flew to her mouth. She in no way expected this. "Maddie Collins, over the past few weeks I've seen what an amazing woman and mother you are. I've watched you embrace the outdoors, learn to swim, and create a beautiful life for yourself and Willow. I can't imagine a future without you in it. Both of you. What I'm asking is, will you marry me?" Maddie went still, her thoughts raced, her emotions tumbled all over the place. She loved the man on his knee in front of her, yes. But this was too much, too soon. "I don't know what to say," she said. "How about saying yes?" Jake's smile was still there, but it felt less confident. Memories of another proposal bubbled up. A young Marine in uniform kneeling in front of her. Andrew had just gotten his orders to go overseas and wanted her safe and protected. They hadn't known each other much longer than she'd known Jake. But she'd been young and naive and had said yes. Their marriage started off rocky, but between the brief engagement and his deployment, they'd made it work and fallen in love with each other as they built their life and had their daughter. That had been then, and this was now. And if there was one thing she knew, it was that she wasn't ready to marry Jake. Wasn't ready to commit her life, and that of her daughters, to him in such a permanent way. Yet, she loved this man who accepted her and Willow and took both of them into his heart. "I wish I could. But I'm not ready. Not yet." Maddie put her hand over his, closing the box with the ring. Jake couldn't believe she'd turned him down. It had taken much of the hike back to the campsite to process the roller coaster his emotions had gone on. At first, there had been disbelief. Then, disappointment and a brief bout of self-pity. Then, she'd taken his hand and pointed out a red fox sleeping in a tree, and he'd realized that this changed nothing between them. She loved him. That's what mattered. "I'm starving," Maddie said when the campsite came into view. The sun was low on the horizon, barely visible over the thick tree cover. His own stomach growled the moment he thought about food. Jake was glad he'd picked up a bundle of firewood on the way in and taken the time to build a small stack before they left on their hike. "Are you up for roasting hot dogs? I can have a fire going in a couple of minutes." "I haven't done that since," Maddie shrugged her shoulders and laughed. Jake lit the fire, and by the time the flames were roaring, Maddie had pulled out the dogs, buns, and the small stash of condiment packets he'd brought. "That hit the spot," he said when they'd finished their simple dinner. The food had done him good, and not just because he'd been starving from the hike. It had settled and grounded him. It was. "Hey, didn't we bring marshmallows?" Maddie jumped up to dig around one of the crates he'd packed that morning. "It should be." "Found it." Maddie held the bag up triumphantly before returning to her spot by the fire. "I'm glad I picked these up," Jake said, pulling the gooey treat from his fork. It brought back memories of going camping with his grandfather. They'd always stop at the store Big Jack had built in his youth to pick up a bag of marshmallows and watch McCall at bars. "I am too." Maddie grinned, a small piece of melted marshmallow sticking to her lip. "Here." His voice was rough. Jack reached out and gently wiped it off. "Thanks." Maddie's voice was soft, barely a whisper. Her eyes were locked with his, pulling him in. Jack lowered his head, closing the distance between them. For a single heartbeat, he hesitated, giving her a chance to pull away. If that's what she wanted. Maddie's eyes shuddered close. Her breath came fast and shallow, her lips parted. Jake stopped analyzing the situation and closed the distance. He smelled the smoke in her hair, and her soft lips still had a faint taste of marshmallow to them. The kiss started out gentle and soft. He was feeling his way through this new dynamic between them. Maddie wasn't having any of it. She wrapped her fingers around the back of his head and pulled him closer, deepening the kiss. He stopped worrying about the future and what might be. There were only the two of them, the sound of wind in the treetops, and the warmth from the fire. After the kiss, they sat next to each other, staring in the fire, their fingers intertwined. "About earlier," Maddie said quietly, pulling her hand from his. "You're going to have to be a little more specific. It's been a long day." Jake smiled, hiding his nervousness. He stuck his hands in the pockets of his jacket. "When you proposed. I love you, and I don't want things to change between us. This right here is perfect. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm not ready to commit to marriage yet. Andrew and I rushed in, and it caused problems the first few years. This time I want to take my time. Do it right. Because it's not just my life and my happiness on the line. It's Willow's too." Her eyes flew to his, then back to the dying flames. "I can live with that." Jake was surprised how much he meant it. "But it's not really fair, is it? You're ready for it all, and I'm not." Maddie pulled her jacket more tightly around herself. Jake was quiet for a bit, collecting his thoughts. Marriage is a partnership. It isn't about what you want or what I want. It's about what we both want and need. I can't expect you to be ready at the same moment I am. And maybe you're right. Maybe getting to know each other better will be good for us. I'm ready to wait until you're ready. But that won't stop me from asking you until you say yes." "I can live with that," Maddie said. The wide smile on her face gave him hope for their future together, and ideas for plenty of proposals until the day she'd finally say yes. Chapter 18. Any questions? Jake looked across the sea of second graders in front of him. Only one hand shot up. "Yes, Willow? Do we get to sit in the kayak now? I don't know about, Mrs. Smith interjected. Sure. Who wants to go first? Jake grinned and winked at Willow. The two of them had planned this exact exchange for maximum impact, and by the sounds of excitement in the classroom, it was working. When Willow had asked him to come to the Bring a Parent to School event, he jumped at the opportunity to make her day. From what he understood, it was one of several days throughout the year when parents could come in and share a little of what they did at work. Mrs. Smith didn't look happy about the long line of students waiting their turn to sit in the kayak, where Jake showed them how to paddle. Mr. Hartwell? Mrs. Smith stepped out of the classroom while Jake carried the kayak out into the hallway. It was one of the smaller ones, made for kids and easy to throw over his shoulder. I hope this wasn't too much. I wasn't sure how many of them had seen a kayak before. Jake smiled, turning his charm on high. It was fine. It'll take a bit to calm them down, but that's nothing I can't handle. I wanted to thank you for showing up for Willow today. It's so important for a young girl her age to have a positive male role model in her life. Thank you, but I think her mother does an excellent job of raising her, and she has plenty of people around who love her. And Willow had him. That wasn't going to change, no matter how often her mother declined his proposals. He'd have to come up with something new for later in the week. He was getting close to a yes. He could feel it. School is almost over. If you'd like, you can take her home with you now. If that would be okay with Mrs. Collins. Mrs. Smith raised her eyebrows, waiting for an answer. That would be fine. Jake poked his head into the classroom where Willow was surrounded by a throng of her classmates. Hey, Willow, do you want a ride home? Willow looked at her teacher, waved at her friends, and rushed outside, picking up the paddles in the hallway. He didn't even have to ask. Together, they walked out of school and to his Jeep. This was amazing. So much better than Jimmy's dad. He's just a boring banker. Willow bounced in her seat, looking so happy it threatened to burst his heart. Bankers aren't boring. And they have important jobs. Without them, you and your mom couldn't buy that pretty house on Baker Street. Jake thought about the conversations he'd had with Maddie, who was trying to come up with the extra cash to buy the two-story house in the middle of Palmar Island. For the first time in ages, he was tempted to touch the money from the sale of his software that sat in a bank account in Maine accumulating interest. They are not as cool as you. Willow grinned, and he knew what he told Mrs. Smith was true. He'd be there for this little girl for the rest of his life. This was nice, but I'd better get back to the store. Sophie needs to get home to take care of her grandmother-in-law. Maddie folded her napkin and pushed away the plate that had held one of Mary's famous burgers up until a few minutes ago. Just a minute. I ordered a special treat. He motioned for Cindy, their server, to hurry it up. Thankfully, the woman had been more than willing to help with his plan. He hadn't been sure since Cindy was a member of the book club and a friend of Maddie's. Please tell me you're not. Maddie shook her head, a small, exasperated smile on her face. I don't know what you're talking about. I heard their new peanut butter brownie parfait is tasty. Jake breathed a small sigh of relief when Cindy came over, the dessert dish on her tray. Here you go. You two enjoy. Cindy winked and retreated before Maddie could thank her. Are you serious? Maddie eyed the whipped cream-covered treat with suspicion. Absolutely. Until you say yes. Jake turned the plate around so Maddie could see the little note card with the words "Marry Me" written on it. The antique engagement ring he'd picked up at a local store before their camping trip was tied with a ribbon to the card. It's still too soon. One of these days you're going to realize that we're too much trouble and you'll leave. She smiled and picked up one of the long spoons and dug into the parfait. And one of these days, you're going to realize that's not going to happen and you'll say yes. Until then, I'll keep asking. He remembered Miss Doris's advice to be patient. No matter how long it took, he would marry Maddie. He had a feeling he was wearing her down. It wouldn't be long. Maybe they could have a Christmas wedding. You better eat some of this, before I finish it all, Maddie mumbled around a mouthful of brownie, peanut butter, and whipped cream. Jake put the ring and card in his jacket pocket and took a bite. It was as delicious as promised. Willow would love this. He dug in for another bite when his phone rang. Mom, this isn't a great time. Can I call you back? I'm sorry to do this over the phone, Jake. His mother didn't sound like herself. Alarm bells went off in the back of Jake's head. What's wrong? He looked over at Maddie. She looked as concerned as he felt. Your grandfather passed away. It happened about an hour ago. We were at the hospital with him. It was fast, and he wasn't in any pain. His mother sobbed. Jake couldn't find the words. His mind reeled. Shock, guilt, despair all reared their ugly heads. He should have been there, should be there now. Will you come home? His mother's voice was shaky. She may not have had the warmest relationship with her father-in-law, but they'd loved each other in their own way. Of course. I'll be there as soon as I can. He hung up the phone, too stunned to say or do anything. Jake, what's wrong? The sound of Maddie's voice penetrated the fog that had taken over his mind. My grandfather died. His voice cracked, and it was all he could do to hold back the tears. Hand me your keys, Maddie said, holding out her hand. On autopilot, Jake reached into his pocket and did as she asked. He watched in a daze as she paid for their lunch, then he followed her out to his Jeep and sat in the passenger seat when she opened the door for him. Put your seatbelt on, she prompted. Trees and houses passed outside the window as they made their way across the island. Maddie pulled into the last beach access parking lot on the north end of the island. He followed her as she walked out across the dunes and onto the beach. It was all but empty on the cold November day. The only other person he saw was someone walking their dog off in the distance. I'm so sorry, Maddie said, taking his hand and walking him down to a tree log that had washed up on the sand last fall. It was smooth, the bark long washed away, and dry as a bone. Jake sat down next to her and tried to put his feelings into words. It's okay. I know he was sick, but this has to be a shock. Let's just sit here for now, and when you're ready to talk, I'm here to listen. Maddie took out her phone and called Sophie, letting her know she'd be gone a little while longer. Putting it back in her purse, she scooted closer and put her arm around him. As he sat on the log, the warmth of her arm and her presence kept him grounded. Chapter 19. Thank you for being here, Jake said for what felt like the 100th time as they walked up the steps of his parents' home. Maddie squeezed his hand and pulled Willow closer to her side. She was nervous. Meeting your boyfriend's family was stressful under normal circumstances. Meeting them like this was worse. Jake. An attractive woman in her mid-50s opened the door. Her caramel-colored hair with highlights was expertly coiffed, and her makeup was flawless. She pulled Jake into a tight hug before stepping back to take measure of Maddie and Willow. Mom, this is Madison. And this young lady here is Willow. Jake put a protective arm around Maddie's shoulder. It's nice to finally meet you. Maddie held out her hand. The moment of hesitation was almost imperceptible, but it was there. Phaedra Hartwell smiled and shook hands. It's nice to meet you as well. Let's get you settled inside. You told her we were coming, right? Maddie whispered when the older woman turned to lead the way into the mansion. Of course, Jake whispered back just as softly as they stepped into a larger foyer. A wide staircase was the focal point of the space, and the floor was covered in large marble tiles. Several doors and hallways led to other rooms in the house. They followed Mrs. Hartwell into a formal sitting room. Your father is in his office. I'll be right back. Jake brushed a soft kiss on her cheek and walked out of the room. I'm so sorry for your loss. I can't imagine what your family is going through. Maddie accepted the silent invitation to sit, pulling Willow along with her. Her daughter was eerily quiet, probably as intimidated as she felt by the posh surroundings and the cool attitude of their host. It was somewhat expected. Big Jack has been in poor health for quite some time. Phaedra sat down in a small chair with an embroidered back/seat/whatever that looked French. Not that Maddie knew much about antiques. He must have been a wonderful man. Jake has a lot of fond memories of his grandfather. Maddie felt sad that she missed the chance to get to know the head of the Hartwell family who'd had such a lasting impact on the man she loved. He'd spoken of Big Jack a lot in the 2 days since he'd gotten the news. Jake and his grandfather were close. Phaedra tapped her brightly colored nails on the small side table. Her eyes darted to the open door, then back to Maddie and Willow. "How old is your daughter?" she asked. "Willow will be 8 in March." Maddie squeezed the girl's hand. "And what do you like to do, Willow?" The smile on Phaedra's face didn't reach her eyes. "I like to draw. And read." Willow's voice was barely audible. It was strange to see her so shy. "I wonder what's keeping Jack and Jake." Phaedra glanced at the small gold watch on her wrist. "The funeral will be tomorrow?" Maddie grasped at straws to keep the conversation going. "Yes. We'll leave here a little after 10. There will be a service at St. Mary's before we lay Big Jack to rest. The reception will be here immediately after. I expect around 50 people will join us." "Mama, is Big Jack here?" Willow asked, her voice shaky but louder than before. Maddie looked at Phaedra for guidance. "No, dear, he isn't. He's at the funeral home. You'll be able to see him at church tomorrow morning." Phaedra rose and excused herself to go check on the men. "Do I have to?" Willow asked. "Do you have to do what?" Maddie asked. "See Jake's dead grandpa." Willow shook herself, the thought of viewing a dead body disturbing her. "Of course not, sweet pea." Maddie turned, surprised to hear Jake's voice behind her. "He'll be all comfortable in a casket. People can walk up and say their goodbyes, but you don't have to if you don't want to. You can stay with your mom in your seat." He sat down beside them on the couch and pulled Willow into his arms. "Let's get you settled into your rooms upstairs, and then we'll have dinner." Phaedra entered the room. There was no sign of Jake's dad. "I've got it. You want Willow and Maddie in the west guest room?" Jake asked. His mother nodded, and he led the two of them upstairs. "This is beautiful," Willow exclaimed when they walked into the room. It was bright and sunny with its western-facing window spilling light over a large four-poster bed covered in thick quilts and decorative pillows, the centerpiece of the room. A dressing room was situated between 2 floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked a beautiful rose garden. "I'm glad you like it. I'll let you two get settled in. My room is down the hall, 3rd door on the right." Jake gave her a quick kiss and tousled Willow's hair before walking out the door. Maddie sat down on the bed, trying to process the flight up to Bar Harbor, the mansion Jake grew up in, and meeting his mother. "Are you okay, Mama?" Willow climbed up on the bed and curled into her side. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Let's wash up and get ready for dinner." It was nice to meet Maddie and Willow, his father said when Jake joined him in the library for a drink. "I am glad they were able to join us. I asked Maddie to marry me." The words were out before Jake could stop them. "Congratulations." His father handed him a scotch. "She turned me down. Maddie thinks it's too soon for us to make that kind of commitment." Jake gulped down half his drink, barely noticing the flavor of the aged amber liquid. "She's here, isn't she?" His father tasted his own drink, sighing at the first sip. "That she is. It's nice to have both of them here. Tomorrow isn't going to be easy." Jake wasn't looking forward to hours spent accepting condolences from people he didn't care about. "Tomorrow's going to be a piece of cake." Next week and the week after and the week after, that's when it really hits you that they're gone. You pick up the phone to call them and you remember that that's something you can never do again. Jack's gaze was distant, and Jake realized how much harder this had to be for his father. How was he? In the end? Jake wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer, but anything had to be better than what his mind made up. You know your grandfather. He fought until the very end. Even when they told him there was nothing else they could do other than make him comfortable. He told them he was going to pull through. Jack barked out a laugh. He said he would dance with that beautiful girl of yours at your wedding. Pain unlike anything he'd felt ripped through Jake's chest. His grandfather hadn't had the chance to meet Maddie. He'd seen her picture and heard the little Jake told the old man about the woman he planned to marry. He wasn't in any pain. They shot him up with so much morphine, he drifted off to sleep and didn't wake up again. A single tear rolled down Jack's face. It was the first time Jake had seen his father cry. That's something, Jake said, finishing his drink. It is. Now, get out of here. I have some work to finish up, and you should probably check on Maddie and Willow. Make sure they have everything they need for the night. His father poured the last of his scotch down his throat and turned to his computer. Jake closed the door behind him and walked down the hall, suddenly anxious to get upstairs. Jake. Can I talk to you? His mother's voice stopped him in his tracks as she sat in the formal living room, ready to ambush him on his way upstairs. Of course. Jake walked inside and sat on the sofa across from her, one of her precious antiques. Where's Maddie? Phaedra asked, crossing her legs and folding her hands in her lap. Upstairs, trying to get Willow to sleep. Willow had been quiet, barely picking at her food at dinner. It couldn't be easy going to sleep in a strange place. Maybe he could tell her a bedtime story. She's a shy one, isn't she? Phaedra said. Not usually. This is a big change for her. New surroundings, new people. He hoped after a good night's sleep, Willow would be more like herself tomorrow. Maybe bringing her had been a mistake. I see. You know her pretty well, then. His mother looked surprised. Of course. I'm dating her mother. I spend almost as much time with Willow as I do with Maddie. Speaking of which, I should go check on them. He rose. Just a minute. Sit back down, please. Phaedra put her hand out, motioning for him to sit. He did as asked. What's on your mind, Mom? It's getting late. This relationship. It's serious? I wouldn't have brought them if it weren't. And you're sure this is what you want? To raise another man's child? Her eyebrows were knitted together, her hands clutched tightly. His mother didn't want to have this conversation any more than he did. It is. And don't think this is something I haven't thought about. You know me better than that. What if the two of you have children of your own? Or if something happens to Maddie? Are you ready for that kind of responsibility? I love Maddie and I love Willow. I want to spend the rest of my life with them. If Maddie would let him. And even if, for some reason, they'd part ways at some point, he had every intention of being a part of Willow's life. The little girl had wormed her way into his heart, and that was never going to change. This isn't what I wanted for you. Phaedra looked sad and more tired than he remembered ever seeing her. The past few weeks must have taken a toll. Losing Big Jack, watching her husband grieve for his father. Walking away from the business wasn't what you wanted for me either, but it was one of the best decisions I made for myself. You look better. Happier. His mother rose and took a seat next to him, taking his hands in hers. I want you to be sure this is the life you want. Once you marry her, I'm afraid you'll be tied to a life down there. Think about what you'll be giving up here. It's not too late. Mom, you have to stop hoping I will patch things up with Amber. It's not going to happen. Because he had never loved Amber Boone. They'd dated, and he'd proposed because it was what had been expected of him. It was good for business. Looking back, he doubted he'd ever had a shot at happiness. All I'm asking is that you take the few days that you're up here to think it through. Be sure before you close doors that can't be reopened. Her tone was serious. The grip on his hands tightened. I promise I'll think about it, Jake said. Chapter 20. You must be Maddie. I'm Amber. A tall blonde woman in a designer-looking black dress that was a bit too tight and revealing for a funeral walked up and held out her hand. Her long fingers were perfectly manicured and painted a deep shade of red. I am. It's nice to meet you. Maddie had dreaded meeting the woman since Jake had told her about his ex-fiancée last night. She scanned the room, looking for Jake and Willow, and spotted them at the buffet that was set up in the dining room. The two were busy piling cookies, cakes, and anything else that looked like it had tons of added sugar onto a plate. Likewise. Though this is such a sad occasion. Big Jack was a wonderful man. He built Hartwell groceries from nothing. Did you know him well? Amber glanced in Jake's direction before returning her attention to Maddie. We didn't get a chance to meet, but I've heard many stories about him. From Jake and from everyone she'd met at the Hartwell house. Jake's grandfather had had a larger-than-life personality, and she would have loved to get to know the man. That's a shame. Well, best of luck to you and your precious daughter. Amber excused herself and stalked off in the direction of the buffet. I see you met Amber, Phaedra said, suddenly at Maddie's side. Slipping an arm through Maddie's, she said, walk out in the garden with me for a moment. There's something we need to discuss. Maddie glanced in Jake's direction, unable to catch his eye, before walking outside with his mother. You said there's something we needed to talk about? Maddie prompted as they strode through the walled rose garden she'd admired from her room. I don't know if you know this, but Jake and Amber were engaged a few years ago. He told me about her, Maddie said, extracting her arm. Good. That makes it easier. Amber and Jake have known each other for a long time. Her father owns the transport company that delivers to all of our grocery stores. Jake worked with Tom after he graduated. Maddie nodded. None of this was news to her. He had a bright future there, and his father and I assumed he'd take over when Amber's father retired, merging it with Hartwell Groceries. Imagine distribution and retail under the same umbrella. It would give us the advantage we need to survive. Phaedra sped up, walking a few steps ahead of Maddie as they made their way along the winding path. I didn't realize the business was in trouble. Maddie hoped she wasn't jumping to the wrong conclusion here. It is, and it's worse than Jake realizes. Without the support of Tom Boone, we won't be in business much longer. And he isn't inclined to remain loyal since Jake broke off the engagement and took up and left. It has put his father in a horrible position. Of course, Jack is too proud to ask Jake for help. I didn't realize. Of course you didn't. I'm sure he hadn't even brought Amber up until he had to. I know my son. And I also know that whatever it is he is doing on that little island of yours is nothing more than a phase. He's acting out because Tom didn't implement the software Jake built. His pride was hurt, but I'm sure there's a good reason why it isn't out there. From what Jake tells me, it would improve warehouse efficiency and eliminate most of the bottlenecks transport companies face. She didn't completely understand how it worked or what it did, but Jake seemed passionate about it every time he brought it up. I'm sure it would. Jake's a smart cookie. He graduated from MIT and built this little software of his while he was still in school. I'm sure eventually they'll use it, and if nothing else, Jake could do whatever he wanted once he was in charge of both companies. It doesn't sound like that's what he wants. Maddie wrapped her arms around herself, wishing she had the warm wool cardigan that she'd left on the bed upstairs. You don't get it, do you? This isn't just about him. It's about all of us, including Amber. She's never gotten over Jake, and I don't think she ever will. Do you really expect him to give all of this up to help raise your daughter? I know my son, and I can tell you that the day will come when he regrets that decision. I hope and pray that when that day does come it won't be too late. Phaedra turned and walked back into the house. Maddie caught a glance of Jake and Amber through the window. He was laughing, engrossed in something the attractive blonde woman said. They looked like the perfect couple. Tears in her eyes, Maddie turned her back on the Hartwell house and the people inside, walking further into the dormant rose garden. I thought you could use this. Jake's voice surprised her. He wrapped the wool cardigan she'd worn for the church service around her and took a seat next to her on the wooden bench she'd discovered on her walk. Thanks. Where's Willow? She asked. She's with my dad. They're up in the attic looking for some of my old books and toys. Jake smiled. That's good, Maddie said distractedly. Why are you out here all by yourself? He asked. I had a chat with your mother. There are some things we should talk about. And now was as good of a time as any. I really wish she'd stop meddling. What did she say? Jake moved his arm and turned to look at her. You didn't tell me that your family's business hangs in the balance and that a marriage to Amber could keep it from going under. Is that what she said? She's got to be exaggerating. He huffed. My mom has always had this idea in her mind that Amber and I would marry. She's been angling to get us together since we were teens. And the two of you dated for a pretty long time. That had been the other surprise tonight. Jake and Amber had a much longer history than he'd admitted last night. We did, but that's over. You have to believe me. His tone was urgent, his hands grabbing hers. Maddie pulled them away. That's beside the point. You have responsibilities here. People who need you and rely on you. Especially now. Willow and I will get in the way of that. I think it's best if we head home. She rose and walked back into the house in search of her daughter. Jake didn't bother to stop her, which told her everything she needed to know. Hey, do you have a minute? Jake stood in the doorway to his father's office. Jack waved him in. Sure. What's on your mind, son? Mom had a talk with Maddie yesterday and brought up some things we should discuss. About Tom Boone and what's going to happen with Hartwell groceries. Ah. I guess that explains Maddie's sudden departure last night. That little girl of hers wasn't too happy. I'd promised her we'd set up your old train set today. Jack smiled. It was the first time he'd seen anything but worry and grief on his father's face since he'd arrived. It's part of it. A big part. What did your mom say? His father got up from behind his desk and sat down next to Jake. That I have obligations here. You know how she is. She still hasn't given up on the idea of Amber and me getting married. Your mother wants you close. And you and Amber used to be so in love. Jake shook his head. They'd had fun together, but their connection never had been all that strong. It was nothing like the pull he felt right now to get back to Palmar Island and patch things up with Maddie. It was never like that. You could have fooled me. Why didn't you tell Maddie that? Or your mother, for that matter? His father leaned back, curiosity in his eyes. Because this isn't only about me. You need better freight contracts, or the stores won't stay profitable. Jake had looked at the books last night and things didn't look good. You're not seriously considering marrying someone you don't love to save the family business. Jack's voice rose, and he sat up straight in his chair. I am. I know how much this means to you and how hard Big Jack worked to build it. Jake, listen to me. The grocery stores are a business. A way to provide for our family. That's it. And it's becoming harder and harder to compete with the big chains. I'm not fooling myself into believing that Hartwell Groceries has much of a future. I'm thankful we were able to hang in there for Big Jack, but to tell you the truth, I'm tired of it. I'm ready to retire. The only reason to keep it going was to have something to pass down to you and your children. It's not what I want. The thought of being tied down to the family business made him twitchy. He'd grown up in it. Keeping the stores running meant working every weekend, every holiday. It wasn't the life he wanted for himself. And he couldn't see Maddie and Willow sharing it with him either. I had a feeling you'd say that. Which is why I put some feelers out about selling the stores. One of the chains is interested and would be happy to keep our employees on. Jack rose and pulled a folder out of a desk drawer, handing it to Jake. That's a nice chunk of change they're offering. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Jake scanned the printouts of a series of emails. The sales price would be more than enough to allow his parents to live their lives out comfortably. It is. I've worked in the business since my freshman year in high school. I'm ready to slow down, maybe get a hobby. Then you should take it. It's a good deal. Jake felt a weight lift off his shoulders. And that gets you off the hook when it comes to saving the family business. Jack took the folder and put it aside. What is it you want, Jake? To build a life with Maddie. Raise Willow. Maybe travel more. Honestly, so long as his life involved Maddie, he'd be happy no matter where they ended up. Then I think it's time you take that money you haven't touched from the sale of your software and build a life for the three of you. It's more than enough to get you started, and of course you'll have your share of Hartwell groceries once the sale goes through as well. Jack leaned back and looked at his son. What about Mom? Jake didn't think she'd be on board with the sale. Your mother wants both of us to be happy. Sometimes she gets the wrong idea in her head about what that would take, but she'll come around. The bigger question is, what are you going to do to win Maddie back and get her to marry you? That was the $10,000 question. Thankfully, he had that much, and more, and just the idea on how to put the money he'd saved to good use. Chapter 21. What's wrong? Sophie asked, looking up from her desk behind the counter of the book nook. That was Bridget. The house on Baker Street sold this morning. Maddie couldn't quite wrap her head around it. In her mind, the house had been theirs. Since leaving Bar Harbor 3 days ago, figuring out a way to buy the house had been all she'd thought about. It was much better than dwelling on things that couldn't be. We're not getting the house with the trampoline? Willow walked in, one of her school books in hand. Did you finish your homework? Maddie wiped a tear out of the corner of her eye. Why was she letting that stupid house get to her? Almost. I don't know this word. She held the book out to Maddie. It's explanation. Your teacher wants you to show her work. Then why didn't she say that? Willow shook her head before putting the book down on the desk and wrapping her arms around Maddie. Don't be sad, Mama. It'll be okay. Trampolines are boring anyway. The tears streamed in earnest, and there was nothing Maddie could do to stop them. Willow, why don't you go get your mom a glass of water? Sophie said, gently prying the little girl from Maddie. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's really no big deal, Maddie said, digging a tissue out of her pocket. It is a big deal, and it's not the only thing you're dealing with this week. It's okay to let it out. Sophie pulled her into a tight hug. Maddie gave in to her self-pity for a minute, and then pulled herself together when Willow came back. The cold water felt good and did a lot to calm her. We're going to be okay. There have got to be other houses out there. With big yards and plenty of room for a trampoline. Because she was going to make sure her daughter would have one. Exactly. Stuff goes up for sale all the time. Let's take a look at what else is out there. Sophie pulled up one of the popular real estate sites. 15 minutes later, Maddie wasn't feeling any better, but at least Willow was back in the kitchen watching YouTube videos on Maddie's phone. We'll be fine. We have a beautiful apartment, and the park isn't that far, Maddie said, as much to convince herself as Sophie. That's right. And we can make room for a trampoline in our yard. Oh, I have an idea. My old place is just sitting there. We could take out a wall and give you guys a ton more room. It isn't a yard, but it would be enough for a playroom for Willow, make the living room bigger, and still have room for an office. You know, in case Jake moves in. Sophie started sketching the layout of the two apartments. I don't think that's going to happen. Maddie's voice cracked. She wouldn't let herself think about Jake. If she did, she'd fall apart all over again. We'll see. What do you think about this though? Sophie proceeded to render a plan for the expanded apartment, drawing Maddie in and giving her something to focus on. By the time they were ready to close the store for the day, she'd warmed up to the idea of renovating and expanding their place upstairs. It would give her and Willow plenty of room. And my place has a balcony. It's no backyard, but it's a nice place to sit and get some sunday. Sophie walked to the door and flipped the sign from open to closed. Her head turned, something outside catching her attention. She walked into the back to look for a box of books Maddie was sure hadn't come in yet. Maddie looked up, surprised to hear the bell over the door ring. Her breath caught in her throat. Jake. I wasn't sure if the door would be unlocked. I saw Sophie flip over the closed sign. He strode over to the counter she sat behind, leaning against it. When did you get back into town? Maddie asked, wondering what Sophie and Willow were up to and if either of them would come to her rescue. She had a feeling it wasn't going to happen. Sophie would make sure of it. Yesterday. I had a couple of things to wrap up in Bar Harbor. He picked up a stack of bookmarks and flipped through them, checking out the various designs. You didn't call. I didn't. There was something I wanted to take care of. Are you free tonight? There's something I'd like to show you. Of course she is, Sophie called. I'll close and take Willow with me. You can pick her up on your way home. I'm glad you came. Jake glanced at Maddie out of the corner of his eye, curious if she'd figured out where they were going. He didn't think she had. It's as good a chance as any to talk. Maddie shrugged, wrapping her jacket around herself. That's true. There's a lot I want to catch you up on. We're almost there. He pulled into 27 Baker Street. Every room in the house was lit up and cargo vans lined the driveway. He heard Maddie gasp. I'm guessing Bridget called you to tell you the house had been sold? Maddie's eyes were wide, doubt swirling in them. Yes. I bought it. Come on in, there's some stuff I want to show you inside. He got out of the Jeep and walked around, opening the door for her. But why? Maddie didn't move. Why did I buy it? Because you love it. He held his hand out for her. It took a few seconds, but Maddie eventually hopped out and let him lead her up the walkway and through the front door. The smell of fresh paint wafted heavy in the air. Construction lights beamed brightly in every corner. Why, what? Maddie's head swiveled back and forth, taking in the buzz of activity in the house. Guys on ladders painted the stairwell, hammering resounded from up above. Her confusion was adorable, but Jake decided it was time to spell things out, if that's what it took. I'm the buyer. I got the house for you and Willow. We signed the paperwork yesterday morning, and I hired a crew to paint and fix some of the windows upstairs. Of course, any of this can be changed if you don't like it. He took her hand and walked through the rooms downstairs, dodging paint buckets and tools along the way. How? How could you afford this? Maddie still looked confused. Remember the software I sold? I had every penny I made from the sale sitting in a savings account. I figured it was about time I did something with some of it, and this felt right. The deed is in your name, by the way. He pulled the paperwork from his jacket and handed it to her. Why would you do this? Maddie's expression had gone from confusion to disbelief. Because I love you, and I want the best for you and Willow. This house is it. He shrugged. The woman needed to learn to accept a gift. But I refused your proposal. Again and again. That's okay. We can work on that. I'm just going to propose to you every single day until you say yes. Until then, this is yours. He leaned down and kissed her before she could object and didn't stop until the whistling of some of the construction workers pulled him out of the bliss of kissing her. Chapter 22. I can't believe we pulled this off. Maddie stepped off the boat and onto the sand. An old lighthouse, one of the few remaining along the South Carolina coast, stood guard over the small island and provided the perfect backdrop for their special day. It helped that you didn't mind a small wedding. Jake hopped down and joined his bride. She looked stunning in a simple white dress that fell just past her knees. The wide boat neck showed off her collarbones and the bronze tone her skin had taken on since spending more time outside with him and Willow. The past 6 months had flown by, and 2 weeks ago, she'd finally agreed to marry him. It had been the happiest day of his life. Jake had a feeling today would be even better. It helps that neither one of us has a big family. Her mother was here, as were both of his parents. The rest of the wedding party was made up of Palmar Island locals. People who had become family in the short 2 years he'd been there. "When do I start?" Willow asked. She was wearing a white dress to match her mother and carrying a basket filled to the brim with colorful rose petals. "Let's give our guests a chance to take their seats," Maddie said. Jake watched Miss Doris, Sophie, and Simon take their seats farther up the beach, joining a small crowd of their closest friends. Kenny from the hardware store was there, along with every member of the Book Nook book club. Even Mr. Griffin had made his way to the remote island, waving for Miss Doris to join him in the seat he'd saved for her. "Now? Now is good," Jake said, holding out his arm for Maddie. Theirs may not be a traditional ceremony, but he liked having her by his side as they walked up to say their vows and start their lives together. "Are you ready?" Mrs. Darwin, the head librarian and justice of the peace, asked. She was dressed in a navy blue suit, a string of pearls around her neck. Jake looked at his bride. Maddie smiled brilliantly and nodded. "Ready if you are." "Let's start. I've waited a long time for this day. Better get it done before you change your mind." He winked and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Mrs. Darwin cleared her throat. Jake took a step back and raised one hand in apology. "Dear friends and loved ones gathered here to witness the union of this man and this woman, welcome. I could not imagine a more beautiful and meaningful setting than this small lighthouse island for the start of marriage. It took a special couple with a special bond to take on the challenge of living here. From incoming storms to long stretches of isolation, these spouses relied on each other. They raised families here. And from everything I've read, they had some of the strongest and happiest marriages in our community. I hope some of that will pass on to Madison and Jake." The ceremony passed in a blur. Jake panicked for a moment when every memory of his vows flew from his mind. "Maddie, you are the love of my life, the light that guided me home," Willow Stage whispered loudly. The entire crowd chuckled, and Maddie blushed, making her look even more radiant and beautiful, if that was possible. And lucky for him, the incident jump-started his brain, and he made it through the rest of the ceremony without a hitch. "I now pronounce you man and wife," Mrs. Darwin said. The small crowd gathered on the beach broke into applause and cheers. "We did it." Maddie grinned from ear to ear, her eyes never leaving his. "We did." Because she'd finally said yes. "Jake," Mrs. Darwin said, "you may kiss your bride." And he did. "You didn't think we'd let our favorite daughter-in-law get married all by herself?" Grandpa Joe pulled her into a hug and kissed her cheek. Granny Jenny was beside him, putting her arm around Willow and telling her how beautiful she looked in her bridesmaid's dress. "I thought you couldn't make it." Maddie had invited the couple, but understood when they'd declined. Watching their son's wife get remarried couldn't be easy. Especially not to a guy they didn't approve of. "Oh, that was a bit of a ruse. We wanted to do something special for the two of you. You know, to make up for the way I acted when we met Jake. We talked to Miss Doris, and she had nothing but good things to say about you, young man. Congratulations." Grandpa Joe held out his hand and Maddie watched her husband shake it. Husband. She still couldn't believe they were actually married. It had taken him 6 months of persistently pursuing her, in the best way, before she'd trusted that what they had was solid. But eventually, she had said yes and laughed at the surprise on his face. It was one of the happiest moments in her life. Right up there with their wedding ceremony. "Congratulations, honey. You look beautiful. I didn't think I'd ever say this, but you look more radiant than you did the first time around." Granny Jenny hugged her, careful not to mess up the makeup that had already started to wear off. "Thank you. It means the world that you came." Maddie hugged her mother-in-law tight, grateful for the woman's support. Jenny had been there through thick and thin. Through every deployment. They'd shared the joy of welcoming Willow into the world and the grief of losing Andrew. Jenny and Joe were family and always would be. One silly argument wouldn't change that. "Are you ready to head to your reception?" Grandpa Joe asked. "We're heading to the house with a few people. You're welcome to join us." Jake took her hand and started toward his Jeep. "There's been a bit of a change of plans," Grandpa Joe said. Jake and Maddie stopped and turned around in time to watch a white limo pull up in the marina parking lot. "We wanted you to have a nice reception. I talked to your mother after you called about the wedding. She mentioned the two of you were keeping it pretty low-key." Jenny walked over and squeezed Maddie's hand. "And I was having none of that. Not for my Maddie." Joe's voice boomed across the parking lot. "What did you do?" Maddie asked, looking as concerned as he felt. If there was one thing he knew about his new in-laws once removed, or whatever the parents of your wife's dead husband were called, it was that they had a tendency to overreach. "Made sure you two would have a proper party to celebrate this day. Miss Doris has proven very helpful." Joe put his arm around the older woman, earning him a glare from Mr. Griffin. Maddie's eye darted from Granny Jenny to Miss Doris and back. "What exactly is going on?" "You'll see." Grandpa Joe opened the door to the limo, ushering Jake and Maddie inside. A short ride later, they pulled up to the main building of Palmar Island's exclusive country club. He'd never set foot in the place and was pretty sure Maddie hadn't either. A man in a tux and bow tie opened the door and led them up a wide brick staircase into the building. Moments later, they found themselves in a large ballroom with half the town gathered around tables that held white and green flower arrangements and tall pillar candles. The rest of their wedding party filled into the room behind them. The doors closed and music played. It wasn't the string quartet expected in a place like this, but one of Palmar Island's most popular DJs, the Renegade, who welcomed them to the after-party. If the bride and groom would please make their way to the center of the dance floor. The Renegade's voice nearly made Jake spit out the champagne a server had handed him and Maddie before circulating the room. "I guess that's us." Maddie grinned like she was looking forward to what would surely end in disaster. "I don't really dance," he whispered while following her. "You Make My Dreams" by Hall and Oates started playing from the speakers scattered throughout the room and Jake breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his mother's best efforts, he'd never learned to waltz, but this he could dance to. He took Maddie in his arms and started moving across the dance floor, twisting and turning until they were both trying to catch their breath, both from the exertion and their exuberant laughter. Several other couples joined them until the dance floor was full. "How about something a little slower?" Jake called to the DJ, who was happy to oblige. The next song was soft and slow and someone, somewhere, dimmed the lights. "This is the happiest day of my life," Maddie said, snuggled up against him as they danced, surrounded by the people who meant the most to them. "May I cut in?" Grandpa Joe asked. Jake nodded and went in search of the man's wife. Or his own mother. If he couldn't have Maddie by his side, he might as well get through some of the obligatory dances. He watched Maddie move from dancing with her first father-in-law to the second one, his own father. Her eyes seeking him out in the crowd every chance she got. "I'm guessing you'll be moving into that house she bought after the honeymoon." "I would love to see it, by the way," Jack said to his son when he returned her from the dance floor. "That's the plan." Maddie had spent the past week making room for Jake's things. He didn't know it yet, but a new shed would be delivered and installed while they were away to hold his kayaks, and the large room off the kitchen would serve as his office. With Miss Doris's help, the entire business would be moved before they made it back. Or we could go on an epic adventure after our honeymoon. Jake beamed at his wife as he pulled her out to the floor and into his arms for another dance. Epilogue. Palmar Island a year later. Does anyone want some iced coffee? Sophie asked, holding a tray of cups. You're a lifesaver. Maddie climbed out of the back of the van, wiping the sweat off her brow. I can't believe you guys are actually doing this. Sophie poked her head inside the large cargo van they'd gutted and were turning into a camper. This baby will take us to all 63 national parks. Jake tapped the side of the van with his hand. We'll start with the ones in the lower 48 and go from there. Maddie took a large drink of the vanilla iced latte and suppressed a yawn. All this work converting the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter and staying up late to research the best route was getting to her. We can make Alaska. Shipping it to Hawaii might take a while, but if you ask me, it'll be worth it. Or we could stay in hotels and rentals out there. He kissed her cheek and turned to Sophie, taking the cup she offered. Want some help? Simon asked as he carried a large toolbox and electric drill. Yes, please. Maddie didn't try to hide her excitement at getting back inside and out of the heat. Summer was almost over, but it would take a while before the temperatures would drop in the south. Ready to do some sewing? I brought Grandma Wendy's machine and watched a bunch of YouTube videos. Sophie walked around the house to the front, where Simon's SUV was parked. Setting up the old electric sewing machine at the kitchen table didn't take long. Getting it to sew a straight seam was another story. Several internet searches and a call to Grandma Wendy later, and they were getting the hang of it. How wide do you want these curtains to be? Sophie asked. Maddie drew a blank. Let's start with the pillows, then we can go measure the windows when they're done out there. The sound of drills and shouting clued them into the fact that the guys were still busy installing the platform bed that would take up a big chunk of the room in the camper. It left just enough room for a small movable cot for Willow and cabinets to store what they'd need while on the road. Thanks so much for coming over and helping. I don't think there's any way we could finish this before summer break without you and Simon. Maddie was anxious about what it would take to pull off the adventure. They'd be gone for most of the year, homeschooling Willow on the road. Simon loves it. If I weren't 6 months pregnant, we'd tag along with you guys. Sophie grinned and cut some of the red and white checkered fabric they'd chosen to go with the pine and white interior of the van. The back door flew open, and Willow rushed in, throwing her backpack in the corner. I'm gonna go help Dad and Simon. Hey, wait. Don't I even get a hug? How was school? Maddie jumped up to rush after her daughter, but the screen door banged shut with a clank. A wave of nausea hit her, and she grabbed the back of the chair. What's wrong? Sophie asked, rushing to her side. I'm fine. I stood up too fast. I think I caught some bug. She hoped that was all it was. Vertigo and road trips didn't go together, and she'd hate to ruin this epic adventure for her little family. I'll get you some water. The door opened, and Jake poked his head inside. Any chance you two could keep Willow busy? I'm getting the skill saw out. His eyes caught Maddie's, concern showing in them. I'm fine. I'll come get her in a second. Maddie sat down and took the glass of ice water Sophie handed her. I've got it, her friend said, following Jake outside. She returned 10 minutes later with Willow and measurements for the curtains. Maddie was back to her normal self by the time they walked in, and the three of them spent a pleasant late afternoon cutting and sewing up a storm. The light was low in the small kitchen and the overhead light on high beam when they were ready to take the curtains outside. You installed the curtain rods. Maddie was surprised when she saw the thin wooden dowels hanging above each of the windows on the side of the van. What did I tell you? We built the entire platform and storage below, and what does she notice? The rods we put up in 5 minutes. Jake grinned. Put them up and see what they look like, Simon suggested before climbing out of the van to order a couple of pizzas. They are adorable. You guys will be so cozy in here when this is all done. I want pictures. Every day you're on the road. Sophie stepped back from the van to see what they looked like from the outside. Maddie was pleased with how they turned out. She could finally start to see herself living in the space. Jake and Simon brought in the 3 large pizzas. Simon. As soon as the scent of onion and bacon hit Maddie's nose, the nausea came back in full force. I'm sorry. I hope it isn't contagious, Maddie said when she walked out of the bathroom. How long have you been feeling like this? Sophie asked, handing her a slice of cheese pizza. A couple of days. I'm sure it's nothing. I just need to sleep it off. That's what Maddie had been telling herself the past week or 2. Honey, I think this might be something you can't sleep off. Sophie's hand was on her protruding stomach. Maddie did some quick math and gasped. That can't be, I can't be. What are you talking about? Willow asked through a mouthful of pizza. You think? Jake's eyes lit up with excitement. All Maddie could do was nod. Well, that changes things up for you guys a bit, doesn't it? Simon sat back, taking a sip of beer. What changes stuff? Mama, are you okay? Willow set her pizza down, her eyes on Maddie. I'm fine. What Simon means is that we might have to postpone our trip for a little while. What? Why? For how long? Willow looked confused and disappointed. Just until your little brother or little sister is born, Jake said, putting his arm around Maddie and pulling her close. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Are you sure you don't mind about the trip? Maddie asked later that evening, after Sophie and Simon had left and Willow was in bed. They sat on the front porch, watching the full moon climb in the starlit sky. They are national parks. They aren't going anywhere. And this is going to be the most epic adventure of them all, raising a baby. A mini version of you and me. He leaned in and kissed her. It was sweet and soft and left her a little breathless. Then he stood and held out his hand to help her up. Jake was right. They had a lifetime of adventures ahead of them. Maddie's hand went to her stomach as they stepped inside. She couldn't wait to meet Willow's little brother or sister. Everything else, they'd figure out as time went on. The end. This has been Dare to Love Again. Written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2022 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2023 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.